Where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they we throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh,
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with the glow. Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we're in the Legends of Runeterra edition here alongside with me, Moonboy, and my name's Contra, as you're tuning in to all this great action that's about to come. All this is brought to you by ESL, and my oh my, we're here in the Open Finals, Moonboy.
Yep, we are down to our final 8 contestants, and they're going to be fighting out all night to crown themselves the very first champion for the split.
That's right, and of course, there's so many exciting names that's going to be competing for today. All these matches will be played in a best of 3, so we got a lot of great games to witness throughout this whole evening. I hope that you guys are pretty relaxed, whether if you're back at home or you're just sneaking a tab on your office. Yeah, we got you covered throughout the whole lowdowns of it. But of course, all of this won't be made possible without all our partners involved. Of course, we give a huge shout out and thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where, of course, winning matters. And on top of that, we also do have all the great people at Monster Energy, where you can also unleash the beast when you get yourself a can. So, of course, Moonboy, I need you to fill me in with some details here. But why not just take a look at the format before we start off the show?
Right, so ready to kick things off. Players have gone through a open qualifiers in the span of 3 weeks, and they actually played off a round of 32 open finals as well. So, you know, as we were saying, we're down to our final 8 contestants for this whole split, and we're finally going to be crowning our split 1, you know, season 2 split 1 champion after tonight as well. So it's going to be tight, it's going to be intense. I don't know what to expect from these 8 players.
That's right, and this is just basically single elimination format when you hit right into the open finals. So there's no second trials, no second chances. So they have to put their best back forward. And well, I'm definitely excited to see what do they have to be crafted in each respective ones. But of course, we'll also unveil to you some of the top players of Asia Pacific that will be playing all these matches of Legends of Runeterra.
Yep, let's just take a look at the brackets right over here. So this are our 8 players coming on tonight. First off, we got KDF Peta going up against BZ Cup. Right after that, we got Void versus Rubik. We got Rero, our defending champion, coming back against Odyssey. And you know, we got Comdong going up against Nping.
That's right, and you can see there's a lot of great representatives hailing in from South Korea, the Philippines, and also Thailand. So, of course, Korea still holds to be the sort of players that we've been keeping our eyes on, because they have been performing really well from the past few tournaments, and we expect them to do the same. But we see a lot of Thai representatives as well, also fancying their chances on all the prize pool that is involved for this entire evening. First place will walk away with $2,000, $1,000 for second place, and on 5th we got $500. The rest of these guys out there will be getting themselves coins. At least for 4th place, there's 2,000 coins. 5th to 8th will be walking with $1,002, and also for those that have participated in the earlier open rounds, they'll be getting themselves 600 coins to 300 coins respectively.
Yep, just to, you know, re-emphasize this once again, Legends of Runeterra is a single-player game. So $2,000 for the champion is a lot of money to be walking home just by playing this tournament.
US dollars, baby. And man, like, I just want to get right into them already to see who's going to be walking out with their hands full of cash, hopefully by the end of our evening. And of course, the player that we will have to keep our eye on has to be Comdong Freak's very own Peta, where he was the Open Final first seed overall, and even on the qualifiers, he didn't budge. He's been basically tearing down the entire competition as he runs on that leasing composition, which we had a little bit of discussion on before we kick things off, and we're already seeing him dead set and ready in his bedroom, feeling all comfy.
Yep, he's ready, getting his game face on. But however, this is his opponent right here, BZ Cup, all the way from Thailand, coming in with an open final seeding of 8th place and also Cup to 3rd place as well. Favorite champion being Kaisa. I'm interested in, is he gonna be bringing a Kaisa deck right here in this tournament?
Yeah, we haven't seen too many of it as of recent, so having Kaisa around definitely has something interesting to offer on the table, and we're just looking through so many variations. And also with Nora being introduced not too long ago, I think that's a really fun sort of champion that we will be looking forward to see. But here are the decks that we are talking about. Let's start off here with KDF's very own Peta, and let's talk things through. So what do we have here?
Yeah, so coming in, you know, Peta having the TF Nami, followed up by a Viego Thresh, and then a Victor Lee Sin. We're looking at a really controlling kind of lineup with a triple Ionia selection coming in from Peta. But however, on the other hand, BZ Cup is all about the aggression, right? Coming in with MFTF, with the Pirate Aggro, Gangplank Sejuani with those plunders, freeze, and things like that, and not forgetting the Red Gwen on his hand as well. So this guy is all about the aggression. So this matchup is all about aggressiveness versus control.
Yeah, and before we even start off the show, we were checking out some of these decks that they'll be running, and this is the only player that will be running a deck with Gwen involved. So we've already expect a whole lot of great tempo on how he really wants to approach Peta. So when it comes down to the early game, he's got to strike fast, he's got to strike hot. So let's see what will be the first few decks that will be brought forward to play. And let's start off with Comdong Freak's Peta once again. We have the Piltover Zon and Ionia combo, where we expect this whole composition to revolve a lot on all these spells to activate that Lee Sin hitting into the mid game.
Yep, definitely right? Just trying to level up Lee Sin as fast as possible, but this time, Peta chose to go with a Victor engine instead. So with those free spells coming out from Victor every single turn, it might be able to accelerate the level up ability by Lee Sin. And, you know, this is probably one of the most interesting card that he actually put in as well, the Hextractor. That is a new addition this patch as well. So hopefully, you know, he might have a game plan coming in with this particular deck.
That's right, and of course, when it comes down to how they basically cycle the early game, hopefully the Mulligan's gonna treat them well enough. And generally, you're just looking at a few of these followers that isn't really all too costly, so it shouldn't be the main concern overall. Plus, they should be able to at least cycle through some of these early game health. But once you're going up against BZ Cup's Gangplank, this is where it is going to be a little bit worrisome if these two decks were to fend off against each other. You expect a whole lot of early game damage coming in from the Gangplank, and of course, if you're going to hit that late game power spike, you're just going to be frostbitten by Sejuani all over the rounds, where it's hard to do much by then.
Yep, you're exactly right. So this deck, you know, its game plan is to get as much Plunder Trigger as much as possible. Hopefully by turn 5, you get a level up Gangplank, or turn 6, you get level up Sejuani as well. So even though, you know, facing off against things like Lee Sin or Viego, all you have to do is just frostbite them, and they can't do much against you as well. So the key cards right here is gonna be Eye of Nagakaboros and also the Rip-type Sermon. These two cards are just too powerful in the Bilgewater region as well. So, you know, we are gonna be seeing a lot of these two cards in Bilgewater decks.
It's really great to see more and more of all these great addition of cards hitting into, you know, multiple different regions, and now you see a huge surge of popularity of players playing on things like Misfortune, like the Gangplank that you have said early on, and even Twisted Fate that is very much viable to get the engines running very early on. So, of course, all this is made possible with Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And now that it's basically the knockoff rounds, yes, indeed, every single win that they can get will propel themselves forward. And the ones that take the L, unfortunately, have to try again next time.
Yep, you're exactly right. So winning matters right here because every single win is going to be bringing you one step closer to the $2,000 final prize. So all players is going to be, you know, everything is going to be on deck and they're just going to be putting their all to win home that $2,000.
That's right. So hopefully all the cards will be in their favor. With that being said, of course, it's down to, you know, time for a little bit of prediction. So I don't really want to unveil my prediction for now, but you guys can do so on Twitch, where you guys can cast your vote in the chat. So make sure, of course, put all these sort of coins that you want onto whichever play that you feel like and give them your utmost support.
Yep, I mean, you know, coming into games like Legends of Runeterra, it's a single-player game. You have to be focused. You have to be really, you know, and just know what you're gonna do. And hopefully, the luck of the draw, luck in terms of the draws, will come into your favor as well. So, guys, they're just gonna be needing every single support that you guys could give. So, just go on and predict. You know, who you guys gonna think gonna win this round.
They might just be the extra cards out there, you know, like, just saying. Well, we don't slide more of those cards into their deck. But overall, just it's interesting to note that in this form of meta, most of these pro players that are involved, some of these decks don't really require a high amount of followers to get things started, where, you know, casual players like us, in such a way, we want to jam-pack everything in there, 7 costs, 8 costs. It's like they just make it so efficient. So hope that you guys could basically pick a few tips or two as we kick things off with the draft. Looks like from BZ Cup side, we will have the Misfortune and Twisted Fate being banned out. Meanwhile, KDF Peta won't be able to get his hands on the Trash Vehicle deck.
Yeah, probably Peta don't really want to deal with, you know, those burns, those, you know, unpredictable burns, top deck burns coming in from the Pirate aggro. So banning it is probably the right call for Peta. But however, BZ Cup on the other hand, you know, Viego as well, right? You don't really want the Viego to over snowball and just take into effect. So probably that's the reason why he banned it. But I believe the first game, Peta might be going in for the Lee Sin combo.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to start things off with. And here we go, straight into the mulligan to kick off our very first round. It's KDF Peta versus BZ Cup. So, of course, over on the top side, it should be our player from KDF. And over on the bottom, we'll have BZ Cup to kick things off. And we'll see what are the choices that they have available. Deny to kick things off. Not too shabby, but won't be able to use it too early though. Now draws a Mystic Shot, so he's gonna be having a decent time to start things off.
Yep, I think right here, you know, Peta, what he wants to do is just control BZ Cup, right? Not allowing him to have too much of an early game. So having those, you know, 2 drops in his hand is a really good start for him to, you know, go on the defense and just, you know, prevent BZ Cup from doing any of his shenanigans. And right here, immediately going in for the Hookmaster as well. So, you know, instead of going in for the Mystic Shot onto the Hookmaster, he decided to go for the play of the unit. And I think he got a decision to make right over here. Because if he blocks, it's not exactly doing the trade.
Indeed, and at the very least, he does tank 2 damage off, still -3. Has to take a little bit of loss here. He doesn't really have enough spell mana since it's still really early rounds. So, I guess like he could basically use a couple of spells to take off a few units from here. And here we go, already getting a little bit of a buff onto both units. Still getting a little bit of Nexus Strike on top. So it's going to be a decent trade overall. Now, the only thing about BZ Cup side is that whenever he does want to attack, all his unit is just a single HP, except for the fact that the ones with the tough will probably require 2 damage to be taken off. So it's still going to be blockable overall, but they will have KDF here to sacrifice at least a unit.
Yep, I mean, he's probably going to be sacrificing this Ballistic Bot as well. There is a chance of a Mystic Shot going into the Hookmaster, the 3-1 right there, so that, you know, he could just be taking 3 less damage. But instead, I believe he's just going straight right into it, taking this 6 damage into his face. But, you know, right here, you really have to try to manage your Nexus damage because, you know, it's still early in the game. It's only turn 4, but he's already at 11 health on the Nexus.
That's right, and it's just gonna be a little bit of a slow burner for now for KDF Peta. And more and more units coming up for BZ Cup. He's planning to strike really hard, but of course, there's just not too much that he can basically do. 3 mana, what else can he basically pull off here? But of course, that's just about it. Now he's only on the attacking side. Not much units that he can basically put on board, but some of these spells could still do a little bit more. But if it continues on to be the case, he may not even last the next 3 rounds.
Yep, so I think right here Peta is just going for the deep meditation, trying to just filter the deck, because all he have in his hand are spells, right? Right here he really needs units, he really needs blockers, which he has no avail to. But at the same time, BZ Cup, his hand has no champions in his hand, so there's no Gwen, there's no Elise, there's no Katarina, but not forget he have that Eclipse Beyond in his hand, so there is still chance for him to dig a little bit deeper, for him to close off the game, ASAP. And with this white bot, it's gonna be so pressurizing for Peta to deal with.
Oh, he really has to take some units out, or else on the next turn, that's just gonna be a full swing of attacks that will basically end game 1. If you add all the numbers all together on top of the unit that couldn't really go in for the blocks, so he's gonna have a lot to think about here. Gotta use the True Shot Barrage.
The Mystic Shot.
Mystic Shot.
Mystic
Sorry.
Shot going straight right.
No
to-
Ezreal's here for that. Yep.
Mystic Shot going
I'm a little
straight.
rusty.
Yeah, it's fine, right? Mystic Shot going straight right to the 3-1. But this is something to take note, right? That ballistic bot is not able to block just because of the Reckoner coming down this turn. So even though this Mystic Shot is just gonna be defending a little bit damage for him the next turn, but BZ Cup still have a really good attack the next turn. So BZ Cup have a decision to make. Should he go for the Glimpse Beyond this turn and just try to dig a little bit deeper, or force Peta to go for another Mystic Shot or Burn to deny him from this draw?
Well, very interesting maneuvers overall. Still taking his time though. Now another Mystic Shot to add on top. That will secure it at the very least, but it has been costly. We couldn't really afford to do much more than that. Maybe just land a singular damage onto Nexus if he wants to. Now, forcing his way through, he wants to take at least a unit off to stand a chance of survival. He's gonna tank the damage. Shouldn't be any issues at all.
Yep, but that second Mystic Shot actually burned off by Peta. There's no other way for him to interact to this board that BZ Cup actually have. He got a really clean open attack right here, and it's gonna be 12 damage, and there's nothing that Peta could do. Right, there's no burn, there's no way, there's no blocks coming in this turn as well. I believe this might be game over. The only way that he could deal with this is going in for the Hex Celebrator and try to take out one unit, and that's probably it.
Let's see if he's gonna be able to pull those strings though. Now, I'm just looking at all these spells, and indeed, it's just gonna be one to be utilized to take out the heaviest unit. But yet again, no blocks whatsoever. Glimpse Beyond will be able to at least deny that. And he does get a few more cards back. So, still fair trade. He survives for only one more round. So, the next card that he gets, let's see if he can turn the tides.
Yep, I mean, Peta is on the clock right now. There's nothing much that he could do. Yes, he drew himself a Disciple. Yes, it is a blocker for the next turn. But at 3 damage, at 3 health, like what could you do against it? There's nothing much that Peta could do to defend himself the next turn. BZ Cup is saying 4 damage, it's okay, I could absorb it because I'm gonna win the next turn. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, and this is just a little too rough to start off game 1 with BZ Cup just coming up with such a huge aggro play from the get-go. And now, just having a little bit of a slight chance here with another draw. He's going to be able to at least put one more unit on the board.
This is all we got? Hey, I've done more with less.
Add the Bitch Whack so that he could at least tank up a little bit more. So is that still going to be enough though? Because I'm calculating right here that there's still more to come. Oh boy.
Wow, I mean, with the Dancer coming down, he's actually reviving the Reckoner for the next attack as well. So that also caused one more unit unable to block the next combat phase. So I think right here, BZ Cup already have this in the bag, just based off the bot state right here, because Peta is just so far behind and there's nothing that he could interact with other than the Thermogenic Beam. He's probably going to be thermo beaming one of the unit away, but BZ Cup is fine. Like, you're burning every single mana away. There's nothing that, you know, you're not reserving mana for the next turn. And, you know, he could just go for a spike right over here as well, just removing one of the unit away from Peta. So ultimately, BZ Cup is in a win-win situation.
Oh boy. It's his last hope, no more mana left, and hit spikes are out. Same goes to the Val Feast. So regardless, he's only gonna have a singular unit. I guess it's done for in game 1. BZ Cup here with quite the convincing victory, I would say. Of course, calling it a little early. Let's see on the next card.
Victor.
Victor. Still not enough though.
That's not gonna be it. So, you know, immediately BZ Cup going in straight for the open attack. This is gonna be a no-brainer. There's nothing that Peta could do against this, and immediately taking home game number 1 by turn number 8.
What a splendid start coming out of BZ Cup, hailing from Thailand, and just one more away to advancing into the upper brackets. Well, technically, it's just, is it semis? It's already quarters, right?
Yeah, it is semifinals.
Semifinals. And Peta, now, on the next deck, he's got to be expecting the same sort of aggressive style of play coming out from BZ Cup, because the next deck, we're going to involve the Gwen on board, I believe.
Yep. No, the next deck is actually the Gangplank Sejuani.
Oh, Gangplank Sejuani.
So it's about the same level of aggression coming forward as well. So it's down to Peta. What kind of draw is he going to be having? Because having the Eye of the Dragon in his opening hand, that is what he wants to see, so that, you know, he could have those Dragon Links for him to sustain a little bit more into the late game, for him to activate that Lee Sin. So this is a pretty happy hand that Peta is going to be looking at. But, you know, right here, however, on BZ Cup side, this hand is not looking too bad for him as well.
Yeah. A decent start is overall with zero cost drop on top of Parlay. So it's possibly the best that you could basically hope for the likes of Peta overall. So, well, actually I gotta do it. Wait, I don't need to BZ Cup. So, let's see. Starting off with the Ionian Master. It's gonna go, last time he went for this, he opt for the Fish Whack, which adds a +2, but Sandmorn doesn't look too bad when you can basically get an added HP. So, at the very least, if all else fails, you can still get a good block. So, still gonna sacrifice the unit. Don't have Fearsome on board. He could have actually kept it for at least as a single round, but opt not to do so because he's got units to play for days.
Yep, I mean, right here, Peta just have to deny as much damage as possible, right? Because all BZ Cup's game plan is just ping him for one every single turn. He just needs 1 damage in every single turn, and by turn 5, that Gangplank would be able to level up, and that's gonna be a really, really scary situation for him to be at.
That's right, and well, now we do get Pass Away. All buffed up into a tree. Oh boy. I don't think he has strong enough units to handle it for now, but he does get the buff as well, just to match it evenly. We'll be able to at least take out his unit right here, right now.
Yep, I think, you know, right here, BZ Cup just don't want Peta to get any form of damage in, because once the Lee Sin goes online, it's going to be really, your health total is just irrelevant at that point in time, right? So just not allowing to do anything, go for the parlay, ping him for another damage this turn, and at the same time removing another unit off the board. So BZ Cup still have control of the field, he's still managing the tempo right now, and I feel that he's still on track to do what he's supposed to do for the rest of the game.
Yeah, just dealing with the units with too many augments. You don't really want to get rid of them really quickly though. Now, Peta drops into 16 after getting damage into Nexus, but here comes Victor finally, where we expect him to be able to stack up evenly against BZ Cup for the time being. But take a look at BZ Cup though, he's still keeping the Gangplank in hand, just waiting for enough mana to be able to summon it on the upcoming rounds. But we'll be able to at least trade for the time being. It does have elusive, just got to keep the Victor alive for now.
Yep, I believe the Victor is not going to be staying around for too much, right? Because there's a Riptide Sermon ready to be firing off onto the Victor. So Peta really have to try to manage his mana right here. At least he have to keep one mana open, and hopefully he get to roll into a Spell Shield or a Tough onto this Victor so that he could be able to, resist the Riptide Sermon coming in from BZ Cup. And it's really tempting to go for the Riptide Sermon onto the Victor because it's only at 4 health, is perfect number to remove him. But he have to be really careful of counter plays like Twin Disciplines or even the 1 mana spell in his hand that could add 2 HP to the Victor.
That's right. And still has both sides having a lot of mana to be expended. So they just have to come in well prepared. Now, if they do add a few more points onto Victor, of course, it's going to be pretty tough to deal with him because he has regeneration on top of that. So, gotta take his next move wisely for BZ Cup. So, here we go. Just have to overwhelm. We'll be able to absorb a lot more damage than intended. And that's going to be a-okay. But is there enough spells for BZ Cup to basically take out the Victor? Odyssey, was that Parley in the board? It's still not going to be it.
Yep, so I think, right here, Peta just have to play it safe, right? Just keep 4 mana open to represent a deny. Because right here, BZ Cup is so tempting, right? For him to go and fire off the Riptide Sermon, but he have to be really careful of things like deny. But instead of removing the Victor, which he had a really good opening, he went for the Gangplank instead.
Here comes the barrels here. As we managed to get the Gangplank on board. And add a little bit more spell mana. Oh. Let's see if the RNG blesses him, though. Oh, this is looking a little bit dicey. Make it 2. Okay. Yeah, this should be it. Unless if it hits more towards the Nexus, then, yeah. He'll be counting his lucky stars for that.
Yep, so this actually shows a lot of things that Peta have in his hand, right? There's no more protection spell. There's no counter spells in his hand as well, just because he let that Victor go. So, it's actually providing a lot of information for BZ Cup. Yes, you have the capability to protect your units, but you don't have those cards in your hand just because you didn't save that Victor from going down.
And now he's basically putting all the followers on board so that at least he could block off a whole lot more units. 2 clean ones with a little bit more lifesteal to get those HP back up. Should be very much manageable from here on. Now going with the exchange, bringing BZ Cup to 10 health left on the Nexus.
Yep, those Dragon Links is very annoying for BZ Cup to deal with. So I believe right here he really have to start scratching his head. How should I deal with this Eye of the Dragon? Because those Dragon Link with those life gain is really annoying for him to deal with. So it's just pulling him away from the game plan every single attack. So probably he might be looking for a way to deal with these two Eye of the Dragons.
Yeah. But once he does hit full mana bars, I think this is where Peta can then start to trade off really well with most of these reduction heading over to that spell called again?
Thermogenic Beam.
Thermogenic Beam.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so does have a Mystic Shot, clear off the elusive units as well if you desire. But he's basically used up all the spells necessary, no more mana, and there we go, as we level up the Gangplank.
Yep, so Gangplank has been leveled up right here. I'm not sure if it's enough to dodge. Yeah, it's not enough to dodge the Thermal Beam, but however, he did manage to level up the Gangplank, but that also means that Riptide Summon is ready to fire. They remove one of the Eye of the Dragon, and this way, you're dealing with one less Dragon Link the next turn. So, it's still pretty even as of right now, but Peta having the card advantage in his hand, it seems like he might have the upper hand. I mean, BZ Cup might run out of gas really soon.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he has much more options on what he has on hand. Would still be able to at least buff up one of the units to get the release, clear the board. But once again, once he tries to attack, he's just basically giving a little bit more health back to Peta. So this slow and steady pace is working out for KDF Peta this time around, hoping to bring it to game 3. Now, let's see, does the Mystic Shot gets fired off? Most likely will be the case. And he's still thinking twice of his other options available right here. Does he really want to keep that unit alive to last out another round? Because there's nothing else for him if he doesn't draw another follow into his hand on the next round. So gotta pick his fights really wisely, but he could also utilize 2 Mystic Shots onto the target and have one of it block it off.
But I don't think, you know, investing 2 Mystic Shots in this fight is worth it, right? Because you're basically running yourself out of resources really fast. So I believe, you know, he's just gonna try to block. But what BZ Cup wants to achieve right here is that Plunder Trigger. Get that impact shot in by the Shell Shocker, get 1 damage into the Nexus, and then play a Black Market Merchant and see, you know, what are you gonna nab. Hopefully you get something juicy away from your opponent's deck as well. But, you know, this is a really good attack. BZ Cup should be, you know, satisfied with this swing.
He's happy to take the exchange, at least regaining a little bit more from that lifesteal. All well calculated. On both sides, quite even, I would say. But it's high time now. With everything on the board, if they could.
Wow, I mean, do you just see what the Black Market Merchant actually nabbed himself a deny? So that is a possible way.
It's huge!
Yeah, it's huge, right? That also means that Peta is 1 less denied in his deck, and, you know, even if he gets a Lee Sin, he gets that counterplay for himself as well. So I think BZ Cup right here, he might be running out of gas, but, you know, with this top deck as well of the Yoda Grifter, he might be able to get more gas from his opponent's deck.
At the very least, there is not too many heavy utilities that he could basically be all too concerned of from KDF Peta for the temporary measure. Just trying to keep himself alive. At the same time, could only deal 1 damage if he just swing with a singular elusive unit. So just gotta take precaution once again. A lot of mana still unutilized. Oh, there we go. A little bit more buff. 4 HP back. It's a good deal.
Yep, Yoda Grifter coming straight right down. He nabbed himself a concussive palm. That might be something that he is looking for to, you know, just stop this Dragon Link from gaining health this turn. And, you know, just taking 1 damage is totally fine. And Peta, at this point in time, still no champions in sight. It's gonna be looking bad for him as turn goes by. So BZ Cup have to try to capitalize as fast as possible, immediately firing off the concussive palm onto the Dragon Link. So this way, he's preventing 4 points of healing away from Peta.
Yeah, and it's just gonna be rough because it's a fleeting unit. You just can't do anything with it. So just gotta let it slide, but he does put more on the board just so that he can basically soak the next round. Still gets himself a deny after getting 1 nap. Not too shabby after all. You can deny the deny if you'd like to.
Yeah, that is possible play, right? But what he's really digging for is his Lee Sin. There's still no Lee Sin, there's still no Victor in sight as of right now. So I think BZ Cup there's still a chance for him to win this one, but it's not easy at the same time.
Yeah, he's gonna sacrifice a unit, keeping the deny for a bigger play, as we hope. Both now tied at 9 HP apiece. And, oh, we're already seeing
Another Yoda Grifter.
another one. Okay, very interesting though. KDF Peta will still be able to buy a lot more time with this, as both sides are on a standstill. Here comes the Castaway. Weighing options. Got the Tough on top. He can refill a mana spell if he wants to, and yes, he will
He's going for the
do
pen.
so.
Yeah, for the Tough instead this time. So, you know, right here, Peta got the bot filled up once again. So it seems like BZ Cup don't really have a way to push into damage, right? At the same time, you have to be really careful of the Dragon Link as well. Drawing 2 cards, getting himself that Sejuani off the top deck, but he's unable to cast her this turn. So things might be a little bit more, you know, he might play a little bit more conservative this turn, because a full swing right here is definitely not exactly that recommended.
Yeah, I would still say it's perfect timing for the Sejuani. Now it's late game, and she's going to be able to get out there. And once those Frostbites come in, not much that KDF Peta can do, but hoping to find ways to, of course, utilize that deny in perfect order. Now, both sides having 6 units of his on board, not making any drastic measure. Once again, Still has the battle bot. Okay. Now, it's looking a little bit dicey. What's the right play here, Moonboy? Like, it's about whoever makes the first call here to hope for the best, you know? Like, if you were to clear off BC Cup's units overall, he's got more to expend. Hasn't been used a parley. He's been keeping it reachable at any given scenario, or just so that perhaps he could just basically chip a little bit more damage along the way.
But I would say as of right now, I think BC Cup got the upper hand based on what does he have in his hand, right? Yes, this 3 elusive damage is going to be really difficult to be dealing with, but you still need 3 more turns for him to, you know, close off the game. So, but this attack coming in from Peta, this still shows that there is no Lee Sin in his hand yet, right? There's still no Lee Sin in his hand. He haven't drawn into it. So BZ Cup still have the timing or the opportunity for him to close off this game. Yes, take this 3 damage, play the Sejuani down the next turn. You could do a lot more as well. Eye of Naga Boros, draw himself 2 more cards, and at the same time growing the tentacles to 5/5. And you know, he's comfortable as of right now, right? But he's still on the clock. He's on the 3-turn clock, and he has to make a play to you know, at least remove this elusive unit the next turn.
Yeah. Now down to 5. I believe that BZ Cup on the next turn, he's just gonna put all hands on deck. Like, we hope to basically see it though. Now, if that actually happens, KDF definitely will have to really weigh in what sort of alternatives he can basically rely on. So Peta, okay, just looking at the current situation, I think like he'll be able to at least maybe absorb 1 round, at the very least 1 round.
Yeah. But I think, you know, that was a very good pass coming in from BZ Cup, right? Just passing, because knowing that Peta had yet to commit anything this turn. So he's still at full mana, just passing it back to him and see what kind of play he does. So, and he got to be, you know, careful for, if he plays the Sejuani, he must have enough mana to go for the deny as well, because he have the Ionia Tailstone in his hand. So you have to play around things like, you know, Homecoming, so that you don't get the Sejuani bounce off the map the same turn.
Very careful plays from both ends. And BZ Cup hoping to score a back-to-back win, but finding it so difficult against Peta, the defending champion, I would say. And this is the reason why Peta has been one of the most respected players across APAC. He just runs control decks so well, understanding what are his limits overall. As all these buffs come in, he finally lands the Lee Sin. Question is, does he drop it this round? Looks likely it's going to be another pass. Just hoping for BZ Cup to pull off the moves, and here comes the Sejuani.
Yep, immediately coming straight right down, level up as well. So, you know, even though right here, Peta drew into his Lee Sin, you still have to be really careful of the Sejuani, right? Because that Sejuani is going to be freezing the Lee Sin, and Lee Sin is not going to be doing his shenanigans even if he's frozen. So, and right here, you know, Peta really have to try to calculate what kind of, you know, how can he fully utilize that Ionian Tailstone for him to you know, ultimately get more value out of it as well.
Now, both of the champions on the board. Lee Sin involves as well. 4-6. Let's have the challenge. But then again, this Sejuani is huge. So, I don't think even with a Dragon's Rage, like, you'll be able to knock her out just about yet. And she's got Overwhelm. Oh, worrying time. Waiting for a full-fledged attack. And it's still not enough. Okay, we'll be able to bring it down to 3 HP. Gotta go in for play.
Tailstone into Homecoming, right? This is the only play that he could have. Homecoming and try to remove the Sejuani off the board. So this way, you know, she wouldn't be doing too much impact in this game. But, you know, later, do you know, BZ Cup has a deny in his hand, but Peta have a deny in his hand as well.
Has a barrier on top.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. The denies are out. Oh, boy. But good job on Peta, though. Like, he prepared so well for this, and at the maximum, we're only looking at a single drop of damage being done. And look at what he has. He could just basically strike the Nexus again.
Yeah.
Back to back for mana. And though it may not be enough to just knock out BZ Cup on the next round. Perhaps this will be well prepared enough. So, trouble looms ahead. 4 HP left on BZ Cup, 7 for Peta.
Yep. So BZ Cup got another decision to make right here. Is this the turn for him to drop down Sejuani once again, because he have that combat shot, the warning shot in his hand as well. So that Sejuani would be able to freeze the Lee Sin the next turn, so that he prevent him from doing any form of open attack shenanigans. So if he got to decide, right, is this turn to play for the turn for him to play Sejuani, this right after this.
Indeed. Dealing a little bit more damage as the ballistic bot continues to get stronger with every spell. 2 HP, that's all he needs. Alright, Sejuani is back in. It's gonna have it frozen in time for only a short glimpse. 6-2. So not enough to take out Sejuani, but can be tanked off by any form of these units out there, so you won't expect the bot to be out. Okay, all he needs is 1 extra damage onto BZ Cup, and then he'll be able to utilize that single cost spell to end the game if he wants to. Oh, doesn't seem like he has the best options. Does have the scout on board if he would like to find alternatives onto clearing at the very least 1. Oh, okay.
Scout on Lee Sin. Right, so I think he's going for a double attack Lee Sin this turn. So, but he still needs to try to trigger the challenger onto Lee Sin. But however, the Sejuani is still on board, right? So with a warning shot in his hand, he could still freeze the rest of Peta's bot. So he got to be Peta have to calculate that if he wants to go for the win this turn. But if not, at 1 HP, he could win the next turn with the
next
Ignite.
turn itself.
Yeah.
Like, he has to do it right here, right now. Just gotta get whatever chances he could possibly get to at least find ways to stall. Now, warning shots being fired. Oh boy, that's gonna hurt for a little bit more. But still unfazed for KDF Peta. Still weighing in. Oh, there comes the kick. And now, BZ Cup definitely having a little bit of a shaky hands right there.
Yep, I believe right here, Peta will be able to close off the game. He got a weapon in his hand, and he could equip it to the elusive unit, right? So equip it with it, and there's nothing that BZ Cup could do.
Indeed.
Yep. So if he see likely Peta is seeing that play, so just equip the equipment onto the 0-1 and just fly right in. And BZ Cup have no choice but go for the Isle of Nagakaboros, and hopefully he finds an answer for this elusive unit. But instead he passes the turn straight right back, and I think BZ Cup right here, he has no choice but to go for an open attack this turn. If not, it's gonna be too late. Start off with the Isle of Nagakaboros as well. Nothing much in his hand that is gonna be reactive, and I believe this is it. He just surrenders, and Peta will be taking home. And this is gonna be 1:1 as we're moving straight right to game number 3.
What a beautiful game, and we do have ourselves a series to kick things off here on the very first match. Peta now brings the point forward and still vying for his chance to proceed. Now, look at the final deck though. Now, we do have Twisted Fate along with the Nami. So this is an interesting deck that is relatively low cost, and you basically just get to roll so much. So it's interesting to see this going up against the Gangplank Sejuani yet again.
Yep, but however, the hand is always really, starting hand is always really important for the Nami TF players, right? You have to try to dig into your Nami, and hopefully you get to play her by turn 4, and hopefully she's level up. So, by the looks of it, there's still no champion in his hand, but BZ Cup, on the other hand, is looking great, right? He got the right cuts in his hand as well. He got those, he would be able to get those early plunder trigger off if he managed to pull it off.
Right? Really going in to tank off 2 damages off. And KDF Peta, he could still ease things out here. Now, let's take a look at what BZ Cup brings in, as Marai is now on the board. Won't be able to have options for an attack though, so he's got to hold back for the moment. Unless the spell comes in. Okay.
Right, so he's going to be fetching himself a 1-cost unit off that spell as well. So this actually did not allow BZ Cup to have a good plunder trigger the next turn, because you know that Maria wouldn't fetch him a 0-3, which is not going to be doing too much during combat phase. So right here, BZ Cup, you know, he could just block with the 0-3 and just, you know, for protection's sake, but he's unable to get any plunder trigger off. So if this delays on further into the game, it's gonna be delaying BZ Cup's game plan further and further, where Peta would be able to capitalize once, you know, he got the Nami set.
That's true. Quickly coming in with Make It Rain. We'll be able to at least take one off of it. Lucky enough, maybe 2 damage onto the Nexus. So good way to at least kick things off for BZ Cup. While he manages any necessities. Oh, he's gonna trade right back.
Wow.
And thinking you could do, I could do exactly the same, or even better.
Wow, there's a good make it rain coming in from Peta, right? Just immediately taking out both of the units that have attacks on it. So this way he's protected from combat this turn. And BZ Cup once again is on the back foot again. So, you know, the only play that he could have this turn is probably go for the Make It Rain into the Black Market Merchant and hopefully nab something useful from your opponent's deck.
He's got another Coral to work with as well. He's gonna drop it on the board and still get a little bit more mana in return for spells. That'll make it rain as you assume it to be. It's just gonna be a little bit slow burner on the early round. He does get the elusive unit on board. Oh, do you like it when the money chimes come in?
Yeah, but he nabbed himself a Eye of the Dragon. That's something good that he wants to see, right? So, you know, Eye of the Dragon, if he casts 2 spells, he gets himself a Dragon Link, which could able to allow him to sustain a little bit more. But looking at his hand, there's no spells available for him to, you know, activate the Eye of the Dragon. But still, it is still a unit after all. So, you know, he's happy to just play it down this turn.
Yeah. Fair exchanges overall. Both sides only losing 2 HP on board. Left with only 1 mana. Could still drop a follower unit for a BZ Cup before he starts off the next turn. And there we go. Eye of the Dragon is now online.
Yep. So BZ Cup still have to try to find answers or try to find ways to deal, you know, damage into Peta's Nexus. So, you know, likely he's going to be playing the Pit Over Castaway. Hopefully get himself an impact weapon of that as well. Is it going to be it? Yes, he did. So, you know, that's exactly what he's looking for. And I think, you know, he's chilling as of right now.
Yeah. For now, BZ Cup will have a little bit of a lead on that early game, I would assume. But still have to deal with very pesky elusive units that will just slowly chip into his health bars. But he's not all too concerned. He's just going to be able to at least get some good damages done. As much as those units are vulnerable, none of these other followers from Peta will be able to clear it just yet.
Yep.
A lot of 1-drops though that he could utilize for the next turn. Definitely not going to be swinging everything at one go.
Black Market Merchant trying to pick himself a Shelly away from Peta. That is a key piece that Peta is looking for and is stolen away right here. His 1 Shelly shot. So there's only 2 Shelly left in his hand, in his deck, and he have to try to dig in much further to get him.
Well, not too sure how much more can he actually nab though. Usually lightning don't strike twice unless, you know, you get more black market guys to
Steal your stuff.
Oh, this is a heavy 5-point hitter. Nothing much that BZ Cup could do though. And this is just a little bit more of a rinse and repeat process for KD and Peta from here on.
Yep, definitely. But BZ Cup right here is on the offense because he got his units right, he got the right tempo going on as well. And I believe this is the 4th or 5th trigger coming in for Gangplank and Sejuani. So the next turn, it might be huge if this 2 champion is level up this turn.
Indeed. Well, here we go. Now he can at least deal with
The elusive.
2 of the elusives on 2 separate turns. So, other than that, I mean, Peta, if he wants to invest in some spells, he could opt to do so as well. It's just really tricky scenario now that there is also all 6 units on board for our BZ Cup side to really launch a heavy attack You really don't want to sacrifice the elusive units from KDF Peta too.
Yep.
Has a deny on hand. Not that there's any spells that BZ Cup's going to be utilizing for now, but if Sejuani or Gangplank moves directly into play, which will happen, we'll be able to at least get one Frostbite off, making it vulnerable, and suddenly Tides of Turn make it a lot more manageable for BZ Cup.
Yeah, but we can't forget the fact that Peta actually have the Ionian Tailstone in his hand, right? So, you know, it's going to be getting him a Homecoming, which would potentially bounce the Sejuani away as well on the same turn. So, you know, this is exactly what he's going to do because, you know, you don't really want the Sejuani on board, and removing it out of play is the best play.
That's right. Just negating that while still thinking on which targets to really going for the block, if ever the case. If you were on Peta's side, you'd definitely be caught thinking like, okay, this is 13 damage on the board still.
Yeah,
like,
that's
you have
lethal.
to make sacrifices. There's no other choice.
Yeah, but I think Homecoming on the frozen Bubblefish is not the optimal play because, right, you know, the Overwhelm is going to be coming in as well. So I believe this is a visual bug, right? Immediately going in, he got the Homecoming, I believe. This is the second Homecoming that he actually have.
Yes, he does. Okay. And finally finding that solution, though. In the nick of time.
Yep, just bouncing 2 units away from BZ Cup. So this way, there's nothing that, you know, it's just avoiding lethal, right? But how long can you avoid at this point in time? Yes, you could replay your unit once again and push in 5 damage the next turn. And, you know, BZ Cup could still play the Shelly if Peta starts a interaction. So I believe this is going to be an open attack Heath if he really wants to push in the damage.
Very likely so. And if there's any retaliation, that will be easy met by a lot of the spells that Peta has for the moment. He's just wondering if there's any sort of counterplay coming from BZ Cup, though. It's keeping him guessing. We do have Eye of Nagaboros. Nagakaburus?
Nagakaburus.
What a mouthful, honestly. So, BZ Cup, he's still able to tank, at least for a good certain round or so. Actually, to the tree, if you calculate it.
Does Peta have the win? 2, 4, 6, 5. He might have lethal, but I'm not sure if it's enough, right? But
Clock's ticking.
yep. So I believe I think he did the math. There's no way that he could get lethal. I think BZ Cup right here, the play is definitely to play down the Shelly, but instead he chooses to go for the pass this turn.
Okay. Now, more and more units to tank true. Gangplank though, being summoned in. Oh boy.
Yep.
Feels like a high tide incoming.
Bilgewater is his and his alone. That's what he said, right? So he's just going in, coming in with a presence. And this just taunts Peta. Do you have lethal this turn? If you don't, right, BZ Cup is going to be closing off the game next turn as well. This is a big 5 damage elusive swing coming in. And I believe, you know, the other 2 units is it's definitely going to be blocked because right here, BZ Cups really have to try to manage the amount of health he have on his Nexus.
That's right. And there's only so much that he could possibly do right now. And Peta basically put everything on the line. Oh. Rough way to kick off our decider match between the two. And nobody would actually expect for Peta to crash out so early, but we've seen him clutch things off time and time again. And oh, what did he have right there on hand?
Yep, immediately going in for the Uchi style as well. I think what he's trying to do, he wants to remove the GP away from play, right? So that, you know, he has no Gangplank the next turn. But later do we know there's another one in his hand for the next turn as well. Or he could potentially go for the Sejuani and just close it off.
All right. I guess there's still a lifeline.
Yep.
Now that Gangplank's off the board. Sejuani is definitely a different story. We'll get to that later on. So let's see how this one plays out, though. Because he does get those 5 damage true. And next round, he may need to make a lot more sacrifices than that for KDF Peta. BZ Cup treading cautiously. Just sad to see champions to just get crushed the moment that they landed on board, right? Like, that's what I always fall prey to. Like, yeah, you get especially those units like Ezreal, those with low HP bars, like Twisted Fate, even Fist, and like, oh, look what we have for you.
Bye-bye.
Mystic shots. That's what you eat.
Yeah, but the thing is that these champions are just too impactful in this game, right? Like, you know, Sejuani, Gangplank, they are just big hitters in this game. Immediately, BZ Cup drops the second Gangplank as well. And this is big questions for Peta, right? What do you have? What kind of answers do you have to deal with me? Ionian Tailstone off the top deck. And that is going to be a homecoming once again to remove the GP out of play this turn. So things are still looking good for Peta. There's still, you know, light at the end of the tunnel for this control player right here just because of this big draw.
Such calculated plays, and it just arrived on time. Oh man, must be frustrating to be on BZ Cup's side. Still trying his hardest, now swinging with all his might. Okay. We'll be able to outlast this, I hope. There we go. Homecoming!
Right?
Honey, I'm home.
Mommy, I'm home.
And next episode, honey, who shrunk the kids?
Well, but this homecoming did stall a little bit of time, but I believe the spell or the skill that, you know, GP actually activates still goes off. So those one damage or 1 health, 1 to 2 health units is still gonna be removed from play this turn as well, even though the GP is out. So, you know, he still have to manage the board once again the next turn. So this is a big question, right? How is he gonna deal with this?
I gotta say, both sides have fantastic ideas throughout their run. You saw how convincingly BZ Cup, back in round 1, took out Peta without much of an issue. But as time goes by, here we see only 2 HP left. Now, good chance for BZ Cup. Remember this, I have Nagagakuros still available.
Right.
Sejuani available as well.
Nap himself at deny and gets a warning shot of that Yoda Grifter as well. One more warning shot and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. So BZ Cup must dig a little bit further. He got the resources. He got that Riptide Sermon in his hand as well, and it's denied to you know, deal with Peta's deny. So I believe right here, BZ Cup got the lethal. Is just, would he be, you know, daring enough to pull the trigger this turn?
Wow. I definitely don't want to see any of these players on my lobby. Like, I don't even know how to deal with this, and just watching how Comdong Freak's Peta managing to outlast this for so long. Now he's got a quick attack as well. So really trying to pull strings from BZ Cup, like put whatever you want on the board. I'm still going to be able to manage, and I'm going to be able to do it time and time again. Now, Eye of Nagakaburos
Did you find the answer that he
finally
needs? No answer right here. I believe this is it, ladies and gentlemen, as KDF Peta managed to just close off the round this turn and take off the win away from BZ Cup. 2-1 win going straight right to KDF Peta.
What a turnaround of events. BZ Cup almost basically taking it down. Only with 2 HP left, Comdong Freak's Peta has done it again. Amazing first series that we've got here on hand, and man, you just gotta speak to this legend to really know what goes on behind that mastermind of his, because that play was breathtaking. Like, nobody saw it coming.
Yep.
I was overwhelmed that he basically got it on the final card.
Well, I mean, he got those buff cards in his hand, right? But, you know, playing that Bubblefish, I believe BZ Cup should have fired off that Riptide Summon right there. Like, that is probably the misplay coming in from his opponent. And Peta just took advantage of that and just combo off the right amount of damage and just go for the big swing that he needs to close off the game. Eye of Nagakaburos unable to fetch a second warning shot for BZ Cup, and that basically, you know, sealed the deal for him.
Yeah, it was quite the risky play, I would say. Like, both sides were relying on that very final turn, and honestly, the chances are looking, what, say 60 to 40 at first in favor of BZ Cup, and then, oh boy, Peta just built different, I would say. But all in all, like, what an exciting series when we started off with, of course, BC Cup. They're going with something so aggressive, and then on the second round, it ended off on a very similar fashion in such a way that the way that he controlled the pacing and basically denied multiple opportunities, making BC Cup squeezing his brains out just to see, okay, do I have enough for the final few ticks of damage? And yet again, he prevailed twice in a row.
Yep, exactly right. I mean, control decks, right? As long as you got the tools in your hand, it's easy for you to just take control of the game, and as long as you make the right play, get the right draw. I believe the best draw right there is the Ionian Tailstone to remove the Gangplank at the very last moment, which he managed to dodge off that loss right over there.
Yeah, and if this is a start, I can't wait to see what's being offered in the Grand Finals. Of course, there's still many more of all these series to come, and before we even get to that, I believe eventually we'll get to speak to one of these gentlemen out there. And speaking of which, we'll have our victor here, KDF Peta, to be, of course, coming here with an interview. Of course, after that hectic round of the game, I'm pretty sure that he needs to take a little bit of breather. So,
yeah,
of course, recapping on both sides with their decks. What are your thoughts heading into the sort of metas that they've been showing out in this very first series?
Well, I think, you know, moving into this meta, right, like Ionian decks are really strong, and Peta actually put that to play and show us that, you know, a triple Ionian lineup is not a lineup to be messing around with, and it has so much range in terms of control, and, you know, it got the healing, it got the combo off as well, you know, with the TF Nami. So as long as you know what you're doing and you get to do those crucial plays at the crucial moment, it could make a lot of difference.
That's right. And speaking of which, let's welcome Comdong Freaks Peta on board. Congratulations, Peta. That was a fantastic win. Both games you were so close on the very final few rounds, and you managed to pull it off. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I feel very very tired, and
I don't hear the player's sound.
I don't know how can I won.
All right. Of course, we'll give Peta a little bit more time. Looks like we'll have to get the mics all checked up for a little bit. But man, you can already see he's taking big gasps of air. We understand that high pressure situation, especially when you're the first seed heading into this competition and already being shaken here on the very first round in the quarterfinals. Of course, it's a lot to take in, but of course we'll get him back on board very shortly. But I think that itself, from the expression,
he's so relieved.
Yeah.
Like, he just took on so much.
Guy.
Yeah, he felt like, you know, there's so much pressure on him throughout the whole game, and I actually felt the pressure as well, right? Like, you know, BZ Cup is not an easy opponent. He really played it really aggressively against Peta as well. So and ultimately him winning both matches by, you know, just by a bit, right? And that really did make him really anxious at the point.
That's right, and he basically pulled every card's right to ensure that he backed himself that victory. And of course, with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, this is when winning matters, and I'm pretty sure for Peta, it means everything. And well, speaking of which, I believe that we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll be giving you a lot more exciting action here on the Snapdragon Pro Series, Legends of Runeterra. See you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
I got
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome back once again to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL, and we are here for more Legends of Runeterra. My name's Contra, this is Moon Boy, and wow, what a series we had back in our very first matchup, and it's KDF Peta that has been able to triumph against BZ Cup, and that was such a nail-biter, you know, like it's just down to that final few moments out there, and it's like you just couldn't really do much with some RNG involved sometimes. So I guess like he was waiting on those options out there. BZ Cup was looking very well prepared, but hey, here's the tap card.
Yeah, I mean, you know, after all, it is a cut game, right? Top decks and everything would come into play, and this is the fun when it comes to, you know, cut games like that, because those crucial top decks is gonna matter, especially when it comes to the final play. We were on the edge of the seat. I'm sure that Peta was like, you know, holding his breath every single turn as well. So I'm just excited to see what's more to come for the rest of the night.
Yeah, and you know, I just really have to go back there, time travel a little bit, like remember all the nabs. He got some good cards, but even with those, he couldn't really do too much. But don't worry, we move along to our next matchup here. We have Void from the Philippines, as he's been able to qualify from the open seedings overall. He's currently ranked 21, and of course, through the qualifier rankings, he's got himself 7th place, and we're excited to see more and more of these Twisted Fate plays.
Yep, I mean, Twisted Fate is still one of the most valuable champions when it comes to value engine, and has so much value coming in. It's so flexible when it comes to Twisted Fate. So, Void, being the Twisted Fate lover that he is, hopefully we'll get more Twisted Fate from him.
That's right. Let's see what kind of card he gets to pick per round, if that's the case. Red card, blue card, yellow card. Well, hopefully, whichever it is, it will bring him to a victory up against his upcoming opponent, which will definitely be quite the challenger, I must say, as he'll be facing off against Rubik.
Yep, Rubik all the way from Korea, coming in with an open seat of 4th place and coming in at 2nd place from Cup number 1. And his favorite champion is Aphelios, and I'm pretty sure his favorite caster is Moonboy because Aphelios is the Moonboy, right?
I guess it could be it. I mean, you don't look like a Luna weapon to me.
Hey, I'm the Luna guy himself.
Okay. Just don't shoot laser beam through your eyes, because I know you're keeping those shades on for a very good reason. So, that's it. Question is, what type of decks are we seeing for now? A little bit of mixed bag coming in from Rubik, as we're having the Nami Twisted Fate, which we have seen in the previous matchup. On top of that, it's the Gangplank Sejani, very much meta in the Korean competitive scene right now of Legends Runeterra. And then, to top it all off, it's Misfortune alongside with Quinn. So that definitely will be a high-tempo aggro deck that we'll look forward to. What about Void from the Philippines? Because we got something interesting here.
Yep, however, on the other hand, Void, it's all about playing it control once again, right? We got Athlin, Viego for his very first deck. It's all about control, right? With those SI cuts in his hand. And next up, we got Heimendinger. Nora is all about generating those value, generating those additional units from the portals and the Heimendinger himself. And last but not least, Twisted Fate Nami. What else is there to say about this deck? This deck is in almost every single one's lineup.
I want to ask you this, Moonboy. Like, what are the chances here that we do see a mirror matchup between the same exact decks? Because you can see on the first option of Rubik and the third option for Void, they're basically running the same thing, but of course the difference will be the composition in terms of the cards that he has. But let's take a look at Rubik first and foremost as we dive into his Bilgewater and Demacia comp. Of course, you see a bunch of Misfortunes as well as Quinn. But is there any particular cards that we're eyeing up on? Because I'm looking at 2 copies of Genevieve Einhardt. That's going to be a pretty huge one. And of course, we would see this to be a running team with the Eye of Nagakaburos as well as Riptide Sermon to be the main playmakers of the game.
Yep, I mean, you're in Bilgewater, you have to add these 2 cards in your deck, right? It's basically Bilgewater, just add these 2 copies of these cards into your deck, right? And Misfortune Guang Scouts. This deck is no strangers to everyone. This deck is all about having multiple attack again and again, and it's all about those aggressiveness coming forward. But let's just take a look at what the future deck of Void is gonna be, and it's gonna be this Nami Twisted Fate deck, right? We have seen this deck ran previously in the previous game as well, so it's all about those elusive units and buffing them with Nami. We have not seen Nami in action in the previous game, so hopefully, Void will be able to bring it out this time around.
That's right, and you can already see from the list of spells that he has a plenty of it. Very defensive though, with Concussive Palm, Deny on top of it, Nopeify. Like, he just want to say nope to everything that his opponent's gonna throw at him. Meanwhile, he's just going to be whipping out at least a couple of Wiggly Burblefish as a mid to late game insurance at the very least. So it's going to look pretty interesting with a lot of 1-drops involved. Well, actually, the 1-drops, of course, including the spells all together. Wuji style. Okay, that's something that we don't always get to see in most of all these decks, but it definitely will be very feasible, especially when you're running it on that Twisted Fate itself.
Right. I mean, we have seen Uji style in action the last game, right? This is a new card in this new set as well. That's going to be so flexible in combo decks like this as well.
So we do expect to see a really decent pacing coming in from both sides. Void definitely has a sort of game plan where you want to slowly drain them out, and I know I'm gonna say this out a lot. Playing your cards right, whenever you have Twisted Fate online, like you have options to roll because of the fleeting cards that will come in very handy. But of course, it's all about getting themselves into that perfect scenario once again. But faring up against Rubik, do you think that he will be having enough gas in the tank to roll?
Well, I think it's all down to Rubik, right? How aggressive is he going to be? I feel the most aggressive deck is likely going to be MF Quinn, the Scouts deck. So, you know, Gangplank Sejuani is still manageable in terms of whatever Void is going to bring. So, I mean, we just have to wait and see what are they going to be doing this. But I believe the weakest deck in Void's lineup is likely going to be the Heimerdinger Nora. And, you know, Rubik might be able to capitalize on this because of this. You know, his decks are just too fast, right, and too wide for the Nora Heimerdinger to deal with early on in the game.
Exactly, and when you talk about Nora as well as Heimerdinger, there's a lot of RNG involved. Sure, you can rely on all these sort of turrets that the Heimer could basically churn out from every single round, but whatever Nora gives, you're just gonna take. Like, I think like the options here are really good. In a way, like Nora functions like, well, a lower cost Aurelion Sol in a certain way.
It kind of, yeah.
So I do fancy the chances, especially when Nora could just easily clone herself into that yet again, making it quite troublesome for the opposers to deal with. So that's something that we'll foresee happening in the upcoming match. But with this one on board, so it's basically aggro versus control yet again. So it is something that we've been able to catch a glimpse of during the match between BZ Cup as well as Peta. The last one went by really swiftly. So if it continues to be the same trend, is there like a record time, if ever the case? But all in all, like it really goes down to first few mulligans. Of course, sure, some of these cards may be low cost, but you gotta draw the right cards.
Right, definitely, right. And especially when, you know, it's not exactly running on a triple Ionia lineup, so he don't really have much healing options, right? Because we have seen, you know, Eye of the Dragon is the one that's keeping him alive and just waiting, you know, just prolong his game a little bit more. And, you know, the only Ionia deck that Void have is that TF Nami, and there's no Eye of the Dragon in the deck. So, you know, how is he going to sustain against this heavy hitting style coming in from Rubik? And that's the big question, right? How is Void going to deal with it?
Yeah, we'll see what kind of buffs he could possibly get out of it, though, as Nami does provide a little bit more sustenance, if that's actually a word. Well, when we look into how this sort of dynamic works, I think like it's still relatively interesting on how you could still have a really good run, at least on the very start of the game. Heading to late game, would still have possibly decent attempts coming in to clear it with at least few damage to be done per round.
Yep, yeah, that's exactly right. So, you know, but however, I think Void still have a few options coming in, right? Like, you know, for example, the Nora Heimerdinger deck, there is Hit Spike, that's Quietus. These are probably his early game ways for him to deal with the units on his opponent's side. But how long or how much of this kind of spell is he going to be drawing into to last into the late game?
That's definitely a huge question, because, yeah, when it comes down to so little of all these sort of followers, you're just basically relying on spells and spells. So when you do draw the right ones, hell yeah, you're just going to be rolling with the punches. But when you don't, or you're just hoping that you have enough followers to even try to defend, that could prove to be quite the huge issue here when you do utilize this sort of composition where you don't really have too many followers to begin with. So you're hoping for summons overall, based on what the Heimerdinger as well as Nora could possibly provide. But what if there's a spell incoming? Could you deny it? Could you block all these sort of things that's being thrown in the way? Or even worse, like with aggro comp, this Heimerdinger and Nora might just be absolutely crushed the moment that they land.
Yep, that's exactly right. So I believe, you know, players are getting into the lobbies right here, and you know, let's just talk a little bit about bans, right? A draft when it comes to what kind of decks that you don't want to see. And I believe, you know, right here, Void might be banning the MF Queen, right? You know, you don't really want to deal with scouts. It's too aggressive, and you know, nothing in his lineup could deal exactly with it. And I believe, you know, Rubik might be banning either the Viego or the Nami TF deck. So I foresee this ban's gonna happen, but I don't know. Let's just see what they're gonna pick.
Yeah, probably that. And when it comes down to what they've been able to both show on hand, the Nami and TF combo are on both sides, so they know exactly how that deck works, and they're essentially going to be able to find ways to counter. Perhaps maybe there's also a chance where he wants to make things a little bit uncomfortable. So just basically having one of them being removed, or you know, both of them might not even get their hands on those decks, and then we're gonna see full-fledged exciting matches on our way. That's what I really do hope for on the brighter side, just to see a different form of play style coming in from both of these players. And speaking of which, here we have the picks and bans. We have here Rubik not getting any sort of access to his Nami and Twisted Fate, and you're absolutely right on the call where Void won't be able to get his hands on the Viego.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, off we go. This is game number 1 of the second game right here, and it's going to be Rubik going up against Toxic Void, as Void is going to be at the bottom side of the screen with TF Nami. On the top side is Rubik on Scouts.
Starting off really strong here. 3 units immediately netting him 3 points, or should I say -3 on to Void's Nexus. Now, coming in with the Coral Preacher, gets himself 1 mana to work with. Very little spells though.
Yep, there's nothing much controlling in his hand, and this Misfortune is going to be definitely coming down without any punish coming in, and there's a really nice skin coming in on the Misfortune, and there's some animation on it as well, right? So, you know, this next attack is going to be strong, because right here, once the Scout deck finds his MF, you know, if you're just going to pop off it, they are just going to roll with it, and it's going to be really difficult to stop them, especially with the Misfortune on board.
Yeah, just softening the blows here. We'll have the last breath to be activated. Now, that's a whole lot of high-cost cards for Void, so not too much that he could possibly offer here on this defensive round. But at least putting 1 more unit on the board should be able to at least hold him for a little longer. Now, double Scouts. Okay, this is starting to get slightly tricky. But then again, Void, he's got HP to expend for the moment.
Yep, but you know, this particular Island Navigator top deck is what he's looking for, right? That is a perfect top deck for turn number 4. Just draw it and just put it down. You get 2 creatures of it as well. And even though Void have that concussive palm, it's still really difficult to deal with, because you know, this Scouts is just going to be attacking twice, and it's going to be triggering MF twice as well. So it's just looking not that well for Void right here, but you know, he's just going to be delaying the game, and hopefully he gets to play down his unit or even play the TF by turn 4.
There we go. Should be able to draw a decent exchange. Shots are being fired right now. On to the Nexus it goes. It's quite the number, I would say. Only within 2 rounds already having 6 damage dealt. It's not even over just yet. So let's see if he finally decides to go in for a block. We'll have to sacrifice the Coral Creature. Now,
You cannot win.
gotta ensure that he does not take any more of that damage, and please taking out a few more from the board. So Rubik now with a little bit more of a lead, but now with 5 mana, a lot of possibilities available for Void. So what are the best options here?
Yep, he could just start off with the Disciple as well, you know, just spend 1 mana and see what Rubik has to offer this turn. And Rubik top decking yet another Island Navigator, and that is Like, that's something that he wants to see, right? Gets those scout unit on so that he could get those stacks on, and Misfortune would be able to level up the next turn if this scout's attack goes on. So, even though Void have a second concussive palm in his hand, it's just, slowly delaying the inevitable, but I don't think he still have a way to deal with the Misfortune anytime soon.
Yeah. For now, just gotta sit tight and see if he could just reduce the damage being done. Oh my goodness. This is the reason why you mentioned that this deck should be taken out instead. Like, it's so obnoxious. Sure, 1 damage goes through. Don't think it's ever a threat. Rubik should just easily take this one. Just a little pinch. Goes back on hand. 4 more mana though. I think he's saving it for the next round, probably.
Yeah, I mean, he could... There's nothing much that he could do, right? He could just pass it off this turn, or he could just play back the Disciple via the spell, draw himself a card, and see what that card could potentially bring him, what he could potentially fetch. And, and he's still adding a blocker into the fight the next turn as well, but instead going in for the TF, and a blue card or even a red card might be tempting here, but Rubik got the 1 mana spell in his hand that could give every single unit tough this turn, so the red card is definitely not going to be doing too much impact for Rubik.
Yeah, could only eliminate 1 though. Okay.
Yep.
Got the toughness on top. Absolutely denied. My word. These cards don't matter, I would say.
Yeah, it did not matter. That TF literally did nothing to Rubik this turn. Yes, you got yourself another blocker this turn, but, Rubik is still going to be getting 2 attacks the next turn. Yes, it's going to be leveling up the MF, even though Void have that, the concussive palm in his hand. It's not going to be doing too much.
Got the Nami in hand though. Now Void. Okay. The way that he should respond to this is to let through the scout's attack, and then that's where he starts to find ways to react. Oh, Rubik holding back, wondering if there's any sort of spells that could have possibly caused a little bit more harm. But regardless, just looking at the hands right now, not so favorable for Void. Not the best, but not the worst either.
Yep, this open attack is not punishable for Rubik, there's Void, there's nothing much that you could do. You could go for the concussive palm. Like, there's only one play this turn, right? It's definitely gonna be the concussive palm. But when is the right time for him to firing it off? And you don't want to be taking 6 damage off this one attack. And Rubik have yet to play anything off his hand as well. So Void have to really calculate, and I believe it's not looking great as the turn goes by.
And that's 4 mana to be blown off as well. So opting to take out the Misfortune instead. Perhaps that could be just a little bit of a slight hindrance for Rubik, but we're not going to be faced altogether. Now Void starting to have a lot more worries once he does utilize this concussive palm though. So next turn, even on the attack, I don't see much possibilities that he could basically take off most of these followers off the board just about yet.
Yep, so immediately firing off the concussive palm onto the Misfortune, so this way, she wouldn't be able to get the overwhelm attack through the next turn, and at the same time, Void will have an additional blocker for the next attack as well. But now is the time for Rubik to reinvest into his board, right? He got the Maria Warden, he could fill back up his board as well. Even though MF is stunned, she could still level up off the next attack, and the passive is going to change as well. It's going to be doing 3 additional damage into Voice's Nexus, and it's just not looking good as turn goes by.
Yeah, but at the very least, with the buff on top of the Twisted Fate, he could basically remove 1. Here we go. He's possibly looking for the Tides again. Out of mana though, so probably utilizing it next turn. A little bit more elusiveness. I think this is just Void quickly stopping the bleeding at the very least. but that's not gonna be enough because you're here needing to basically match up with the punches. Currently, Rubik is just 10 HP up ahead. Oh, rough calls indeed. But Rubik, I mean, he could still go in for exchanges. But
Riptide Summon immediately firing off onto the Dragon as well, right? One less blocker for Rubik to deal with, and he's having that tempo advantage, right? Even though Void is going to be playing the second Bubblefish this turn as a blocker, he could still go for a big push, and it's still ultimately 4 damage going through as Miss Fortune levels out right here as Void, right? There's only 3 units for him to block 4 creatures, 4 units on Rubik's side of the board, but it's not even going to be trading because the MF passive is just going to be removing every single unit away from Void.
Oh man. That's to this point, even the Twisted Fate has to go. Okay. 1 HP and a dream. Next round, still not looking likely for him to get anything done against Rubik though. Solid performance overall. This is where I believe that Void concedes defeat. We'll have to give this round over to Rubik.
Yep, that's a really clean game number 1 coming in from Rubik, and that is what we are afraid of, right? This is basically what we're afraid of when it comes to scouts. This amount of aggression coming in. Are you ready to deal with it? If you're not gonna ban it, you got to deal with it. And apparently Void just took it head on.
Yeah, and of course that definitely leaves a little bit of a wound, but he's not all too battered and bruised just yet. So at least with this being the first deck, he doesn't really have to worry too much on the second drafting itself. Now we'll be able to see Gangplank Sejuani for Rubik. Meanwhile, here we finally have Nora versus Heimerdinger. Okay, this matchup. What do you foresee overall? So, I guess for Nora's case, expect the unexpected in essence. But Rubik's got to pile on the same sort of aggression that we have seen as compared to what we saw in the first round itself.
Yep, so I think it's all about early aggression coming in for Rubik, right? He got this early game with this really good hand for the mulligan phase as well. But however, on the top side, Void hand is not exactly looking that great, right? There's no early game pressure, there's no early game defense, for him as well. No Nora in sight, no portal generator on site as well. So, if he allows Rubik to actually go on a rampage for the first 2 to 3 turns, it might be looking really bad for him later on in the late game.
Yeah. Opt to switch out 3 of his cards. And Rubik has got warning shots fired. Void. It's just gonna have to take it.
Yep, warning shot in the Jagged Butcher. I believe this is a really easy open attack once again. And it's 4 damage down by turn number 2. And that's not just it, right? It's adding 2 stacks onto the Sejuani and the Gangplank as well. Black Market Merchant coming down, stealing himself a card. And it's gonna be a Vengeance. And that is gonna be huge if, that Vengeance actually lands on the Heimerdinger.
Indeed, and we've mentioned it before, even starting off with this deck, that he doesn't really have that many followers built into the deck, relying on mainly spells, and we're already seeing double Heimerdingers popping up on his hand. But a lot of 1-cost units here that he could basically use to his advantage. Meanwhile, Rubik is just going to be stacking more and more of his arsenal. And this is going to be concerning. On top of that, make it rain, baby. Make it rain.
Yep, make it rain. And there we have Hit Spike immediately countering the make it rain to just remove the Black Market Merchant away from Rubik's side of the board. It's just denying 2 damage, yes, but there's still plunder effect going straight right on as well. As, a second Pirate is going to be coming down. It's going to be 3-3 again.
Yeah, another Jagged Butcher. That's a total of, well, 8 damage.
8 damage. Like
8 damage? Sorry, my math takes a while to generate, right? Well, we got a long day. We'll work on it.
We'll work on it, right? Quietus removing the Shell Shocker away. So this is going to be 3+3. What's 3+3 Contra?
6.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you very much. Wow, quick math aside. 6 damage and nothing to be done. This round just rapidly swings. And finally we do see the Nora coming up online. As fearsome, elusive, quick attack. Is that quick attack? Looks like it.
Fearsome, elusive, and effect.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, having the Nora on board, right? It is a blocker, but at the same time, it generates those portals. And you know, if Void is able to fetch himself those portals, by the next turn, he would be able to buy himself some time, right? But this is a big question, right? Would Rubik allow this Nora to survive? Because there's a vengeance in his hand, and you know, is it really worth it to spend it on this champion right here?
Tough calls to make. Again, just enjoying both sides of the board. Just loving the new whole look of where, you know, Kane. I haven't got my hands on it, but you told me that you probably spend quite an amount.
Yeah, quite a bit of time on Kane.
So do you have any of these?
I mean, I think I have everything.
Everything. Okay. I don't need to bother asking anymore. Okay.
Right, so Vengeance immediately going straight right to the Nora, and and that's it, right? Not allowing Void to have any form of progression in terms of board state, in terms of portal generating as well. 5 mana, ready for Void, right? This might be a good time for Heimerdinger to come right down because there's no counterplay coming in from Rubik, and you know, Rubik is just free to go for the open attack the next turn, or he could go for the Sejuani and just take out the Heimerdinger straight right there. But a top deck mini morph, and that is what Void is looking for. Turn that Sejuani, polymorph it into a 3/3.
Yeah, now he's absolutely vulnerable. Does that bot even contribute to much? At least we'll be able to knock one away. The morph, at least settling the scores with the champions. You lose one, I lose one, but Void's still going to be receiving slight damages. Now Make It Rain should be able to land onto the singular health bot that was being spawned.
And it's not just that, right? It also brings Heimerdinger to 3 health as well, and that also opens up, you know, the Jagged Butcher or even the Minimorph to take out the Heimerdinger.
Oh boy. Burn spot online. Can't really drop it just yet though. More and more of these bots just fully utilizing the effects now. Let's get the charge. We'll be able to at least survive the attack coming in from Make It Rain. But he couldn't really afford to go in for any sort of blocks. Therefore, summoning a orange spot will be able to quickly pull Heimerdinger inwards for the attack. Not much that he could do though. Only 1 mana left. So have to say goodbye to Professor Jaime.
Yep, Professor Heim is immediately going straight right down right here, but Void still have a second copy of Heimerdinger in his hand, so he could still generate more value later on with the Heimerdinger. But you know, Rubik at the same time, he's running really low on gas. But you know, 8 health is not exactly where Void should be. But you know, at the same time, Rubik don't really have the way to, you know, take Void out this turn because of this, you know, 1/1 bots generated by Heimerdinger himself.
At least having the ephemeral on top of that unit would reduce his worries. Therefore, Rubik now just would not be all too phased about this attack. He still has that Heimer to play out. Question is, if he drops it this turn, will he eat a whole lot of damage coming from Nagakuburos again?
Yeah, Shell Shocker coming in. I believe, you know, right here, Void, there's nothing much that he could do. He could, you know, Pokey Stick, try to poke out something away from play, or even he could play down the Heimerdinger this turn. And I believe this is a no-brainer. Riptide Summon, immediately going straight right to the Heimerdinger. And the only play that Void would have is this Hit Spike, and just, you know, removing the Heimerdinger, and just remove 1 unit away from Rubik.
Very tactical stuff coming out. Well, he does at least get 1 bot in return. Both Heimers out. Only 1 more Heimer left in the deck, though. Tough place to be for Void, only having 6 more HP to work with. forcing the cards. Just get more and more stacks for Nora with the created cards from Heimer.
Right, big play coming in from Rubik, going in for the Dread Wave, fetches himself a Gangplank off it, but every single damage is gonna be double right here. But the Ionian the Shadow Owl's Tailstone coming in from Void's top deck is gonna be getting himself that crumble, and that would be the removal for this Dread Wave that he's looking for.
That's right. Even with these options out there, it doesn't seem like it would be able to fair him much of a chance, except for removing the highest cost target with the crumble if he wants to. Will opt to do so. So instead, gonna be looking to target the Eye of Nagakaburus as well. Crumble comes out. Does have the last breath effect. So it's a decent play for him to try to stall for another round at the very least. But his hand's just running dry. Not much, even on the next round. Just trying to ensure that this spell utilized will be worthwhile to buy time for Void.
So Dread Wave immediately removed by the crumble. Rubik going straight right for the attack. There's no much punish right here as well. But you know, it forced Void to go for the full block right here, just leaking 3 damage into his Nexus. But the key points right here is definitely going to be, you know, the death of the 2/2, putting a portal into the top 4 cards of the deck, right? And Void really have to start digging for that portal so that he could at least survive for another combat. If not, it's going to be GG.
There we go. Not favorable still.
Not favorable.
Not at all.
Pokestick coming in, getting himself another draw. So there's still a potential coming in of a portal, but still no portal in sight. So ladies and gentlemen, here we have the Gangplank coming into play to seal the deal. And I believe that is the final nail in the coffin. There's nothing that Void could do with his hand. And Rubik, you know, he's just got a great open attack the next turn to seal the deal.
All 20 HP stacked up against him. And now Rubik just looking upon Void's cards like it's just a fish in the barrel. In fact, what cards? There's no cards on the board. There we go.
Right, the Shen emote has been called out as well. There's nothing that Void could do. He got himself a portal, but it is too late. As Rubik goes for the open attack right here, there's nothing that Void could do but to take every single point of damage coming in as well, as Rubik takes home this series 2-0 against Void.
Beautiful win coming out of Rubik, and look at him go. Sadly, you know, like his smile was covered up, but we could already see his eyes gleaming with joy. Rubik of South Korea will advance forward, heading into the next bracket of the semifinals, probably matching up against Peta.
Yep, I mean, it's gonna be fierce, right? 2 South Korean going up against each other in the semifinals. It's gonna be tough coming in from both players, but, you know, Void was really pushed to the back of the wall, right? There's nothing that he could do, and you know, Rubik literally just took the game for himself.
That's right, and well, 2 really aggressive decks being shown at hand, and basically there's not much of a counterplay that Void could basically come up with in terms of what he has drafted. It's just really harsh the way he had to basically bow out in such a fashion where even though those sort of starting hands, it looked decent at first, and then when you start to take a look at more and more of all these cards that he was up against, he just don't have enough units to be able to soak in the damages, to say at least. Like Jagged Butcher itself, I would say is like one of the best low cost units to basically drop on the board, and you wonder why Bilgewater decks are so favorable heading into this meta.
Yep, I mean, it's so much value coming in, right? Just go turn 1 Warning Shot into a Jagged Butcher. It is already a 3-3. And 1 mana 3-3, that's not basically not a lot of units have the stacks, and it's just so dangerous to be dealing with. And if you have nothing on turn number 2, it's just gonna be hitting you 3 points of damage again. And that's exactly what we saw in the early phase of the game, right? There's no blockers coming in from the Nora Heimer's deck, and that is basically the biggest weakness when it comes to decks like this.
That's right, and of course we'll be having our winner to be speaking to us very shortly. Of course, we give him a little bit of time to, of course, think of the words that he wants to say. Shout out to whoever special to him. But those of you guys who are tuning back at home, make sure you guys stay put, and remember, whenever you guys get the votes, make sure you pop it right there. But for now, let's welcome on board our victor of the match. Rubik, congratulations! You won 2 back-to-back games against Void, and you're proceeding forward, meeting up against Peta. So how are you feeling right now?
네, 혹시 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
I'm feeling pretty good about myself right now. Going into the match, I was feeling a bit awkward with scouts, but fortunately the hand just worked out, and overall, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about myself.
It's great to hear. Overall, you definitely need at least this sort of boost of confidence with this starting round to head into the next one. So, of course, is there a player that you do look forward to face throughout this top 8 bracket? Because we have a lot of great players from South Korea, Thailand as well, and of course you've defeated the sole representative from the Philippines. What do you feel overall about the odds in this tournament?
Right, so as for who I'm looking forward to meeting, it's definitely got to be Peta, because I did lose to him in the first round.
Ooh.
So this is going to be a grudge match.
Oh,
I can get
wow.
the win this time. Yeah.
Well, we definitely hope to see great stuff coming in from your decks later on. Boom Boy, I'm pretty sure you got a lot of questions for him, man.
Well, I mean, you won that grudge match against Peta. How do you think your lineup is going to be matching against his, which is also kind of control focus as well?
Again, scouts I think is a bit of a problem, but I think overall I have good odds into it, so I'm feeling pretty good.
All right.
Right.
That's great to hear. Oh, and of course, we don't want to hold you back for too long, because you have more matches to come, and hopefully we get to speak to you really soon on that semi-final matchup. So thank you so much. It's definitely fun to see you play amazing stuff overall. So we'll catch you next time, Rubik.
Thank you, thank you.
What
Wow.
a cute guy.
Wonderful guy, and like I just love his response. Like like scouts sometimes could be a little bit of a double-edged sword, but he made it look like it's a walk in the park overall in that game 1. My goodness, that like you said, the way he played, this deck should be banned out. So I do look forward if it's open up against Peta, so he does get his grudge match, and this time around flipping the script to his favor.
Yep, so guys, do not go anywhere, because that grudge match will be happening later on in the evening. So we will be, revisiting that particular match later on. But first, sponsors.
That's right. Of course, all this won't be happening without the dear guys from Monster Energy, and you can basically grab a can and unleash the bees, just like how Rubik has been able to unleash the Kraken. So we'll see you guys shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL. And of course, we are here for more cards to be dealt on Legends of Runeterra. Here's Moonboy with me, Contra, as we're going into our third series of the day. Man, it was really rapid. Like the way that Rubik has handled his board, and he came out with the first scout deck that we've seen for today. I wonder what's more to come alongside. Now, the brackets definitely look a lot more interesting from Chiron. So eventually we'll see that question match happening with KDF Peta going up against Rubik. But for now, we have more amazing players to come. So tell me, who's going to be playing up next?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls who are watching Snapdragon Pro Series, this guy is no stranger to us. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you guys KDF Rero, the champions of Split 1 and Split 2 of Season 1. Coming in with a open final seeding of 14 and Cup 2 at 5th place. But do not underestimate this guy, man. He already have 2 titles under his belt.
That's right, and perhaps this is going to be him going on another streak where we see laser sharp focus coming in from Rero already. I love the fact that his favorite champion to utilize is Orden Soul. That's actually my personal favorite. Like, you want to evoke like the craziest comps into the board. This guy is man to do it, but the meta definitely has shifted a whole lot. But now facing out against one of the best healing from Thailand, it's going to be Odyssey, who has gone into the open finals with succeeding and also backed in quite an awards for himself.
Yep, this guy, you know, we've seen him in the World's Championship last year. This guy represented Thailand in the Masters, LR Masters Asia as well. So this guy is no stranger to us in the SEA scene. And, you know, he's just here to wreck the competition. But, you know, his first hurdle right here in the top 8 is that 2-time champion.
That's right. So I believe that all in all, even if this is an elimination bracket for all the players involved, this is the best sort of scrims that they could possibly get heading into, you know, another huge major to come. Because when we look at the form of playstyles that we have so far, we see control decks in the form of Nora, as well as a couple of Namis to be shown, Twisted Fates. This has been the running team that a lot of all these players are going with. Are we about to go with the same sort of ebb and flow when we hit into this matchup?
Yep, so it's gonna be pretty interesting because Odyssey, we know him as a really control style player, but after seeing his you know, deck list this time, and I'm just interested, you know, you guys could see later on. But first off, the decks that is gonna be featured right here, Odyssey with a kind of aggressive to mid-range lineup as well, with MF, Quinn, Scouts, Kindred, Viego, Control, and Poppy Tyric in the mid-range. This guy packed every single style in this lineup.
Well, this is looking very interesting here, especially on that Poppy and Tarek combo that we're witnessing. So that could basically sustain for days and hopefully draw out against Comdong for Freaks reroll, where we're looking at Gangplank Sejuani, which both times we've already been seeing other players utilizing this deck, on top of the Nora Heimerdinger that was played out by Floyd. Although luck wasn't really on his side this time, Rero will hope to count on those lucky stars. But on the final deck, though, Evelyn as well as Viego is definitely something that we will like to see heading to this matchup. And if it goes up against the opponent Viego, well, it's down to the supporting champion on top. So when it comes down to this, it's interesting to see that in terms of playstyle, both sides are having very similar thoughts, but with very different approaches. Let's start off with Odyssey here, especially on this Poppy Taric comp. So, of course, running Demacia as well as Targon, you expect to see a whole lot of big spells to come across. But heading into the late game, I think that's where there's a lot of spikes coming in.
Definitely, and not forgetting, right, Golden Aegis and Relentless Pursuit stacked together with the Tariq, you get multiple scout or even attack in a single turn. You could potentially go up to 3 attack on the same turn itself as well. So, you know, this is the combo that, you know, you should be really afraid of, but at the same time, right, having Poppy and those, you know, units in his deck as well is going to be having a you know, sustainable board, and it's going to be full on Demacia style with this deck.
Yeah, that's what we definitely hope to see. Probably the very first Demacian deck that has been presented throughout the day. Wait, hold up for a minute. Scouts! Don't forget that. Sorry, Rubik. Your play just went really swift and hard. Of course, we'll keep that one in mind. Meanwhile, another Nora Heimerdinger deck, which is very akin to what was being shown by Void early on, except for the fact that we come in with very different spells, and we're looking at the Ruination Vengeance. And on top of that, we definitely hope to see a whole lot of game-changing plays, especially with things like Portalpalooza that will be pretty fun to watch.
Yup, I believe, you know, right here, the key cards that is totally different is definitely going to be that one of Ruination and that one of Unspeakable Horror as well. But, you know, it's going to be a special thing is going to be on the Ruination, because by turn 9, you're supposed to have a pretty established board, right? So Rero knows that, you know, if he could be able to control his opponent with the Ruination if he managed to draw into it.
Now, let's see, well, on both sides of the turf, what will be picked as well as banned out. So when it comes down to options on the table, what do you think is the scariest deck that KDF Rero has for the moment?
Well, I think, you know, likely going to be Viego, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, you know, let's just talk a little bit more about Monster Energy Drink, shall we?
Well, Monster, what can I say? It's once you have a sip, you can unleash the beast. Well, last game we got Krakens on board. This time around, maybe a dragon as a beast. Well, we'll
see.
call that way through, or basically breathe fire upon the fields overall. Well, is it field? Is it a board? Whatever it is, you know, they're about to tear the competition out. But this is basically one of the featured matchups that we have here in the quarterfinals before we hit into the later stages of the bracket. You can cast your votes, head over to the Snapdragon Match Predictions on Twitch, where you could basically discuss with all the other friends that you can make in the chat itself and tell us who's your favorite guy thus far. And now it's Odyssey here with a very different sort of playstyle compared to some of the other plays that we have, especially on that featured depth that we did see. So it could basically have a lot of variety of how he could basically hold the early game, and then just make this Poppy into an unkillable unit heading into the late game.
Yeah, that's possibly his game plan, and I believe, you know, coming in, like going back into the bans, right? Both Viego decks might have a high chance of being banned for this matchup as well. So, you know, we're gonna see Odyssey going into the aggressive, into a mid-range style decks with both the Master decks if the Viego is banned. So, I would like to see what, you know, he have to offer, because he's probably the only player that brought Poppy Tariq into the matchup.
Speaking of which, let's wait no longer. Let's take a look at the banned decks, and there will not be any vehicles on board from both sides. So now we do have the other deck, which is going to be Misfortune. That will be popping up first for, I believe, Odyssey over the top side.
Yep, and I believe right here Rero is on the top side.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah. So Rero manages instead, you know, he chooses for the Gangplank Sejuani to start off the round. But however, on the bottom side, I believe it's the Poppy Tariq to start off as well. So he have to be. This is the scouts to start off the game. So, you know, he have to be really worried of the Sejuani and not allow this Plunder Trigger to go off. If not, you know, Demacia's biggest enemy is definitely going to be those freezes.
Very good mulligan coming in from Odyssey, having Misfortune to be expended on round 3 at the very least. Now, gets a 2-point hitter for Rero. Be able to for Rero. Now, goes in for the nap, as the market dealer is already out. While heading into this turn, though, Odyssey, what does he hope to sway so early on? You want to keep her alive in order to dish out maximum amount of damage later on. And here we go. Starting off with the first engagement. And here goes. Eye for an eye for
Jagged
exchange,
Butcher.
but Jagged Butcher is going to be a little bit of an issue for them to deal with. 6 coster coming in untimely, but still got a lot of other stuff that Odyssey could still pull out. Could only manage to summon one to get the defense going.
Yep, I believe right here, you know, Rero could go for the open attack this turn, and because, you know, there's just a lone MF right there, and you have to try to take the opportunity to take her out as fast as possible before the MF goes out of hands, right? You already have 1 stack on it. You don't really want her to grow as the turn goes by. But, you know, Odyssey on the other side only have that sharp sight in his hand, and it's not going to be doing too much.
I have Nugget Crows now being put out, while Misfortune just needing to tank a little bit more of that damage, leaving her to 1 HP when she does so. Soki is 7 though. It's gonna leave 10 HP for Odyssey to work with. So he's just gonna have to take it though. No other options available.
Yeah, things are not exactly looking great for Odyssey right here. The possibly, you know, Duran Sculptor into Maria Warden, that is probably the best play that he could have to have a wider board this turn. And, you know, he could even start off the turn by, you know, next turn by dropping down the Island Navigator, but he don't have enough space. I mean, he have enough space for him to do this, and, you know, this might be the start of, you know, this particular offensive or even aggressiveness that Odyssey needs to keep the ball rolling.
Heading into this turn, we're going to look at Rero osing a parlay onto Misfortune. Take out very early on. There should be more to come, but at least soaking it up. Well played by Odyssey. Now also having very much of a full front line to deal with the rest of Rero's comp. Oh, gonna have the toughness granted to both of the defending units. Nothing much that the shots could possibly do out of that. So all of it will stay alive. Rero came prepared.
Yep, another Plunder trigger off for Rero as well. I think Odyssey have to keep this aggression going. He have to go for the full swing right here so that he could remove, you know, as many units away from Rero's board as possible. But no, that comes with a trade-off that his own units would be going right down as well.
Well, at least neutralizing some of these effects has been looking pretty decent for Odyssey. But he's gonna get weirder down heading into next couple of rounds for sure. Not even much that the 6 coster could possibly provide, especially when you do see the next round offering a gangplank for a reroll. Still having the toughness. Not gonna be all too phased. Now, at least this looks to be quite prey on what he will bring to the table. Sejuani now up on the field, immediately suppressing any form of attacks defense coming out of the Misfortune. Now that she's frostbitten, probably getting her removed eventually.
Yep, I mean, it's definitely going down this turn. You know, the MF can't stick on the board for another turn. She's gonna level up the next turn. You have to get her out as fast as possible. With this Sejuani, it's gonna be easy peasy, and this MF is just going straight right down. And at the same time, I believe this is the 5th trigger for Sejuani as well, and she will be leveling up this turn.
Oh, Rero just causing a terror through this whole composition that Odyssey is feeling. I'm willing to go in for too huge of a sacrifice, but he's got to just soak in that 6 damage being thrown in. understanding that if he puts everything on board right now, he won't be able to survive the next hit. Now, as Johnny evolves into the next level, still have a lot of things that Odyssey would need to find a way to pick it out.
Yep.
That doesn't seem to be the it card that he's looking for.
It's not looking great for Odyssey, right? Because with a Mickey Rain in his hand, if Rero gets that Mickey Rain onto the Nexus, it's going to be freezing every single unit that Odyssey have on his board. And there's nothing much that he could do. Just play the Gangplank down and just wait for it, right? Because next turn, Rero already got that Beetle in his hand. And he just got to survive this turn and see what Odyssey is going to be trying to do. Right, for the Marcia, immediately firing off for Odyssey, and I believe Rero is gonna go for the gamble because he got that Taskmaster in his hand, and that is gonna be hitting Odyssey's Nexus, and it's gonna be freezing the whole board, and there's nothing that Odyssey could do.
Oh, he got surprised, and now just stuck into this whole situation where he's just unable to even dish any form of damage. Please, just taking out one, but Gangplank's got many more barrels of rums that he could basically come up with.
Yep, and the top deck warning shot to close off the deal. So ladies and gentlemen, there we have the champion is on the streak once again as he won game number 1 against Odyssey.
That's reroll for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Just calm and composed throughout the course of the run. Odyssey had quite a lot of interesting approaches on how he had been able to at least match up to the aggression that Rero was basically fielding, but it proves to be too much whenever you have Sejuani just ready to frostbite everybody on board. So it's just the power of this whole deck in general. Now let's move over to game 2.
Yep, so game number 2, Rero is to be forced to change to the Heimerdinger Nora. So that's his final deck left for this whole matchup, as Odyssey immediately switched right over to the Poppy Tariq for game number 2 as well. Yes, both deck is kind of relatively in the mid to late game right here, but I believe Rero having that Nora in his hand is going to be making a lot of difference.
Now, a lot of high-cost units coming in from Rero's side. He's on turn 2, so just gonna be able to at least keep a couple of them on board. Could be able to at least get Nora out very early on. That's always a good sign.
Yep.
When it comes down to this composition.
Yeah, those early Nora is what you're looking for. Get those portals in to your deck as fast as possible, and hopefully you get to draw into them. But this top deck sharp side immediately blocks off this Nora from going straight right through, and it's just slowing down Rero's game plan. But Rero still have things to do in turn number 2, so he's still probably fine at this point.
Got the Concollies down, and this is gonna be pretty interesting because we have a couple of cards that Rero could use to try to take down the elusive unit. Now he's got a challenge as well. Oh, okay. At least it's not going to last for too much. Going back to 0 damage.
Yep.
So can go in for to at least dish a little bit of damage onto Odyssey's units, but none towards the Nexus. Unless if he wants to expend some spells. 6 total manas, including spell mana. So, gotta make that wise choice. However, no follower units for him to basically churn out with. Tariq is out, and here comes the vengeance. Immediately killed! He's been waiting for this one for quite some time.
Yep, that top deck Tariq is not going to be doing Odyssey any favor this time around. But, with the Broadwing, he's still able to remove these units away from Rero's board. And, stack together with the Asmus, right? This Broadwing will be constantly having additional HP. And, it's just a matter of time, this Broadwing. This is just allowing this Broadwing to have so much sustainability in this whole fight. And Odyssey seems like he got a really good formidable board, but no champions to top it off to try to, you know, boost his winning percentage by a lot more.
Just gonna remove that Wild Feast as he utilizes HP bars to go in for attacks. Being all too pesky. Now the spiders are out, but it's just gonna be able to be tanking some damage for the time being as he buys more time to find the cards that he need. Odyssey. They got a couple of Aegis to work with, but not like he needs to drop it right there and then. Just gonna wait for better cards to utilize it into effect. Therefore, holding right back.
Right, but I mean, Odyssey's hand looks kind of stuck right now, right? There's nothing much that he could do, and at the same time, Rero spells are so like, you know, single target removals that you don't really want to waste it on you know, this small units. You have to save it for your Poppy or even the turret coming up later on. So I think right here, it's still kind of like, you know, a really awkward situation for both players, but Rero still got the upper hand just because, you know, he got this flexibility of play you know, in his hand.
Yeah, there's just plentiful options for Rero. More time pod, the more spells he's gonna throw at Odyssey, and we do have a darkened weapon just to add a +1 on both ends. Of course, we'll need a supporting target to be tagging along. Just looking to do a little bit of chip damage with the elusiveness that's being provided.
Yeah, there's nothing much that he could do, right? Even though the Fleet Feather Tracker is on board, it doesn't have the Challenger ready to go as well. Yes, he can have a good attack, but he can't start that support train that he is looking for. He's going to be adding +1/+1 onto this, onto the Traveler, but, you know, that's it, right? This is going to be 4/4, and he's just, you know, Rero got a good block, and just nothing much is going to be happening to Rero.
This early chip damage over onto Rero's side. Unspeakable Horror is already out. Oh boy. That's one unit crushed.
Yeah, he got himself an Eclipse Dragon though. That could potentially give him more value later on into the late game. But, you know, there's still nothing. No Heimerdinger inside. No second Nora inside as well. So, you know, it's still looking really awkward for Rero. He don't really have much draw engine in his hand, as, you know, Odyssey immediately goes for the Golden Aegis as he's just utilizing whatever resources he has, and he's just trying to push as much damage in as possible.
Yeah. Now, with the barrier up, you wouldn't expect that to be too much of a full response, but it will have to sacrifice the entirety of what's active on the table. Slowly and steadily, still a -2 for Rero. Oh, there we go.
There we have the Heimerdinger that we are looking for. But there's not much follow-up coming up from the Heimerdinger, right? Like, that's basically the whole turn for Rero. And, you know, Odyssey, he just have to top deck a unit that Broadwing might be able to take down the Heimerdinger this turn. But, right, if that top deck is going to be a Tariq or a Poppy, we might see Rero just firing off the Ruin Nation the next turn. And that would really slow Odyssey down by a lot.
That's true. Well, no offensive options for Rero for now, but next round is going to be a huge one indeed. Golden Aegis being applied. Well, that's just going to be a huge barrier. Just in case if there's going to be any form of retaliation.
Yep, Odyssey is just going all in right here just because, you know, Rero dropped that Heimerdinger. There's nothing that he could do unless he goes for the Wallop and just, you know, just save himself 6 points of damage, right? Just stuns the Traveler and just push, like, you know, just push 6 damage away, and at the same time, he gets himself a Mark 3 for the next turn also. So, I mean, it's good play coming in. So, you know, I don't see why this Wallop should not be played this turn.
That's true. Now, just trying to squeeze what could be done. Gets an Apex turret in return. As you have mentioned, the Wallop has to 3 pulled out.
Yep, and he got a clear attack for 3 damage as well because the Traveler is stunned. You know, this fearsome creature would be able to push through 3 additional damage this turn. And, you know, and it's still a blocker for him as well. The sharp side is not going to be doing too much against Rero. So I think Rero is pretty chill right now. And with this attack, he might even pull the Vengeance onto, you know, the Traveler so that, you know, refrain him from doing anything funky this turn.
That's true. Man, Tiari is working a whole lot here. You know, 88. Oh, he is forced to use the Vengeance here. Good call. Coming out of reroll, keeping Heimer alive. Now he does stand a chance though. He's gonna strike back. That's an elusive unit, but nothing for Odyssey to clear it out just yet. Another golden Aegis on his hand.
That's not what he's looking for.
Not at all. I mean, there's no sense. I mean, there's nothing much that he could possibly provide. But with that singular elusive unit, he could just go in for exchange and buy himself around without having the Heimer to go in for the attack. But with 9 mana, there's a lot that Rero can actually work with here. But it's not really worth it to expend all that resources on just 2 cards on board, right?
Well, I mean, he top decked the Ionian Tailstone, right? Like, he could potentially take advantage of that card because we know Odyssey is running low on options. And, you know, this pass right here from Odyssey really tells us that he has not much game plan, right? There's nothing that he could do. And, you know, even though the best play that he could do is just go on the Golden Aegis onto the Broadwing, and Rero would catches it immediately and just go for the crumble, or even like, you know, Ionian Tailstone into even the I don't know, even the other spells could make a difference as well.
That's true. So far, Odyssey is trying to keep himself super healthy. Oh,
Vengeance.
Another one coming out. That's one way to deal with it. Just want to ensure that Odyssey don't stand a chance at all. Now, only down to one of the units. Able to at least have this Heimer now going on the next level. Okay. Expect more and more of these bots to drop right in.
Yep, he's just chilling, right? Chilling with his sandcastle.
Yeah, at first, Odyssey wasn't worried because, hey, I have one elusive unit to deal with the bot. But now, with the second turret involved, this changes the game.
Yep, this literally changes the game. And this turret is just going to be blocking the Asmus as well. And this is a really big swing for 13 damage coming in from Rero. There's nothing much that Odyssey could pick right here. He could turn the weapon into a unit. But, you know, it's just one unit. And a turret top deck as well. And it's going to be easily crumbled this turn by Rero. So it's still manageable for Rero.
That's right. Next turn, I don't think there's much left for Odyssey. He's out of juice, only 1 card. And that's not going to provide anything. Orange bot. I feel like he just have to pop everything onto the table, and he's just going to own it with one full swoop. Crumble on top of the Taric. He's been keeping it for some time.
Yep. No funky shenanigans coming in from you. 7-7 damage going straight right in. It's going to be an easy block right here for Rero. Or, you know, he could just absorb this 7 damage, right? He got elusive from the 6 damage as well, or even he got a wider board. So, I mean, he could absorb this 7 damage purely, but instead he chooses to block in respect of his his opponent and just play out, right? Play out everything in your hand, and I believe Rero already got this in the bag.
Yeah. Now, there we go. Full swing. And Rero will get back-to-back wins. And once again, Rero will continue on his journey as Odyssey will be out of this matchup.
Wow, I mean, that's a great series coming in from Rero, knowing the ins and outs, just calculating every single play. And there's a reason why 2 championship is under this guy, and he's here to get his 3rd in a row. Could he get this hat-trick later on in the night? But first, congratulations to this guy for winning the top 8 round.
And of course, Rero once again does it in style, where he managed to defeat one of the finalists of Thailand in the form of Odyssey. And well, I gotta say, even in the first round itself, Odyssey has been able to at least try to go toe-to-toe, but as the game progresses, it's just no stopping this guy.
Yep.
KDF Reroll, he's just an absolute monster. And well, I'm just looking forward to what he could basically offer on the next game. Just look at a very great draft from Reroll himself in the form of how he just have so many form of utility just to sustain throughout each one of these sort of matchups, even on the Shadow Owl build that he has. Man, that looks impeccable.
Yup, I mean, Odyssey came into this matchup with a disadvantage, right? Gangplank Sejuani, they are really strong against decks from the Demacia, and not forgetting the Heimerdinger Nora as well. There's so much control factor that the Demacia decks could not exactly handle that much. So I think, you know, Odyssey came in on the back foot in terms of the lineup perspective, but Odyssey did play to his best of the capability to keep up to this place. And, you know, knowing that the bot state was pretty bad, but he could still, you know, unleash the aggression with the support train moving forward. Also, making the Traveler 8-8, I mean, that's not an easy task to deal with.
Not at all. And, well, Reroll so far just being the player that we've been eyeing on for so long. Now we get to speak to the man himself. And, of course, congratulations, Reroll. That was a fantastic game. Back-to-back wins against Odyssey. So I just wanted to check in on you. Like, is there any form of preparation that you have made heading into this Snapdragon Pro Series? Because there's a lot of stiff competition up ahead.
네, 이번에 승리하신 거 정말 축하드리고 혹시 이번 대회를 위해서 준비하신 게 있으신지 따로 들어보겠습니다.
따로 열심히 한 건 없고 그냥 늘 평소에 꾸준히 룬테라를 했습니다.
Right, so I don't have any special like preparation for this tournament, but as always, I prepare for every single game and I play LOL every day.
All right, that's amazing.
Yeah, so I mean, the next question is, you know, you have won two split, right? Two of the Snapdragon Pro Series previously as well. How confident are you coming into the third time to get your hat-trick win?
네, 그래서 지난 스플릿 1, 스플릿 2도 다 우승을 거머쥐셨는데 이번 스플릿 3 어떻게 진행을 하실지, 어떻게 되실지 네, 의견 들어보겠습니다.
핸드만 잘 따라주면 저는 언제든지 우승할 수 있다고 생각합니다.
So if I think only the cards are kind of lucky into my hands, so I think I will be able to win the tournament as always.
Well, we hope that all the upcoming matches that you have, you'll be blessed with all the luck that you need. And I just want to know, Reroll, like outside of the game, when you do have free time, what's like your favorite thing to do other than play Legends of Runeterra?
네, 이제 경기를 벗어나서 평소에 이제 시간이 나실 때 레전드 오브 룬테라를 제외한 어떤 거를 하시면서 취미 생활을 보내시나요?
I like working. 한국말로 할게요. 그냥 음악 들으면서 걷는 거 좋아하고 자전거 타는 거 좋아해요.
So basically, I like to listen to music and walk, jog, and also riding bicycles. That's my hobby.
Wow, I love it. A mix of active lifestyle and, of course, great music to relax yourself. Now, you can enjoy some music while you wait for your next upcoming match. Thank you so much, Rero. We hope to see you on the next interview again. And, of course, all the best in the tournament.
Thank you.
네, 다가오는 경기도 잘 부탁드립니다.
Always welcome.
감사합니다.
That's right. Work-life balance, well, his work is play, so that definitely is something that's great, that's working out for him. But I just love the man. He's like so calm, so chill, and the way that he approached things. And yeah, like he just came in very well prepared that he's not going to worry about whatever drafts being pulled up against him, because he's already won back-to-back titles, now looking for the third. just hoping for the luck to fall in his favor this time around.
Yep, so hopefully things fall into favor for him. But ladies and gentlemen, next up, it's gonna be Snapdragon. This game is brought to you guys by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, is where Rero won Split 1 and Split 2, and is here to win once again for the third time. So winning does matter for him, but it's gonna be really interesting. What's up coming up later on?
That's right, and there's more interesting stuff to come. But for the meantime, get yourself a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
We're back for more in Legends of Runeterra. Of course, all this is part of the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL. My name's Contra, this is Moonboy, and of course, we got a whole lot more action going on. We got Rero on the roll yet again with a 2-0 victory against Odyssey, and of course, we will continue on in the quarterfinals matchup overall, and then we're gonna see who makes it into the next bracket of the semis.
Yep, so I mean, games have been really tight and really close coming in. And, we have been seeing three people that actually made it into the semi-finals. Two of them are control players, one aggressive aggro player as well. So I'm really excited to see what kind of style the fourth semi-finalist is gonna be.
And of course, introducing our next competitors on board, we have KDF Comdong, who's been in some of all these open finals as well, is now currently seated on 7th. And when we take a look at his achievements in the past, he managed to score 3rd place back in Cup 1. And we expect to see Viego to come in. Today, a lot of all these Viego decks have been banned out, and we understand how pesky it is to deal with one overall. And on the opposite end, of course, he'll be met with quite some challenge ahead. But in terms of statistics right now, we've been able to see majority of the players hailing from South Korea to be able to proceed into the semifinals. Let's see if Nping and K will be able to move into the semifinals, being this final representative of Thailand.
Yep, Nping coming in all the way from Thailand with a open final seeding of 2nd place and Cup 2 with 1st place as well. So this guy, he got a really cool hairstyle. He's playing with a silhouette on, and it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of style is he gonna bring, since his favorite champion is gonna be Jinx. I hope it's gonna be an aggressive lineup.
Yeah, and just love a little bit of Shroud of Mystery on board as well. This time, just quickly taking a look at Nping's draft itself. We see Akshan as well as Twisted Fate, a little bit of that early game play style that we could basically see from the player himself. Meanwhile, we still have Evelyn Viego, and to top it all off, Gangpang Sejani just following the most feasible options on the table as of the current meta. Meanwhile, what do we have for KDF Comdong?
Well, Comdong, first off, is going to be that Victor Lee Sin. We saw this deck previously as well. It's going to be a combo deck of that Lee Sin final kick. And secondly, we got Maokai Nautilus Deep. Ladies and gentlemen, this deck is just good by himself, but it haven't really been seen in a tournament scene. Could Comdong make this deck work in a competitive level? Last off, we got Athlin and Viego. We have seen this deck time after time again, but we have not seen it played just yet.
It's really interesting to see the deep deck to come right in, and imagine if we actually draw out the game where he obliterates half the deck of what Nping actually comes out with. That will be a very sticky scenario. Oh well, of course, with the Maokai on board, that itself is a risk that Nping will have to factor in heading into the drafts. Would he want to ban something that he has not seen too much of? Or will he go in to challenge what's basically currently in the meta? Now, let's take a deep dive to see what is involved in the Shallow Isles and Bilgewater composition itself.
Well, I mean, Maokai Nautilus, right? Deep. It's all about getting into the deep territory where you only have 15 cards in your deck. It's not easy, or at the same time, it's not that difficult for this deck to actually achieve that. There's not much new cards involved in this particular deck, but with the addition of Quietus, right, he might be able to deal with those smaller units like Akshan, TF, or even Kane, if it actually matches up, or even Athlin, right? So, this particular deck is, we haven't really seen it anywhere, but it is a really dangerous deck because once it goes off, it just goes off, right?
That's right. And when we expect the sort of playstyle that comes out of this deck, like you want to wither down your opponents and basically going for very interesting exchanges, just hoping to last till he loses a lot of his cards to be tossed away. Now, over on Nping's side, this Akshan Twisted Fate will be his featured deck, as we expect a lot of all these sort of spells to be utilized. But of course, being a Bilgewater deck, we still have Eye of Naga Kaburas as well as the Riptide Servant to be in full swing. Other than that, is there something that catches your attention?
Well, I think, this deck as well, we haven't really seen a lot of players running it. It's all about tempo, it's all about value when it comes to Akshan and Twisted Fate itself. Like, so it's all about generating this value from the Warlord's Horde and Warlord's Palace, and even Twisted Fate with those good, the right choices of cards when it comes to him being in play. But it's all about tempo, it's all about the early game, and at the same time, with the, the Riptide Sermon, what else can we say about that card? 6 mana that does 3 things. Yo.
Exactly, right? Like, there's a lot to uncover here. If that deck does get some airtime overall, I think like we get to learn a lot of interesting ways to fully utilize how Akshan could basically be brought forward in the upcoming meta itself. Right. So far, of course, you guys are tuning in to Snapdragon Pro Series through our Twitch chat. Make sure you cast your votes right down below. It should be popping out on the chat bar, and make sure you keep it friendly out there. So far, we're seeing a lot of Korean powerhouse names rising to the semifinals. Could this be Nping's chance to carry the flag for Thailand as their sole representative?
Yup, I mean, everything is on the line right here, right? you have to block the final Korean to make it a all Korean semifinals. You have the Thailand flag is behind you as well. So this guy has everything to behind his back, so he's gonna be coming in really strong, and I believe his lineup he will be able to put up a good fight against his opponent. And speaking of lineup, picks and bans, and I don't know, to me I don't think we're seeing any Viego today.
Yeah, it feels like the case, because in a way when you do get Viego up online, he's just such a nuisance where you got a champion, he's just gonna take it away and just obliterate it. So far, like you said, no Viegos. That's probably the most broken comp, I assume, that nobody is willing to live it out in the open. Therefore, we are gonna get ourselves into the deep with Comdong's Maokai as well as Nautilus picks. While we have that Akshan that I've been wanting to see, how much can he offer on the table with this high tempo deck? So far, if they were to match it, would you assume it to be faring up against a Lee Sin or a Maokai? Because when I look at this matchup, it feels very much to be a decent sort of trade when you go in for both sides first draft.
Yeah, I think it's still pretty even. I believe the Akshan might have a good chance against the Lee Sin deck. I'm not exactly sure what are the stats when it comes to this, right? Because we haven't really seen much Akshan games around. But ladies and gentlemen, off we go. This is the final quarter-final match, and this is game number 1 with Nping going up against Comdong, and it's gonna be deep against GP Sag.
Well, immediately started off with 2 Gangplanks on hand. We'll have to roll it up, gets himself, make it rain so that he could start off with the good plunders. He's gonna be on the first attack, it seems, on the deep deck.
Yep, immediately going for the Quietus onto the Jagged Butcher, not allowing him to get any form of value when it comes to the plunder triggers, right? And going in with the Sea Scarab as well, those toss, and it's gonna be tossing, and it's gonna be putting his deck so much closer to deep as his unit goes down.
Now, moving over on to the other side, it seems like there's a lot of high cost units that Comdong just have to hold on to. But of course, when you play this Shadow Out deck, you expect a lot of all these units to come up with last breaths. That's always gonna be spawning up new followers on board. So yeah, just pick your poison. If he does attack right now for Nping, he will lose 1. But of course, Comdong choose not to defend. Therefore, just saving up for some bigger weaponry, Sensor Amulet or Pot of Pain. He could definitely use this one for size.
Yep, pop up
Begin
the
tree.
right? Yeah, but I think that was a good move coming in from Comdong, right? Just take the 5 damage in. It's totally okay because you will be compensated later on into the game, right? And if he actually goes for the block, he's just vulnerable to make it rain, and he don't want the Scarab to fall so early in a matchup like this, right? Turn number 4, drop that Maokai and just wait and see what your opponent could do.
Megatus out on the table. They should be able to at least take 1 off if he opts to commit to this. Therefore, I'm making sure that all's clear. We have a little bit of a good KDA music playing. Speaking of which, Worlds is around the corner. Just a little bit of segue into what's about to come in Riot Universe.
Right?
Oh, I heard Lil Nas X is gonna be coming up with the new anthem. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's gonna be lit, right? It's gonna be a lit roast.
Indeed. Well, of course, back to Comdong. Love that he's a humble guy. He doesn't really want to flex his board itself so far.
Yeah, but I think, right here, Nping is good with the pass. I mean, he could go for the make it rain, right? Just dropping and just adding those plunder triggers down, and there's nothing much that Comdong could do. Just take the pass, right? But however, the next turn might be a big swing coming in from him. It's likely going to be a Maokai into a Dredger as well. So this way he could get so much more value later on. With those tosses, but we're moving straight right to turn 5 territory, where Gangplank will be a very dangerous man to be dealing with.
That's right. And on the next few rounds, you would either expect Sejuani to drop right in, along with, of course, counter maneuvers of the Eye of Nagaburus on top of that. So this is Nping with a stellar start. Okay. Just throws away a vengeance, so that's pretty huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with Deep, right? You're just showing your opponent what is thrown away, and at the same time, if your opponent could calculate what are the chances of this cards coming back up again, right? One vengeance is out, is tossed out the window. The chances of Comdong having another vengeance in his hand is very low.
I would like to actually see how many more cards is left on his deck, though, because that will definitely matter a whole lot. And man, Maokai, if it's up online, man, this game's gonna turn into a ticking time bomb. Now the exchanges come into effect. Gangplank absolutely allowed to swing. Comdong has no spells whatsoever.
I mean, that's a vengeance that he's holding on to that might be firing off onto the Gangplank. Comdong has a decision to make, right? To take the 8 damage or just remove this Gangplank. And you don't really have a vengeance for a Sejuani later on in the late game as well. So, this is probably the top process that he's going for, but instead, just go ahead, take out the Gangplank and just, just wither the board of Nping.
Yeah, I think this is a better option because the more damage you receive later on, even with the Sejuani, sure, she's just got to be able to go in for some Frostbite. Sure, it's annoying, but Comdong's whole composition is relying on the fact that he's buying time. He doesn't have to win with all these sort of cards available on hand. Now that the whole board is cleared up, goes in for a little quick reset. Eye of Nagaburus is already up, drawing him two feasible options. Okay.
Yep, Yoda Grifter nabbing one, but at the same time, he's helping his
helping
opponent.
him.
Yeah. So
I guess this is the reason why, you see so many Bilge Water decks out there. Sure, go ahead, nap me.
Yep, nap
I
me.
dare you.
It's fine, right? Yeah, and at the same time, with Maokai down, with the Sea Scarab, he's going to be tossing so much cards as the turn goes by. And, he's even getting a good trade off this attack as well. And Comdong is totally fine. So once he goes into the deep territory, Nping is the one that should be afraid as the turn goes by, because his unit is going to be getting +3/+3 as he reaches into deep.
That's right. Atrocity already out from the toss. Oh, now turn 7s. Oh, Sejuani has to be unleashed. Now that makes it a little bit tricky. Now that the Maokai is absolutely vulnerable. What's the game plan here for Comdong, though?
Treasure going to dig a little bit deeper into the just dig much more deeper so that he could reach deep. I'm not sure how deep is he. Yes, he's already in deep territory right here. And if Nping goes for the attack right now, and Comdong will have the Devourer of the Deep, and that will devour this Sejuani alive.
Well, he's just gonna go ahead and take it still. Now, salvage is out. My. I'm just wondering what's next. So many of these cards all tossed aside. This is a value unit that's coming out for Comdong. Tuss being tossed out. Oh, this is giving me a little bit of anxiousness. I don't know about you, Moonboy, because when I play deep decks, I don't feel comfortable. Like I don't know what's the odds. Is it ever in my favor, or am I ever gonna achieve what's out there? But at least now, those double damage dealers from the deep units, it's dealing 6. So forcing this Johnny to have a response, but Nping, he can take the damage if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, Nping is fine, right? Just taking damage. But, you know, does he really want to put those damage onto this Sejuani? Because once this Sejuani is damaged, right, the Devourer of the Dead would be able to just eat it up alive.
Oh, now heading into the next phase itself. It's a Piltover Castaway that will have good options out there.
Fish Rack is a good option to have, but instead he goes for the other option. I think, you know, right here, Nping is looking to close off the game as fast as next turn, right? So Comdong have to think of a way. He has to deal with the Sejuani. He has to deal with the rest of the board as well. But Nping have a second Sejuani in his hand as well. So it kind of like he's in a really sticky situation right now. And, you know, if Nping could, and Nping can have a wider board compared to Comdong, and, you know, Comdong is at 9 HP and it's really dangerous territory.
Yeah, I don't really see how it could all work out, because sure, you have that Nautilus still lying in wait, but it's not going to result too much, because that Sejuani is also going to be popping out eventually. Yep, all the heavy healers all stacked up. Oh. Now this is a cause for concern. Comdong gonna go in for that full swing from here. No chance.
Oh, this is a big swing. There's nothing that Comdong could do.
Still a -1, enough to take him out. Gotta pull off the white flag. That's all that Comdong can get. And this is Nping getting the first blow as he puts himself ahead against Kwangdong Freaks Comdong.
Well, I mean, that's... We actually, this game actually literally show us the problem with Deep, right? He got the perfect curve. He got all the cards that he needs to get into Deep as fast as possible. But, you know, it's lacking those control option, right? And Nping just constantly having those aggressiveness coming forward as well. And you know, it just makes the Deep deck really uncomfortable as the turn goes by.
Yeah, like he's plowing deeper and deeper into
despair.
Despair, in essence, if that's what you want to put it with. Now, we're going to see Victor Leeson coming up online this time around for Comdong, of course. Let's see if he could salvage this. Thank goodness it wasn't the deep deck for the final pick, though.
Yeah, I think he went with the deep deck for this fight, for this game. Right, I believe the deep deck would be able to sustain a little bit better against the Akshan deck. We'll see, because if the Akshan just have to capitalize in the early game and just try to be as aggressive as possible, right? So that you know, the deep deck don't really have much choice but to play around and can't exactly go to deep as fast as he wish. And you know, Nping is just putting in those aggression forward as well, and Nping is just on the back foot.
Yeah, Nping. At least, like, we have already seen the way that he played out the previous deck itself. Like, you expect the same sort of play style hitting this matchup. Now, of course, that will take quite a number of turns before that landmark gets to activate. So, for the meantime, he's going for those early traits while Comdong doesn't seem to have too much to offer. Now just going for more and more of tosses. He can still afford to soak in 2 damage.
Yep. I mean, at this point, Comdong looks comfortable, right? Like, you know, this is the kind of hand that he would be able to, you know, toss really early as well. And at the same time, Nping is not exactly that aggressive against him. So, you know, if he could keep this up and not allow Nping to, you know, keep up this aggression, Comdong might have a good chance to close off this game.
That's true. It's already 4 mana on both sides. Twisted Fate allowed to be played out by Nping as well. And we do have Darken now equipped. Still pretty interesting though.
Yep, I mean it's a good turn for Comdong to play the Sea Scarab this turn as well. You know, I think this is a good raid card if he's actually going for tempo as well, right? So you know, Nping immediately going in for the raid card with the TF, and at the Comdong right here, the only play is probably the Sea Scarab or even the Yaw Hunter and try to take out the TF away from play this turn.
Yeah. Great play. Really baited that 2EF out. I guess this is a bigger value for himself instead. You know, Nping has got to be on the waiting for the next good card to churn right out. Vagabond. This is draw.
Nautilus top deck. It's not Nautilus is not exactly ready as of right now, so this draw might be a little bit dead for Comdong. What he might be looking for is the Maokai that could accelerate his deep, right, his tossing. But at the same time, Nping is kind of slow as well. Yes, he got the Eye of the Nagakaboros. He could dig 2 cuts deeper into the deck, but you know, there's nothing much that he could do.
Yeah, it's just getting more and more damage is done. Comdong will be soaking in so much, so therefore he just have to utilize the drain this time.
Yep, overgrowth. I mean, Comdong is just keeping his health total, like, you know, healthy as of right now. So he's chill, right? He's chill. He's just playing units every single turn. But you know, the toss rate at this point is kind of slow. So maybe he have to look into. Hopefully, he get to draw into more options of, you know, such acceleration.
That's true. Speaking of acceleration, though, on Nping's side, he's gonna have a lot of equipments all tossed in, making life very difficult for Comdong. Turns progress, and keep in mind that Landmark's about to be activated as well. So by then, I think like Nping would be looking for harder swings. Forced to find a little bit more, but he's happy to take 2 damage.
Yeah, he's fine, right?
He's gonna be absolutely A-okay. And you don't expect him to sacrifice Nagakaboros for this. Yep. Willing to just get closer to one another.
Managed to crack the Landmark Open as well, and he might be able to predict and draw 1 card from the predict also. So you know, he might be looking for, you know, another Akshan, or even like, you know, yeah, maybe Akshan for his aggressiveness, and at the same time try to get the Warlord's Palace up so that he could get more value once the Warlord Palace pops as well. And you know, Comdong is still playing it really slowly as well. He might be, you know, going for the Abyssal Eye this turn, or even going for the Overgrowth and just take out the Tentacles.
Devour onto the Tentacles, like you said, as it won't basically get all too much of a reaction coming from Nping.
Predict has got the Akshan.
Akshan's up. Good rounds for him though. Like even the Riptide's also in line. There we go. Love the animation. Woo! Hopping right in.
Yep. So I mean, things are still looking great for Nping. He got the cards that he needs. He's still maintaining the tempo that he you know, is actually trying to achieve. But however, on Comdong's side, there's still an Overgrowth ready to fire off. Atrocity is in his hand, and you know, with the Nautilus in his hand as well. Once he goes deep, that Atrocity is gonna be a really big harpoon going straight right to Nping's Nexus.
That's true. So with all these rounds hitting in, he's just reaching deeper and deeper into the depths. What are the chances we see both the Nautilus as well as Maokai though?
There's still chance, right? Because the Maokai is still in his deck. As he digs deeper, you know, you're just filtering the rest of the cards with the champion. So there's still a high chance of, you know, Comdong drawing into that Maokai, and maybe we get to see a Maokai level up, and that would be really awesome.
That's right, and that's what we are waiting for overall. And like, it really sucks to lose that way. I've been on that receiving end, and it's just emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to pull off the win condition, but at the same time, it just drains everything out while he drains every single card out of your deck.
But so long as you have this Nautilus, that it's just gonna be that heavy meat shield. Like, what's gonna go wrong, right? Like, most likely than not, next turn is gonna be very, very favorable for Comdong, but not this time. A lot of damage here. We'll need to consider putting his elusive unit on the line as well. Nothing to block the Lucian, probably. And let's see.
Yeah, it seems like Comdong don't really have a good block this time around.
Yeah. Won't be eliminating that Lucian because of the quick attack that's involved. So as he eventually gets more and more in exchange, you're gonna expect this Lucian to stack up so much damage.
Action.
Oh right. Yeah, action. My bad. Both marksmen. Very different approaches though.
Exactly.
And just no matter which way he switches, we'll still lose all on the board. I think like this is the better trade in essence. At least having to worry one less target for the upcoming rounds.
And he still got that elusive unit up as well. He could still draw later on upon combat. So this is probably the best way that he could, you know, get the trade. Tossing away that Abyssal Eye. That's not too much of a biggie for Comdong right here.
See what's the next draw. So long as he doesn't throw away the Maokai, that's good to go.
Right, Read Type Summon immediately going straight right for the Abyssal Eye. And I believe this is the time for Nping to actually go on the offense, right? Like, you know, we have been seeing him on the back foot just because of those healings that Comdong could have. And I feel like right here, Nping is just starting to gain his tempo back slowly. And he really have to try to hit those tempo before Comdong goes deep. But, you know, that being said, he's already at deep.
Okay. Time to bring in the big boy.
Naughty, naughty.
All right. Anchoring in. It's the Nautilus. Now, how do you deal with this guy?
You don't.
You just don't.
You just don't.
13. Okay. Now, I believe Nping has got a sinking feeling about this one.
I don't know how Nping could deal with this Nautilus, right? Because there's no hard removal coming in as well, and you know,
no spells to even kill him off.
Yeah, there's all burns coming in, and Comdong now, this is his time to gain his momentum, and he's just going to be swinging in again and again, and there's nothing that Nping could do because that Nautilus right there is just too fat.
Man, I don't know. He's probably Titanic himself. Wait, I'm looking at things here. He's just this massive brick walls that could just pull rounds back until Maokai arrives on the table. So, Nping, and this timer is about to run out. Except for, you know, ignore the clock on the right. It's never gonna be 30 minutes for that, or should it be? Haha. Okay. He's got Solani though.
Oh, Solani. That might be one of the ways to stop that Maokai, that Nautilus, I would guess. I mean, 7 damage, you know, minusing the tough is going to be 6 going straight, but it's still not enough to take.
That's just half. He's got toughness. Does he? Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
He only survives one blow of it, sure. Like, kind of whatever, right? Save it for another time. Gotta give the Kshan away.
Sacrificing the Akshan though.
Huge play. It could be the Eye of Nagakoros if he wants to.
Summon. It's a summon, isn't it?
My
Yeah.
bad. Valfeast. Okay.
It's fine with that.
It's one.
Quietus.
Huh. he's just absolutely hitting a brick wall right now for Nping.
Twist of fate. I mean, you could go for the gold card and,
Yeah.
and just, you know, stun the Nautilus and you could do your thing.
Buy one round, that's good
buy
enough.
one round.
Okay. Another Twist of Fate on board. So he got cards to deal with, at least. Oh, look at what we have here.
It's drawing 2, discounting everything by 1.
Free stuff.
Yeah, free is good, but however, I think Comdong top deck into Mega Task as well, and that is going to be hitting himself and the rest of the board by 3. And it just bring Nping back when it comes to, you know, the burn and aggression department.
It's like, sure, we'll just keep rolling with this. If that's ever the case, put whatever else you can, Comdong. Oh. Now.
Yellow card? Gold card?
Has to be gold card, right? That's the only way that he could stop the Nautilus right now. Next round, another one to be expended onto the Nautilus yet again. But look at the rest of the units of Comdong. You can't exactly get him caught out.
You have to trust his instinct on this one, as TF said. You have to just go for it, right?
Has to be the gamble. True. It's always a stacked deck. And you know what TF always does? He never plays fair. So he's just gonna toss more and more of all these spells on top. Dishing another 2 onto Comdong's Nexus. Now he does have the upper hand in terms of numbers. So some are just utilities to be sacrificed.
Yeah.
If ever the case.
I mean, Comdong still have the Quietus and the Overgrowth as well, so, you know, there's still chance that he could control Nping's board, but I'm not really sure.
Remember, there's also Atrocity?
Yeah.
Like, does it matter even with a 6 damage?
Quietus onto Shell Shocker. Nping got that Absolver, just bringing it out of Quietus range.
Yeah, absolutely nullifies it.
It's time for him to swing.
Yeah. Adds up to 22.
Big
now we have
swing.
something. Okay. Very worrisome. Just forcing his cards. Still not enough to take out the unit. And it penetrates through with the Overwhelm.
It might be enough.
It actually looks like it. He has 1 mana left. Is he gonna force a stun?
I mean, he could just let it go, right? And he could have the Ruinous Rune after that, and that drains his opponent for 2. And it forces Comdong to actually commit into the Overgrowth. So he's going for it, right? Ruinous Rune right over here as well. Just draining it, and it forces this Overgrowth to be hitting probably the TF.
I pulled up the big stuff. Only spells though. It doesn't have 10. Oh. So hard for this to work out.
Riptide Sermon, that's the card that he's looking for to close off the game though. So if, you know, Nping have another turn to play that Riptide Sermon,
Maokai's here.
he got the game. He got that lethal. It's down to Comdong. He's going for the open attack with the Nautilus. He's just trying to bring him down to close it off with Atrocity. But, you know, Nping got that perfect block to not allow this Nautilus to do any harm to him. And Nping has that Riptide Sermon to close up the game. I think that's it. Nping wins his whole series.
And he does. The 2 damage done will be the magical number, and Nping, so representative of Thailand here, that will continue on as he advances for taking down Comdong, forcing a surrender. What a way to actually end the match. Nping carries the Thai flag to the semifinals.
Congratulations to this guy. This guy literally grinded the whole game number too, right? Even though, Comdong have 3 overgrowth, we're seeing him fire it off. There's so much healing involved in Comdong's play previously as well. But, Nping just being patient, just grinding it out, burning him slowly and surely, and he managed to close off the game.
Yeah, like, he needed probably 1 or 2 more rounds to make things work, and even so, like, man, it feels bad. Like, just 2, the magical number, the right card in the right time.
Moment. Wow.
That was just absolutely beautiful, and there we have it. The only Thai player left that's going to be defending for the title, going up against another powerhouse later on. Of course, he will have to face off against Rero. That will be happening after our next series, of course. We will be coming back shortly for that. But of course, make sure you check out all the good stuff that we have to offer here on the Snapdragon Pro Series overall. And of course, with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, you definitely will be able to get a lot of all these wins on your board, where all of the winning matters. And of course, we're gonna be getting ourselves an interview really soon. But of course, when we take a look at how it has played out, it was really interesting. We see our very first deep deck, and we'll speak to one of these guys by the end of it all.
Yeah, I mean, the deep deck, we saw what it's supposed to do, but, in game number 2, it's just unfortunate for Comdong, right? There's no Maokai available. He's just going deep really slowly. Yes, he got a Maokai on board, but it's not exactly too impactful in a sense. And yes, it's a big 13-13. We were seeing it, and there's nothing that Nping
Nautilus.
there's nothing that Nping could do against that Nautilus. So, let's just see what what Comdong has got to say against that matchup.
Of course, please welcome on board KDF Comdong. That was a really tense matchup right there. You've played the deep deck early on, and of course, it was pretty interesting. On the final matchup 1, it was so close. Could you tell us, like the whole experience fighting up against the final Thai representative, Nping?
네, 그래서 이번에 경기 치르셨고 치명덱을 사용해 주셨는데 혹시 이번에 엔핑크 선수를 상대로 하시면서 어떤 느낌을 느끼셨는지 여쭤보겠습니다.
원래 이 마오카이 노틸러스 덱이 상대 갱플랭크 세주아니 덱을 이겨야 되는데 그거를 좀 실패하면서 패배한 것 같습니다. 1경기가 좀 승부처였는데 거기서 져가지고 많이 아쉽네요.
So I prepare Maokai and Nautilus deck to counter the enemy's Sejuani deck, but unfortunately it came to fail in the first round. So yeah, I messed up the rest of it.
But it was still a really valiant effort that we see with this style of approach, where with more time being bought, I think like you could basically put it into game 3. So of course, with that being said, is there any more things that you feel like you need to prepare more in future tournaments facing up against all these great competition?
네, 그럼에도 방금 전 경기 정말 적절한 경기였고 만약에 조금만 더 운이 따라져 주셨다면은 더 좋은 경기가 됐을 텐데 혹시 이렇게 된 이상 다음 경기에 어떤 준비를 하셔서 준비를 하실 건지 여쭤보겠습니다.
항상 파이널에는 진출했었으니까 앞으로도 이제 열심히 다시 준비해가지고 다음 시즌에서 파이널 우승까지 할 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Okay, so seems like I've always been to final, so I will prepare more to reach the final in next tournament as well.
All right, we do look forward to seeing you again. You still made it into the playoffs here, of course. We thank you so much for joining us here for the interview. Do have a good rest, and of course, hope to see you on the next one.
참여해주셔서 정말 감사하시고 네, 다음 경기에 뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
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 Right, I mean, that's the very first time we get to see Deep in Snapdragon Pro Series, and I still, give props to the deck. I really love the deep deck, and I always wanted to see it live in a competitive stage. And thanks so much to Comdong, he managed to make this stream alive.
That's right, and he has definitely unleashed the beast with the Nautilus being brought to play. You can do that too. Make sure you head over to Monster Energy's website to find out what other stuff you could possibly get from the dear guys at Monster Energy. But for now, I would love to definitely take a sip, so I'm going to take this quick break. We'll see you guys shortly for more Legends of Runeterra.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
We're back for more Legends of Runeterra here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name's Contra, and this is Moon Boy. We'll take you to the moon and back. And of course, that was a quick 10 minutes break for all of us to freshen up, because now we are about to proceed to the semifinals of our matches.
Yeah, we have seen all 4 players played just now. They're all played to perfection. Could they continue to keep up with all these good plays all the way to the semifinals? This is not just a sprint. This is a marathon, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. And speaking of marathon, man, they just gotta jog their way through all these control compositions. And of course, there's still a few of these decks that really show high tenacity and aggro on top of it all. So it's definitely gonna be pretty exciting. We're gonna have Peta joining on board yet again on the first series of the matchup. And of course, that's facing up against, well, should we say Nemesis in such a way? Because this is a grudge match coming in for Rubik. And now I really want to see how do they fare against one another. And, you know, I just love how this plot just tickets up so quickly. And they're basically just one step away into securing, at the very least, some good amount of prize pool for themselves. $2,000 for those who walk away with the top prize. And of course, there's also a lot of great prizes out there for those who have taken part in the Snapdragon Pro Series that has achieved a top 8 result, and also some throughout the other stages of the qualifier itself. So if you guys really want to put yourself out there and fancy a shot at all these amazing prizes, make sure you check out Snapdragon Pro Series in the future tournament run itself, because we're gonna get a whole lot more throughout the course of the year, or probably even on the next one. So before we jump right into the next matchup, let's quickly take a deep dive into what we have so far as we take a glimpse of the bracket now on the top 4.
Yep, so we're moving straight right to the semi-final with this top 4 players right here. KDF, Peta going up against Rubik, both players from South Korea. This is a grudge match that Rubik called out Peta just now. So how is Peta going to be answering to Rubik later on? Next up, we got KDF Rero going up against Nping, the sole survivor coming in from Thailand. Could he, you know, maintain and keep his flag high and move himself straight right to grand finals later on?
And of course, we have Rero on the opposite side, still hoping to get himself that streak of 3 back-to-back wins here. Well, of course, we'll focus our eyes back onto our first semifinals matchup between Comdong Freaks Peta versus Rubik. Now, we've seen both sides play out tremendously well. Rubik so far has the quickest elimination time against his opponent, but now challenging against Peta, this is where, you know, he's not gonna ever hold back on this. So we see whether or not does he get those luck on his Quinn deck if it's still left on the table. Viego, we have not seen a single match to be played out. Let's see if Rubik will let that one slide. Meanwhile, Peta will have a lot of interesting options to go about with. Most of these drafts look very meta to us, but this is where we take a closer look at this potential Trash Viego pickup.
Yep, we have not seen a Viego in the top 8. Could we see a Viego starting from the top 4? You know, one of the deck featured is going to be KDF Peta, is going to be Trash Viego. We have not seen, we've seen Viego paired together with Kindred, we're paired together with Athlin, but we have not seen too much Viego Trash running around as well. So if this deck managed to just come off and just do its thing, it's going to be really dangerous to deal with, because things like Higgs Spike or even the Vora and the Stiffer, it will have those husks and it will contribute those death count to Viego and Thresh.
That's true. So far, it has not been unveiled for the moment, or will it ever be played out throughout the course of the finals for today? That yet to be the biggest question. But of course, let's hop over to Rubik's set as we want to take another dive into what we have in the pool with this Nami and Twisted Fate. This Bilgewater as well as Ionel combo have seen very early activations, and you expect this standard Bilgewater comp to run rampant, and games have been closed out by Riptide's Ionel Kaburos. So like, is he gonna be able to do this? And of course, this is something that I believe even his opponent has been very well versed on utilizing for his own. So let's see, when it comes down to this sort of matchup, who will have the better stack.
Yep, so it's gonna be really interesting. Once again, it's aggro versus control in this semifinals, and like, you know, there's so much on the line for Rubik, right? After that call out, so I don't know what I don't know what to expect.
Well, expect this, because we got our monsters in hand. We hope you guys do as well. Well, don't mind me, because I want to unleash the beast for this upcoming match as we draw closer and closer to the finals. We'll see at the end of this match who will be the first grand finalist heading into our Snapdragon Pro Series Open Final. So with that being said, okay, Moonboy, I know a lot of all these viewers have made their prediction. I need you to put a prediction out there, just for fun's sake. Maybe I'll get you another can later on.
Well,
Does that sound like a sweet deal?
It is a sweet deal, right? I mean, yes, you guys can cast your prediction right here if you guys are on Twitch chat, so you guys can predict, you know, and give your support to the players out here. It's Rubik going up against Peta. I personally prefer, you know, really fast and aggressive deck. You know, I am always supporter of the aggressive style, and I'm gonna go with Rubik for this one. But, you know, don't underestimate Peta, because this guy on those control decks is not easy. It's not an easy opponent.
Indeed, of course, there's so much that's on the line here. We're just one more match to secure you at least guaranteed
$1,000. Yeah.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Make it 2,000 if you will. Like, you don't want to be walking away with just 500 or less. Like, you just gotta settle for the best outcome overall. And I guess when we take a look at the very first matchup, it was also a really close game when he was first taking on the Thai representative coming in from, if I'm not too mistaken, BZ Cup, where Peta has been able to clinch the win by just taking enough time to get the right cards that he desired, especially on the time that he was playing the Victor Lee Sin. So, as we expect, no Viego on this round itself, as we dive right into our first match between KDF Peta versus Rubik.
Yep, Rubik is really concerned of his Scouts deck and, you know, immediately getting bent out. Maybe he's feeling a little bit more comfortable coming into the semifinals right now. But it's going to be Gangplank Sejuani going up against Lee Sin Victor. We have not exactly seen a Lee Sin Victor pop off side by side with a Lee Sin and Victor side by side, right? So hopefully this game we might get to see a little bit of shenanigans coming in from Peta. But, you know, on the other hand, Rubik seems like he got a really good opening hand, a really good, you know, aggressive start that he is looking for.
That's true. Already having 2 Make It Rains on top. Be able to get those plunderers up in the jiffy. Thermogenic has been already been used just to quickly go in for the removal. And now back to a clean slate we go. Draws in a Gangplank. Okay, that will definitely be something that he'll be pretty happy about. Now Rubik will just have to wait for his turn to engage though. Go for a direct attack if he wants to. Oh, Sejuani!
Yeah, I mean, he got everything that he needs, right? Just going in for this 3 damage, there's nothing much that Peta could respond to this particular attack. He's going to be swallowing this whole 3 damage. And, you know, he will be following up with a black market merchant himself as well. So, you know, hopefully he gets to steal something more valuable, like, you know, maybe a counter spell or even something to not allow Peta to have any form of, you know, special maneuver.
Well, he naps a 0 coster as well, so we'll have that to be utilized whenever he wants to. No real rush. Now, deep meditation. Okay.
Well, he drew himself into 2 denies.
Double denies.
But I mean, it's not exactly the best thing to be looking at, right? But, you know, you still get the chance to deny a Make It Rain this turn. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it's still worth it, you know, so that Rubik don't really get that plunder trigger this turn.
But that's a 4 cost in exchange for 2 costs. Like, I don't think it's ever going to be worth it. Unless if you're 1 HP. Sure, you got to do what you got to do. But here goes the Gangplank Rubik. Man, oh man, he's already got 10 damage to dish out directly at Peta. Now, that's where Lee Sin comes in handy.
Yep, Lee Sin immediately going straight right in to try to block against this Gangplank. He needs 2 spells to actually pop the Lee Sin on barriers online, but you know, Rubik have that Make It Rain available as well. So he could still potentially pop away the barrier and take out that Lee Sin alongside with the GP, right? So Rubik is totally fine with the Gangplank going down this turn as long as it brings down the Lee Sin along with it as well.
Well, it's just, I'm gonna go in for the full committal and just an easier target. Just wanna avoid more overwhelm damage to be dished out right there. And speaking of which, should have a lot of all these spells at his expense for now. Luke Masters out. see what's his pick.
Yep, Peta is actually looking for the Overwhelm or the Scout weapon from Improvise, but instead he got himself the Pot. I think, you know, Rubik right here is okay to fire off the Make It Rain right here. And, you know, if Peta chooses to counter this spell, and, you know, that's what you said, 4 mana for 2 mana, the only best counter spell right here is gonna be that Notify. And, you know, with 1 deny gone, Rubik would be feeling a little bit more relief, you know, after this deny popping off.
That's true. And he still has another Make It Rain if he really wants to double it down. I think that it's not really the best option available. You could basically go in for a Sojani summon, then you would just get things that easily supplements Sojani instead. Quite a rough start for Peta, but absolutely doable. Though with 9 HP, of course, it definitely causes a little bit more of a concern. Castaway coming in with
Combat Reel?
Okay.
Oh no, instead it went for the other one. Yep, so I think, you know, Peta is just trying to remove the Lee Sin out of play right here. I believe a momentous choice might be played onto Lee Sin to try to remove this Gangplank. And I think Rubik got the perfect answer in the form of the Make It Rain.
True enough. Rubik, he's just waiting to see if he could basically force that response, and that's where the counter will come in. We'll have the barrier up, and of course, Make It Rain, summoned perfectly. Doesn't matter if this Gangplank goes down.
As long as the Lee Sin goes down along with it.
That's true. If it doesn't,
you drown, I drown.
Thank goodness. Not a single dash of extra mana on board, or that could be another nope on to the denial. But it's okay. Rubik continues to roll.
Yep, I mean, Rubik's is still comfortable, right? Top decking another Gangplank as well.
Wow.
And I think, you know, Rubik is still is on the roll in terms of drawing. There's a choice for him to actually go for the Sejuani, but he could just play the 0 mana card that was stolen, which is the Disciple, and see how things goes about. But instead, you know, he chooses to go for the Sejuani. He's going for the aggressive play. But Peta, having the Ionian Tailstone in his hand, we know he's going home, baby.
That's true. And Peta could still afford to get some lifesteal off of this as well. So all hope is not lost just yet. But keep in mind, the 0 costers from Rubik could still force it all the way to 7 eventually. So coast is not clear.
Not
He's
yet.
got the Lee Sin on the other side, at which he is deciding could he summon and not suffer a repercussion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he have to go for the Homecoming this turn, right? So that Sejuani wouldn't fire off. But as what you said, you know, next turn the Lee Sin will be dropping down, but the Sejuani is still gonna be in Rubik's hand, and it's still gonna be a big problem for Peta to deal with, because once the Lee Sin comes down, Sejuani is definitely gonna be freezing it immediately, so that the Lee Sin wouldn't do, you know, or even have any kind of shenanigans during its combat phase.
Just gonna let 6 damage slip through. Here comes the
Hellstone.
Hellstone instead. Just got the Homecoming set. So at least that's the answer. Like you've been able to foresee coming out early on.
Yep, I think, you know, Rubik is totally fine with this as long as damage is dealt. I mean, he's just putting a net 1 damage across. Plunder damage is still implied, and at the same time, you know, Sejuani might have really been... No, Sejuani is 1 step closer to leveling up as well. So Rubik is totally okay with that, right? And at the same time, as I said previously, he still have the answer for that Lee Sin.
Just having quite the rough start here, but we'll definitely take a lot more out of Rubik to really get the full summon again. Sejuani will force him to only work with 2 mana spells. Oh, finally we get the Lee Sin back up online. Peta relying on the lifesteal again. So just going for calculations, and he will eventually drop it right in.
Yeah, but Sejuani's level up right here is gonna be I mean, it's not looking great for Peta, but however, Rubik's on the other hand, he don't really have a way to trigger the Frostbite this turn, right? So, you know, immediately plotting the weapon over to Lee Sin, so this way Lee Sin still have those damage, you know, for the next turn. Yes, it's one, but however, you know, he could still kick his opponent and recall that Sejuani up to his hand. So, you know, this is still a possible play that Peta is looking for, and, you know, a damage is still one damage, right?
Exactly, and you could just rinse and repeat this process over and over again until it becomes another Doctor Strange episode, I guess. So, Peta is buying his way back in, gets slight health back into the drawing board. Now, putting Rubik into 16 on his Nexus. Now,
Riptide Serpent.
It's just hard. Like, I guess the Riptide Serpent is a way to work around things instead, because the Sejuani way out isn't exactly the best course of action, but now on the attack, slight advantage.
I mean, there's another way that he could go about, right? Play that 2 mana burst speed spell, have an elusive unit, play that Sejuani, and hopefully, you know, Peta Ionian Tailstone it into a Homecoming, bounce it away, and use the second Sejuani as a spell, the Fury of the North. So this way, you know, hopefully, I think that might be enough damage for, you know, Rubik to push through. And I'm not sure if it's 8 damage this turn with this particular move, but, you know, if he could pull it off, that would be pretty impressive.
When it comes to deny, Peta saved it up for this very moment. What are the alternatives still left on the table here?
Well, another way to go about this is Gangplank, right?
Exactly.
Gangplank is still live, and he's coming down level up as well. So he's coming in with a pack of punch. And, you know, with 4 mana available, he must have a natural Homecoming, which, you know, based on the deck list, there's no natural Homecoming. The only way is through the Ionian Tailstone. But, you know, Peta only has 4 mana open. There's no way that he could fire it off because he needs 5 mana stacked together with the Ionian Tailstone. So, you know, Rubik still got a pretty good attack moving forward as well.
Yeah. 8 damage. Now, it's going off calculations itself. Sure. Just basically get some lifesteal back. And it's still going to be very healthy. Consider the fact that this Gangplank needs to be dealt with. It does have a slight overwhelm on board. So, still needing to deny 12 more damage from reaching the Nexus.
Mental Strike.
Oh.
And trying to save the Lee Sin from this, you know, Gangplank as well.
Good save.
Yep, that's a good save. But Rubik still have a way. If he have a momentous choice his own, he could bring the Lee Sin down again along with the Gangplank. So that is possible if Rubik really wants that Gangplank, that Lee Sin dead. And that's exactly what he's trying to do.
But the barrier though.
Yeah, the passive from Gangplank actually removed the barrier first.
Alright.
And then Gangplank hits Lee Sin.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep, and Gangplank still survived with 1 HP, so it's a win-win for Rubik.
Now that you put it that way, absolutely did not factor that in. So, Peta gets himself just another round. This Gangplank is too strong.
Yeah, because at this point, at this scenario, right, Rubik is playing to win. But Peta, on the other hand, is playing to not lose at this point in time.
A very different approach.
Yeah, it's a totally different approach, right? So that's the only way that Peta could survive is to stall as much time as possible. 2 Lee Sin has gone down. He got that Ionian Tailstone in hand, yes, but another Gangplank off the top deck.
It's over. It's absolutely over.
Wait,
And nothing to stop the Sejuani on board as well. Like, he could just drop it.
yeah, but you know, Peta, on the other hand, he drew his third Lee Sin. So, I don't know. I don't know what to say, Contra.
The luck is uncanny. Both sides refuse to back down. Peta, though, even on the attacking side, he's just left with not much of an option.
Yeah, but I mean, Rubik just have to be patient, right? Because right here, the priority is on him. He's winning. There's no point for him to do or commit into any play right now, right? So just pass the turn back to Peta and force him to do something. But instead, I think, you know, drawing right here is fine. But, you know, he has the board advantage, and you know, he got the win on board. So all stress is gonna be on Peta. How is he gonna deal with Rubik?
He's got to utilize all this time here. But
Sejuani.
guess what? Sejuani's the perfect answer. And on top of that, just add one more damage back into the Lee Sin. Just try to kick somebody back.
And he will kick twice though with the scouts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Concussive palm. Yes, that's something that he is looking for. You have to kick the Gangplank first, right?
Yeah. I mean, get rid of him. Like,
yeah, get rid of
one
him.
damage. Yep. Out you go. But where's the second kick?
There you have. To the Sejuani.
Okay. Big boy's out of play.
Right, he's healing. Right here, Peta is just
frustrating.
Trying to hang on a thin line right here. So all Rubik has to do is probably play the Gangplank again. Or even, you know, go for a Sejuani again. But, you know, that concussive palm from Peta's hand is going to be really annoying to be dealing with.
Exactly. Back for the Sejuani. Looking for the full swing. We only see a couple of Mystic shots out there to at least clear off the elusive targets if he needs to. Let's see what gets added. Upcycle Rig, Sandmorn.
Upcycle Rig looks good, right? Is it? Yeah, he went for it. So, I don't know. It seems like Peta is seeing a little bit of light, right? With that third Lee Sin. And, you know, it just feels like he might have an opportunity to turn this game around.
He does. But how much more can he possibly force the issue, though? Is he, even with all that sort of mana that he could possibly go up against, he just have to basically find ways to tank it all. He still has those Mystic shots. So at least 2 damage to be negated from the elusive new units. Somebody's gotta bite the bullet from the Sejuani. And I think that Lee Sin's gotta have it though. Else the damage will just penetrate through from the overwhelm. Instead, still opting to go with this sort of approach. Still needing 2 block of damage. Oh.
Damage. Now it's down to blocker. How is Peta going to block against this,
Still
right?
7.
Ionian Tailstone. Homecoming. Sending the Sejuani home once again.
Man, I think he's got more kicks than Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan. Who else kicks hard?
Everyone kicks hard.
I feel like try as it may, like every round Rubik's just gonna go back at it again and again and still got to be able to punch back. And I don't think by then there's gonna be anything else to defend, even if he does have this Lee Sin.
Fury of the North.
Slowly waning away. Okay.
Yep, so it seems like Rubik is just trying to push for damage at this point in time, right? But Peta, he still have the answer. He still have the concussive palm, or even a mystic shot into the disciple, so that, you know, just dodging 1 damage, right? But it still living in a very weird position at 3 health. But the Lee Sin is online. It's still online, so, you know, he could capitalize on the Lee Sin, as the Lee Sin still have Scout as well.
That's right. And I gotta force another Sejuani, if that's ever the case.
Victor.
This is quite quite the card that he managed to get for the very end. A little late, where he's been looking after it for the longest of time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, just his luck, I guess.
Victor coming down, Sejuani freezing Lee Sin once again.
Man, like, I think like he probably owns the crowd top by now. Like, he's taking a dip in, out, and there we go. Augmented Victor on a 4-5. More and more stats. We'll slowly go through the spell shields and many more to come.
Marriott Warden, you know, at this point in time, Rubik is just trying to defend himself against whatever Peta is just got to throw at him. This Victor is not going to be doing too much. This is just going to be recalling the Sejuani once again, so that, you know, we can't have GP and Sejuani on the board at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's gonna take a while.
It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while.
It's amazing how Peta restabilizes himself after all of that. Honestly, I thought he was out like 5 minutes ago. Now he's alive and kicking, and he's... Well, he kicked many times, but
many times.
This is probably the hardest kick he's got to deal. Oh.
Lito is on board. It forces Rubik to go for the full block right now, bringing Peta back to 7 health. Peta still have that concussive palm in his hand, while Rubik, on the other hand, it might be a gangplank play this turn.
Just imagine the situation between these two players sweating on this current standstill, and Peta just denying the victory from falling in favor of Rubik. And it's a perfect grudge match, right? Oh, more concussive here. No gangplank. Sayonara. Out you go. Okay, at least it's just stun. I mean, he's still around, but Lee Sin, yep, he doesn't care.
Oh my god. I think Peta managed to... I think Peta actually have this one, right? I mean, Lee Sin is...
He's getting stronger and stronger as he goes. Like, this Victor, he's gonna be unstoppable by then.
Exactly, and you know, once that Lee Sin get double kicks on something, and that's just gonna bring Rubik down to 1, and that Mystic Shot is gonna be sealing the deal. But I believe, you know, Rubik is still saving that Sejuani for the Lee Sin. But Victor, though, having elusive, right? There's gonna be 9 damage flying straight, 10 damage flying straight right to Rubik's.
Throw out more spells, he's just gonna stack it. Stack it up.
13 damage, and I think that's it, right? Rubik,
that's it.
Yeah. There's nothing that Rubik could do against elusive units with Gangplank Sejuani. And ladies and gentlemen, this is GG. With Peta from playing not to lose to winning this one.
Unbelievable. What a crazy play out of Comdong Freaks Peta. Unbelievable. Like, Rubik, there's just no more gas in the tank.
Yeah.
Literally. Just halted to the brakes. This Lee Sin, man. What do I even describe this like? I've got the words. I've got the words. This was the perfect wall. Just absolutely denying Rubik from climbing over the fence, getting over it, but he has to quickly reset all of that. And he's just got to start up fresh again. Look at that. Another Ionian deck coming in play. This time the Nami will be in effect.
Yep, it's going to be Nami TF going up against Gangplank Sejuani. This is match point for Peta. So if Peta wins this one, he will be moving straight right to the grand finals. Could he close off this game with this deck? Because right now, things are looking great with the Nami in his hand right here, and also having that double trouble on turn number 3. This is the dream hand that every Nami TF deck wants to see.
My. Off to all the things up for grabs. Make it rain. Clears out probably one of the cards. That's all that he possibly could get out of this. Meanwhile, going directly in for quick challenge. Not gonna be blocked. Rubik Happy to take that 1 damage. Now he goes in for a quick nap against the Sermon. Whoa.
Whoa, that's a card that he
Whoa,
wants
whoa.
to steal right there.
My word.
Oh my god.
Probably having a huge smirk if we do have the live cams up. 4 mana though. Can't use it just yet. But he's got options.
TF might be a good player here.
He can absolutely hit directly for that.
Parlay.
Okay, clear 1. Good to go. Going for direct damage after is also a decent plan. You won't expect the Twisted Fate to go in for a full blockage at the very least.
Right. 5 mana still open for Rubik. That means the stolen Rip-type Sermon is still online. So Peta gotta be really careful of what card he's gonna be putting down next, because that card will be removed by the Rip-type Sermon immediately. So if you put down the Nami, it's gonna be bye-bye.
I mean, he's got 2 Namis, right?
Yeah.
So it's okay. Like, that's like probably the better scenario overall than having your TF absolutely getting gutted out.
Yep.
So now with 1 coster, just to do a little bit more shred. And down 6 points is Peta. Okay, here comes Nami. Let's see if he does drop the spell though. Yep, he does.
Yep, you have to remove the Nami on site, right? Because one that Nami actually starts stacking is really difficult to be dealing with. So just immediately remove it out of sight so that she's not so big of a problem. And this way Rubik at the same time maintaining the tempo against Peta.
Now on this next call would prove to be slightly difficult. Goes in with a Vastine starter. Can hit directly in for another champion now that it's out. But keep in mind, Make It Rain is still available, so that should be able to at least chip out a unit. So Peta still weighing in, even though he does have some of the cards that he would love to put out. He doesn't want to have it being destroyed just like the past round. And here comes Wuju style.
Wuju style. I believe Nami might become following up next as well, and she will be leveling up after the attune trigger actually goes off. So Peta might, and the Nami is going to be staying alive, so Peta might be able to, take a little bit of advantage against with the Nami.
Just taking a little bit of breather here as he would settle up for the right hit. No blockage of the elusive.
Yep.
While I'm excited to see what Rubik does pull up next. Has access to Sejuani right after Shimon win.
Playing back the 1/1 once again, drawing a card off the top. Rubik still have the bot advantage, right? But however, double trouble right here, just even the odds for Peta, just having a 3 versus 3 bot state against his opponent. And I think, Rubik is either he could go for the Make It Rain right over there, or he could just go for the Castaway. And Pot of Pain actually is probably a good choice right here for the Castaway. But instead, I think he went with the other one.
Oh. You can't afford the 4 damage to go through just yet, but now we have double Sejuani. Turn the extra into a spell. Happily takes this one. So that's a lot of damage that he's going to be churning out here, forcing a gold card out to stop Sejuani. Only taking a little bit more of that, so at least buys some space and time.
Yeah, but Rubik is fine, right? This attack still in favor of Rubik, and it forces Peta to go for the block, because right here this is lethal damage, and it forces that TF to go out of commission as well. Goes for the full block, take 2 damage, it's okay, but Rubik still have the bot state, like the better bot state against Peta, and you know, right here, Rubik is just chill, right? Yep, so immediately going in for the warning shot, leveling up the Sejuani, and just, you know, maintaining his bot state at the same time with, you know, this particular attack. So Rubik ultimately win the battle against Peta in this matchup. So, you know, 5 units on the board, with Peta not having too much units in his hand, and it's going to be costing him a lot to place down the Nami and the or even Shelly this turn.
Yeah, didn't even leave a dent to Rubik at all after the evolution. Oh, what's at stake here? Seems like there's so little for Peta to work with on this offense.
Yeah, there's nothing much that Peta could do, right? He could go with the Shelly into a bubble fish. And then
Nami is not even
an option.
Be, an option at all,
it's not.
like you say. Oh, he's running out of luck here. Okay, so
Gets
I
the
guess
Ghost. Ghost is not going to be helpful, especially right here with Rubik having 15 health. But Rubik still have the VOD advantage. Instead, he's going for the Nami this turn, leveling her up. And I believe he's just going to be buffing that bubble fish up, right, as fast as possible, so that he could deal maximum amount of damage this turn to Rubik.
But when it comes down to the next turn, though, what could we possibly stop him? Even the max damage could possibly just hit 7.
Yeah. Ghost on Nami, and then Uju style. It's still not enough, right?
A decent way to go for an attempt. Churning with 6.
To 9.
It's up to 9.
Uju style, bring it up to 13.
That's really close, though. Oh, is it it?
Is that it?
Oh!
What?
Oh!
What?
On Earth! What's going on?
What? That was exact lethal coming in from Peta, but this Make It Rain literally froze everything in its way. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that almost gave us a heart attack. Great counter. Rubik. He saved the Make It Rain just so that Peta couldn't cheese.
Oh.
Now let's switch it over this side. 18 damage. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore because Rubik have the warning shot on the top deck as well. It freezes everything. Fury of the North, he has 2 copies of it. There's nothing that Peta could do to stop this attack.
Even just the overwhelm, that's good enough.
So this is the equalizer that Rubik is looking for, as we will be seeing a game number 3 in this series.
Woo! Whoa, 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 whoa. There we have it. Rubik ties it up, and we are going to game 3.
Wow. What a game number 2, right? This is what we are going to expect when it comes to semifinals and above. This is the type of play. Everything is just so accurate. Everything is down to the perfect 0 lethal point. And I believe, you know, that play coming in with the Bubblefish and Nami, that was well calculated by Peta.
He almost cheesed it, though.
He almost cheesed it.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, it almost caught Rubik right there, but he saved it up. He's got plans of his own. And there we go, moving forward into the repeat of the same draft. What's it gonna be? We see double trouble on the double. And I'm pretty sure that you're gonna exchange one of them. Quite similar cars that they start off. Oh, I see.
Nami and Eye of the Dragon from Rubik. 2 Namis. Peta, though, not having, you know, anything but double trouble top deck from Rubik. That is something that he is looking for. So at this point in time, whoever, when it comes to the mirror, right, whoever could level up Nami first and establish a more impressive bot is going to be winning the mirror. So, you know, at this point in time, it seems like Rubik is on the upper hand in terms of this, but Make It Rain right here immediately removing both of the creatures out from the double trouble. But what Rubik wants is to spend those 3 spell mana so that he gets 3 more to level up Nami much faster later on.
It's all about just ramping up to speed for this moment. Start off with only the coral. Just have heavy metal on board. I'm sure he does get a little bit of that trait.
Alright, Ion Naga Kaboros right here. Just to get himself a defender and at the same time spending those spell mana. So I think Rubik is having a better hand compared to Peta. There's no Nami inside. There's spell mana is used efficiently by Rubik based on the card choices. So I think Peta is on the back foot right here against this particular hand that Rubik is having.
Sure enough, and it doesn't seem like he could basically get himself on the roll at the very least. For Peta though, he's just gonna be able to ensure that he could just basically snowball from here.
Eye of the Dragon from Rubik.
He can basically pop one of these spells, wouldn't harm him. But he wanted Nami on board so early though.
Bubblefish by Peta. I think this is the turn to play Nami.
I believe so too.
I believe, right? Because there's no reason to not do it. But I mean, heavy metal into Nami could do well as well. And at the same time, you are controlling what Peta has on board at the same time. So I think and follow up by Nami into a second heavy metal. It might look good for Rubik.
Yes, he does decide and
roll the dice.
Let's roll it up and the tides will arrive. 2 mana. Heavy metal, like you said, could be the play here. Still strike with the Nami if they want. Jailbreak. Man, I don't see a prison here though.
Well, I mean, Rubik is
Aqua
just
prison. That's one of the spells from Nami.
Imprison.
Well, casted too much League back in the days. Not enough. Never enough.
Never enough.
Well, 6 mana. Lots of options for Peta. But nothing to really hold up its own for an offense. Unless you invest multiple spells.
Alternatively, Peta could go for the Riptide Sermon, right? Going on to the Nami, but he's playing himself straight right into a deny. So he got to maybe just bait Rubik out of the 4 mana range. But I don't think Rubik will be this ill-disciplined to fall below 4 mana, against a Ionia deck. So especially when Peta have 6 mana open, you have to expect a Riptide Summon going straight for the Nami because that is a kill on sight unit.
Still seeing if there's any more left in the tank on the other opposing end. Decisions.
Yep. This is the thing when it comes down to mirror matchup, right? It's always about,
You kind of know what they have.
Yeah.
You want to save it for that. At the same time, it's like, okay, when, where, how?
Yeah. So that's the problem when it comes to, mirror matches in Legends of Runeterra because, everything is just so punishing. And, he's just immediately going straight right for the Riptide Summon and you know what is coming immediately after that Riptide Summon. It's definitely going to be that deny because it's impossible that he wouldn't have it in a 7-card hand.
Goodness. And I guess they're just gonna try their best, deck out the entire board. Oh, there's just too much cooking on the hand. Don't want that to ever happen.
Right, Korra getting him another of the same spell that he's not looking for. Bubblefish coming in. I think this is a good heavy metal target to just remove it out of sight.
Rubik plays such a different game here on this final matchup. We understand what's at stake here. Pride, glory,
Revenge.
everything on the line for Rubik. And, you know, first match we only get to get a glimpse of Peta. Fortunately, of course, he couldn't carry forward with the call due to, of course, some of the audios that couldn't reach his end. But it's all right if he does win.
We get to talk to him again.
Or we get to talk to Rubik and see him celebrate. Securing the grand final spot for either one of these gentlemen. And oh my.
Well, I mean, things is looking good for Rubik, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, he has the Nami on board. He's starting to buff his unit, and at the same time, Peta is running. Don't really have much answers in his hand.
He's got the Twisted Fate. I guess that's the only good deal that he has.
But it does nothing much.
Nothing,
right?
nothing much. Sure, but he's gonna play it.
Yep.
And at least red card clear the elusive target if he wants to. Blue card not too shabby if he wants more stuff to work with.
He's going for the app.
Okay.
App hitting onto the 1-1. That's, you know, one of the better targets to be hitting at. Gets the kill. Blue cards. Let's see what he fetches himself. It's an Ionian Tailstone. Still nothing of use for, you know, for Peta. Flow. You know what's next. Ebb and flow.
That's right. You got it. This Twisted Fate just stunted right now.
Oh,
it's just gotta pass that turn.
Not going for the ebb and flow.
Well, surprise. It doesn't always work your way, Moon Boy. But here we go. Rubik, honestly, he's happy to play this slow and steady pace because he's still leading in terms of the margins.
Yeah.
On the Nexus health.
I mean, this is a very different Rubik that we have been seeing, right? Rubik has been playing all the fast decks and just being so aggressive the last series or even the last few games. And, you know, this, for the first time, we actually see Rubik playing it really slowly and calculating every single odds that he potentially have against his opponent. And you know, this actually shows that, you know, he's a very versatile player and he could play fast. And, you know, if he's needed to play slow, he would do it as well.
And this is what makes the stuff of champions or legends. Of course, we haven't crowned any champions as of yet, but these guys definitely both fight like one. Peta only managing to block enough in order to not fall into a lethal threshold overall.
Uju stack.
Okay. Stacks. And it's only gonna leave 6 more HP for him. Peta still in the red though. But look at all the cards that he have.
Yeah.
Anything here to save him out of this gutter?
Probably a Nami, right? He needs a Nami of his own to start buffing up his unit, or even a Fleet Emerald Shelly. But at this rate that Rubik is putting on the aggression against Peta, there might not be any unit left for Peta to buff anymore.
I know their fear. I felt it too.
Just look at both sides. Just making heavy calculations. When you have so many cards on hand, take your time. Like,
just take your time, right?
No rush, because one wrong step, it's game.
Yeah. Homecoming from the Ionian Tailstone. Just, you know, trying to remove the Bubblefish away from play, just denying 6 damage away. And at the same time, he could get, you know, another card from the TF itself as well. But, you know, Rubik still, the damage is still dealt, right? And you know, just cleared out Peta's board and just limiting what Peta could do as the turn goes by. Still no Nami inside.
Nah. It's running out of time. I mean, just coming up with Visayan. I guess it comes handy with the elusive unit on the opposite end. I know.
Riptide Sermon.
Riptide sweeps it away. Is he gonna deny it though?
3 mana and there's
No.
yeah, there's no
Not
mana.
at all.
Yeah. But the damage is still done, right? 2 more additional damage going straight right to the Nexus, and at the same time controlling Peta's board. No Nami.
Threatening the game.
Yeah, no.
This might be it.
This might be it. And the top deck Nami coming in.
Oh, is this enough though? Okay, he's gonna do it.
Nami.
But Rubik, he can find a way to counter this.
Rubik have that deep meditation, right? Like he could still dig and hopefully get an Ionian Tailstone or even a second Riptide Summon to deal with this Nami. There's still plays that Rubik could do, right? And even though even though Peta found himself his Nami, his board is still full. And he's gonna be starting his app flow shenanigans once again.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. We've been waiting for the whole time. Rubik's got a lot of health to spare no matter what.
Jailbreak. App. Going straight right to the Nami.
Appears to be a hindrance. Ever so slightly.
Flow.
Okay. What else is Rubik's gonna throw on board is the question against Peta.
Like,
both on a standstill.
Yeah, I mean, Rubik's unit is just too huge at this point in time, right? Peta don't really have a good opening to go for an attack this turn. And you know, it's just making it really awkward for Peta as the turn goes by. And if Peta is not going to do anything, Rubik is just going to play the next spell and, you know, rinse and repeat once again.
Heavy metal.
Notify. 7 mana still open on Peta's side.
Most crucial round for Peta.
Deep meditation. Riptide Sermon, Ion Nagakaburos, nothing too useful with the 4 mana in hand.
And just look at how huge every unit is for Rubik right now. He just needs 2 of these to hit the board, and that's all that's necessary. Oh. Hello, Poro.
Hello, Poro.
Dragon Poro. Oh, full committal, 28 damage.
Yep, Rubik is going in. He's trying to finish it off this turn. Could he close off the game?
This could be it. The grudge match might just be over and done for right here, right now. And it's still not enough. Nothing to fend their way.
There's still 2 more Tailstone. That means 2 more Homecoming is still possible coming in. First Tailstone firing off. Ion Nagakaburos getting himself another blocker.
He needs 1 more. It's a perfect tenor. It is.
And that is
it! Rubik!
Rubik!
What a long, grueling round it has been, and he has found his victory. And just look at him go. He has gone up in the grand finals. Rubik, your first player to have reached the finals here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Wow, $1,000 is already secured in this man's pocket, and he's going straight right to the grand finals right after this. That was a well-calculated semi-finals right there with the mirror matchup. I don't know what to say, and you know, I mean, he had the advantage early on with the early Nami, and he just ride on the wave and ebb and flow through it.
My word. A very calculated game coming in from both ends, and oh boy, that probably took a lot of brain juices from both ends. But now, begs the question. He will be the first grand finalist, and of course, that will be Peta being defeated. Settles for third and fourth place, respectively. And on the opposite end, who's going to make it, though? There's Rero and, of course, another opponent. Who would that be?
Yep, I mean Rero coming in, trying to getting his hat trick this time around as well. So and Nping, right? He has the country on his shoulder, and he's such a aggressive player, as we've seen in the top 8 just now as well. So I'm excited to see who's gonna face him in the grand finals, right? And Rubik in the grand finals. So I don't know what to expect, man. I mean, everyone is such a good player. They're just calculating every single game down from 20 to 0. Down to the final last card.
That's right. And man, we got to speak to this guy again because we know he looked forward to this matchup. He finally gets his revenge. Let's welcome on board Rubik, please. Of course, bring him back. Congratulations, you've done it. You took down Peta, and of course, this is the moment that you've been waiting for. And that final game was basically a mirror matchup. It was so calculated. I want to know what goes through your head during those moments because every card mattered from that point onwards.
Yeah, so for the mirror match, it's the resource war, right? And I think I got lucky because I got 2 copies of Nami and he didn't get any Nami. So actually, it's more like a Nami war and I ended up winning. So overall lucky. Yeah.
Well, and of course now you are our first grand finalist heading into the Snapdragon Pro Series. So there's only one out of the 2 opponents that you will be facing later on. So that's Nping from Thailand, and of course we got Rero that could also be potentially gunning for that top prize. But now you've already secured the $1,000. Chances for 2,000 here is really high. So tell me, who would you like to face later on?
Oh man, question.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but yeah.
Man, both of them are such great players. Anybody, just take it easy on me, please.
Come what may, then. So far, I think we've been impressed as well on the form of play style, and of course, early on when you showed us during the quarterfinals, there was faster tempo with the scouts, and this time around, of course, a very different style of play. I want to know, as a player yourself that probably has spent a lot of hours in the game, how long did it take you to adapt to multiple variations of deck drafts and so?
So normally I'm actually just an Ionia player. I like to play reactive, but going into seasonals, I felt like I needed some more tools in the bag. So I actually tried practicing some more proactive decks, and it actually took me a lot of tries, almost, I don't know, 10 games, I guess?
10 games.
80 games.
Okay.
No, like 80 games? No,
80 games, okay. I think for myself, I got to clock in more than 80, but kudos to you. Moonboy, I'm pretty sure you look forward to the grand finals. Ask the man.
Yeah,
One last question.
One last question from me, Rubik. Any message for the winner of the second semi-final match?
Good luck, and may the best man win.
May the best man win.
All right.
Alright, so we'll see you later on, Rubik. Thanks so much for this interview, and once again, congratulations for making straight right to the grand finals.
All right.
Thank you.
Woo! Wow! What a matchup that was! And he definitely was the victor
better player,
that has been able to churn up with not only the best cards possible, but also with a lot of thoughts and adaptability on his playstyle. So, of course, with that being said, we will look forward to the biggest win later on. And of course, with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, this is when winning matters. Let's turn that 1,000 to 2,000 for Rubik, if that's potentially it. But there's Rero, there's still Nping. So when we come back, we'll bring you the second set of the semifinals.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
You're currently watching the semifinals of the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL, and it says Legends of Runeterra. Here with me, it's Moonboy, and my name's Contra, and we've been pumped up. So many great games on board. So now it's almost drawing to a closure, but of course, before we get into that juicy grand finals to see who will bag a total of 2,000 whopping US dollars for themselves, and then we still have to find out which one of all these gentlemen here on the second part of the semifinals will be joining along the ranks of Rubik later on.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look at our last two semi-finalists. First off is going to be KDF Rero coming here for the hat-trick win with a really controlly kind of lineup. First off with Gangplank Sejuani, followed up by Nora Heimerdinger, and last but not least, Athlin Viego.
Oh my. Will we ever get to see any Viegos on board, or could it actually be all open up for this no-holds-barred matchup, or even the mirror matchup, which we get a glimpse of the Nami early on. So today, we've had a lot of Gangplank Sejuani being played out. Now, taking a glimpse into Nping's side, we'll just dive into what he has on the Gangplank. So far, I think like we've seen it to be rather straightforward sort of stack. Like you rely a lot on the I think we've said these two words a lot. I have Naga Koburos. It sounds like more than a word, of course. And Riptide Sermon. But what's interesting to see is that when we do hit the late game, he does have the Dread Way to find ways to puncture through into the matchup. So rely a lot on all these wanting shots, get those plunders in, find those nabs, and of course, just get this Gangplank storming up, Sejuani to suppress anyone from getting those attacks done. So this is how Nping's gonna roll with this if he gets a chance.
Yep, let's just take a look at what Rero brought to the table this time. Viego Athlin, we have yet to see this deck in this whole tournament. Could this be the first round that this deck is released from Viego Jill? And you know, right here is all about getting those kills onto those Haas and letting Viego level up as fast as possible. And at the same time, you got Athlin on the side as well. And you know, once if you hit the right Haas for Athlin, she's gonna be really difficult to deal with, even in the mid game to the late game later on.
That's right. We haven't seen the Ruin King, and you know, I'm a big fan of the whole Runeterra lore itself. I guess like just like the game Ruin King itself, he's just too much of a big boss that you shouldn't even have the opportunity to witness this sort of calamity that will be unfolding if he is going to be up there to be banned out. So heading into this matchup, honestly, I think it's going to be a really close matchup. Sure, Rero have been able to breeze through the earlier quarterfinals, but heading into semis, this is going to be a tough challenge where we last saw the player of Comdong Freaks got taken out, and I believe it was Comdong that went toe-to-toe against Nping, and that was still a really tough series for him. So I think this is where Rero starts to meet his worthy adversaries.
Yep, definitely right. And you know, Nping being the only Thai player left in the whole tournament, right? There's a lot of things on his back, and at the same time, he's facing the 2-times champion. And it's not gonna be an easy task, you know. This is a big colossus in front of him, and if he managed to break this big giant down and make himself to the grand finals, this guy, you know, he probably like he had the biggest win tonight.
That's right. So down to the finals. I mean, heading into the finals here, I'm pretty sure we got Rubik, who's gonna be eyeing on their play style heading into this match. So that's the upper hand of finish up on the first bracket. But if you played enough from Terra, you would already expect, okay, some of it, sure, down to luck of the draw end of the day, but how you really want to manage your initial mulligan round also does affect into what comes into play. So I believe that when the players have come into from these decks. They've already rationed enough of
Yep.
these spells, enough of all these followers, and of course stack up all the champions wherever you can. Though, now heading into the decks itself, no Viego.
No Viego once again.
You won't see the king. It's okay. Let him sleep.
Yep, I believe like nobody really wants to deal with the shenanigans that Viego could bring forward, but I believe Nping with the Akshan TF, that deck is something to be eyeing out for. He managed to go through a big Nautilus in front of him, so I mean we just gotta see what these two players is gonna bring up to the table. First off is gonna be GP Sejuani going up against, I believe it is GP Sejuani. It's a mirror matchup.
Mirror matchup. I guess like this is where you get to test the power levels by having an equal chance. Mirror start as well to kick things off. Oh, are they gonna call it truce?
Nope, no parlay. Parlay.
Slash and kapo.
Yeah, when it comes to the mirror matchup, it's all about who hits that 5 plunder trigger first, right? And it seems like right here, Nping might be in the race to do it to break this race, but right here, Rero answering it with that make it rain. So it's still pretty even right now between back and forth, and whoever is gonna be dropping the first Sejuani and keeping her alive, right? This is what's gonna matter when it comes to the mirror matchup right here.
Yeah, when we look at Rero's hands, sure, he got a lot of things to roll on the early round. Meanwhile, high-costing cards coming from Nping. He does have the Gangplank that can come out online heading into the next 2 turns. For now, it will still be all right for him to stand a fair challenge against Rero. Meanwhile, Rero on his 6th round of mana is going to be able to bring in that Sejuani, so that will be able to at least keep Nping at bay.
Yep, this attack coming in from Nping, but immediately stopped by the Eye of Nagakaburo, so there's no damage dealt to Rero this turn as the Tentacles comes in and just blocks off that 1 point of damage from the Omen Hawk. So without a plunder trigger this turn, that Black Market Merchant is not going to be doing too much. So this actually forced Nping, he might be going for the warning shot into the Black Market Merchant.
Yeah, probably he has to do it right here, right now. I don't see like the reason why not, right? And just relying on lower cost units to come by on the next. He does basically nap the Yordo.
Yep, I mean the Yoda Grifter is a good nap, right? I mean you steal something that's potentially going to be stealing something else again, and get himself another.
Let's keep rolling.
Yeah, another warning shot in his hand. So Nping is fine. He's totally okay with this. Nap and right here you got a good Eye of Nagakaboros as well to return the favor to Rero, saying you're gonna stop me just now. I'm gonna stop you once again, drawing 2 champions off the top. Wow.
Crazy nap. That's buy 1 free 2. I mean, you don't even buy, you don't spend.
You don't spend?
You steal. We don't encourage stealing in real life.
Yeah, stealing is bad, guys.
Stealing cards in Legends of Runeterra, encouraged. When you're running deck this good, sure, why not? Still, both sides mirroring each other very well. No damage to come true from the Overwhelm.
Yep. I believe Nping right here got a good opportunity to play the Yoda Grifter. Rero got an option to actually play the Gangplank this turn so that he could follow up by Sejuani the next. And I don't think it's gonna be too big of a punish, as 3 mana in Nping hand, in Nping's bank is not gonna be doing too much.
On next round, Nping could also drop into Sejuani too. So let's see if he's gonna either hold on to it first. He doesn't really have to. Just spend it. Unless if he wants to go in for the spells instead. Which isn't really ideal. Parlay. Okay. Take 1. Action.
That might be the 5th tick that, Rero is looking for. He stole himself out of Nagakaboros. I mean, that is ultimately generating more value for him.
Another plunder coming right through. Gangplank. Oh, 3 stacks of Gangplank.
Oof.
If only there was some cards to remove whatever is at hand, like, he'll love it. But this ain't the deck to do it.
Yeah, this ain't the deck to do it. There are decks that does hand control, but I don't think it's doing really well in terms of, meta-wise.
Very risky in competitive play. I mean, sometimes it holds no value. You just throw away cards that may not necessarily contribute too much. Gangplank comes online for reroll.
Yep.
It's got many ways to work this out.
Riptide Sermon onto the Gangplank might be an option, but Rero might react with a the warning shot to try to level up the Gangplank. But I think this is a no-brainer. You have to go and try. You must at least try to take out this Gangplank. And warning shot being fired off as well. I believe Gangplank will be leveling up right here, and that Riptide Sermon is not gonna be killing this GP out.
Not at all. Well, he could basically enact the same move on the opposite, on the returning end later. But for now, it's gotta sit and hang tight. One more HP on the Gangplank though. Looking relatively feasible with this warning shot. Well, that's towards the Nexus. With so many Gangplanks and none being brought forward, he's probably tempted by now.
And this is not exactly a good open attack for Rero to go as well. So maybe he could just straight go for the Sejuani right here. And Nping might drop a Sejuani of his own, and we might have a Sejuani war.
Well, I guess we fight for the Frozen Throne then.
For the Frozen Throne.
Well, where's Lysandra? Well, it's stacking up just fine. More damage being done with the Ulam. Well, Nping so far trading tit for tat. Okay, gets a parley.
He might play a Sejuani of his own. Yep. And I think at this point in time, whoever runs out of ping resources is gonna lose the game, right? Because both Sejuani is online, and you're just trying to take out both Sejuani at the same time. But Riptide Summon coming down, dealing 4 damage to the Sejuani is not gonna be removing it yet, but it does put it to 0 attack.
It's a little rough though. It's a little chilly over here, even in the studios. We could feel it. Yeah, but both sides having ice on their veins.
So this is just basically whoever runs out of warning shot first, or parley first, or any form of ping first, right? Heavy metal immediately going straight right to the Sejuani.
Oh, quite the bummer. Reroll now has the upper hand. Still, what could basically get rid of his Sejuani coming out of Nping on this round, which doesn't seem to be the most feasible. No more cards to be brought forward. He will have to pass his turn.
Shell Shocker.
Oh, he's gonna go straight at it. Oh, 4 damage.
It's not looking good for Nping.
Throw the spell on top, make it a 0 damage dealer. And he's gonna be up in the clear.
Eye of Nagakaburos. Parlay, no Sejuani in sight.
Oh.
Eye of his own.
That's
Gangbang.
5, 6. My word. Hanging on the tread right now. Okay, you know the drill. One little blunder. That's the trick. I mean, straight for the Nexus.
Nping right now on the back foot. Could he turn this around? 2 HP against a Bilge Water deck. That's not the number you want to be.
All the shots that he could possibly go for in this bench.
Warning shot.
Warning shot. Could it be? I mean, he still has some spells on the hands of Rero. One frost, and it's all over.
Yep.
One little tiny frostbite. Gonna go for 3 damage to kick things off.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. He's what? No, I think he has lethal.
He should be able to pull it off.
Wait, but Rip-type Servant though. It's over.
Could it be? Oh. Oh! That's a painful way to end the first round. All hopes for Nping on the first round is all crushed by that warning shot. Don't say that. Rero never wants you. He's going for the title.
He won you.
One more game, and he will be gunning out for the top prize against Rubik. And I think like the narrative couldn't be any better.
Yep, it couldn't be any better right here. But you know, the Nping is not out of the fight yet because we still have game number 2. Rero just have to win this one and he will be moving straight right to the grand finals. But if Nping win this, he would be able to just, you know, neutralize this, and hopefully we get a game number 3 right after this. Because on the top side, we have Rero switching over to Heimerdinger Nora, which, you know, ultimately if these Gangplank Sejuani could get the early game up, the Heimerdinger deck might have a little bit of trouble.
There we go. We're gonna go hard and fast. Oh my word, 4 damage already. What we do expect coming out of this deck. Okay. How are we gonna get that early Nora up?
No Nora in hand just yet, but I think, you know, right here Rero is just trying to get... Oh, no, Nora just came into his hand, but... but I think Nping, you know, is just trying to get those blunders triggers on so that, you know, he could do his thing. But, you know, there's so many small units in Rero's hand, and this is the type of hand that, you know, Rero wants to see, especially in a matchup like that.
And Rero has been able to do it time and time again, where you think that you pit him into this really sticky situation, he's gonna find ways to sustain it. So it's just the start of it. So gonna force a little bit more of a block. Yep. Possibly letting through 4 damage to come.
I mean, he could pokey stick this guy and you know, just poke it because it's only have 1 health. 3 mana open, there's nothing much that he could do to keep this alive. And ultimately, Rero is okay. He's happy with this, and you know, at the same time, he's putting 1 portal into his deck as well. And it activates.
Oh wow! Very quick work. Oh, he can just make it rain. Woo boy!
But Nora is not out though.
Yeah, very likely to survive. So at least it helps him out for a tad bit. Still gets a hit.
Yep, another portal going in. Black Market Merchant stealing a Conchologist.
Not really the most desirable card, I would say.
Yeah, but Quietus. Check it out.
Oh. The exchanges, though.
Yep, second Conchologist right here. Sleight of hand, though. Looking really great. But iShut is actually the premium pick right here. He could remove the Nora. And, like, you know, there's opportunity for him to remove the other mark turrets as well.
Definitely a no-brainer go-to, even with the Conchologist spawn. But it still will take another round before he could basically activate it. This already feels like a fist fight. Like, a lot of cards already being discarded into bench, but here comes Gangplank. 2 spell mana left on the table.
Big Daddy GP.
With the oranges.
You're the captain coming down. Rero have the resources to actually remove the Gangplank previously. But the thing is it's just trying to keep it alive, right? Like just you know, just let it do its thing. But Rero is pretty comfortable.
Yeah, doesn't have to really budge all too much. Just looking at all the spells, he could basically just find ways to remove 1. Just gotta land that Vol shot, if ever the case. Interesting.
Yep.
2 damage. willing to make a move.
Unspeakable Horror onto the Conchologist.
Adds 1 more HP back.
That's not a good card coming in from the Unspeakable Horror for Rero to have. But I think this is a good chance for Nping to go for the parlay to take out the Nora. But instead he chooses not to.
Reroll, putting up just fine.
Pale Cascade, that's a good card to have though.
Oh, nothing to block this time with the elusives. Slowly shredding away. Flying up to 15.
2 damage to everything.
He's been waiting for this moment, but Pill Cascade stacked. Gonna keep Nora alive.
Pale Cascade into a Vow Feast onto the CAG.
Nothing can stop this guy, man. He's rolling in cash money. If he keeps going at this, $1,000 secured, I would say, oh, what did we get here?
Cast away, getting a quick attack weapon. So I think, you know, right here, Nping is kind of behind right now, right? Even though he have the Sejuani, that's nothing too, you know, impactful that he has been doing the whole game. Yes, he could go for the Sejuani this turn and just pick onto the Nora, but you know, he's just playing into a vengeance that Rero could potentially have. So this is the give and take when it comes to, you know, matchups against the Shadow Owls.
That's right. Gonna be able to at least freeze Nora. Even if you go in with a little bit of that takedown, I mean, just look at the amount of spells you have and finding ways to counter it back.
Yep.
So, he's honestly not too concerned for now.
Rero, though, on the other hand, he could, you know, with this
Lightning
Lightning
Rush.
Rush, he could be able to recall the Nora and just do 2 damage onto the Sejuani as well. So, you know, this way the Nora is still safe. Sejuani is not clear to attack this turn.
But there's quick attack on the other side. So he's gonna opt to at least take out the Sejuani.
Yep, and at the same time, you know, he could ping out the 4-1, and this way, Rero is ultimately not taking any damage by instant.
Not at all.
Yeah.
It's just came in so prepared. And this is the reason why he's been winning back-to-back victories from even the past few seasons. 2-time champion. Looking for a third, though.
This guy knows his game plan before entering the matchup itself, right? So this is what makes him a champion.
And he just has such a deep level of understanding of the game that it's just so rough. I believe this is one of the first evolution of Nora that we see here leveling up. Okay. Okay, that's a long list of stuff that she offers. Not gonna try.
Yep, I mean, with a level up Nora, things is gonna be really difficult for Nping to deal with, right? Every single evolution, every single portal is gonna be bringing up a 4 cost or higher, and Nping is forced to play a Dreadway, and that is basically his whole turn right here. So I mean, Rero could just attack with the Nora and just chill.
Yeah. If you just want to test the waters out to bait out some of all these spells, you can. Just look at Reroll. He's got mana to expand Conchologist. Conchologist, might be.
Right? I mean, Rero could even possibly go for the Sneezy Bigot and just close off the game, right? Because Nping has only have one unit on board, and you know, Sneasel Piggle give everything +2, I think. Yeah, and you know, give everything that is created +4/+4. So you know, that could potentially close off the game because the Spider, the 2/4, and the Minion are all created.
Yeah, man. So much of calculations coming into effect. Nping, he's still thinking what exactly could be the best play.
The best play might be Parlay, yeah.
Yeah, he just had to remove one of these guys.
But at the same time, you know, Rero Glimpse Beyond, but I think he chooses not to go for that. Instead, he might be saving up for, the Sneezy Bigotas, just giving everything the buff that it needs, and just pushing in so much damage. Yes, this might look like it's lethal, but I believe the Dreadway is going to be blocking 3 to 4 damage away. But Rero, though, you know, he's still having that control consistently against his opponent.
Chooses to commit true, only having 3 more HP left. He's hanging on the tread, Nping.
Hate spike.
Oh, he's got a hate spike. Oh, it's absolutely a goner.
Gets himself a husk. I mean, the hate spike is immediately going straight right down to the pokey stick anyways. Gangplank coming straight right down.
Getting out the cannonballs because we're about to find our way to blast into the grand finals. Perhaps this could basically tie a knot. Still not really gonna have
Electro Harpoon into
yes!
Pokey Stick, and that is lethal, ladies and gentlemen. Rero closing this game off 2-0 with a champion style, as he will be moving straight right to the grand finals and find that hat tricks that he is looking for today.
Rero just coming in with clean streaks all the way throughout the tournament, and still the best player that we have in the tournament thus far, and that will be challenged by none other than Rubik, who will be his next contender in the grand finals. That will be our final best of 3. That'll be up next. But Rero, man, I tell you what, this guy, he just knows the drill.
Yeah.
It's not just about the luck of the draw all the time. Like every single calculated play that he pulls up with, he has basically the end game plan.
Yep.
Like, I think like with that sort of blueprint that he has heading into the final matchup, it will take a lot for Rubik to really find ways to take points out of him. And so far, we haven't seen anyone to be able to do that against Rero. But of course, Rubik, probably the guy that is going to be there to challenge him. But when it comes down to what makes Rero so strong, I mean, we can point out quite a few things, but if there's one thing that you want to point out, what would that be?
Calculated, right? Before the game starts, he already know what exactly he's gonna do to end the game. And every single turn, it looks like he have a plan every single turn, right? Oh, he's gonna do this. I mean, if he do this, I'm gonna do that. I mean, it seems like he have already thought out the whole game 3 to 5 steps in advance, or 3 to 5 turns in advance, and that series literally showed us that, you know, Nping has no counterplay against him.
Yeah, and especially the way that he basically kept the Nora alive. I think like that was really crucial for survival. And of course, let's welcome on board yet again Rero. As Rero, congratulations. You have once again reached the grand finals and looking for that back-to-back win. This will probably be your title if you can win against Rubik. Tell us about that previous matchup, and how were you feeling any sort of pressure heading into the semifinals?
네, 정말 축하드립니다. 이번에 또 다시 한번 그랜드 파이널에 출진하시게 되셨는데, 이번에 어떤 느낌이신지, 그리고 또 어떤 계획을 가지고 계신지 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
이제 덱의 전략은 이제 좀 템포가 빠른 덱을 잘 잡자였고, 그리고 결승도 잘해 보겠습니다.
Alright, so my aim was to make a quick deck that can have a quick tempo throughout the game. So, and also for the final, I will do the best.
Indeed, of course, you're going to be going up against Rubik in the grand finals later on. Have you guys ever had encounters before in many of these past tournaments that you played? And if there's a few words that you would say to Rubik, what would that be?
네, 혹시 이제 그랜드 파이널에서 이제 루빅님을 만나게 되실 건데, 혹시 루빅님이랑 예전에 만나보신 적이 있으신지, 대결해 보신 적이 있으신지, 또 만나게 된다면은 혹시 루빅님에게 한마디 해주실 수 있으신지 부탁드리겠습니다.
딱히 교류한 적은 없고, 결승도 제가 패가 잘 뜨면 이길 것 같습니다.
Alright, so I don't really had like any interaction with him, but only if I got the good, lucky with the deck, I think I probably can win him in the final.
And of course, one more question from Moonboy before he closes things off.
Well, I think Rero coming into the grand finals for the third time, right? Are you really nervous, or what are you gonna do to calm yourself down to get ready for the grand finals?
이번에 벌써 결승을 3번이나 진출하셨는데 혹시 듀얼만의 그런 긴장을 덜 타는 방법이나 혹시 그런 특별한 방법이 있으신지
특별한 방법은 없고 그냥 제 실력을 믿는 거죠. 이제 어느 정도만 뜨면 내가 이길 자신이 있다. 그리고 지금 뭐 딱히 긴장되는 건 없습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. So I don't have really like special strategy with the final, but I believe in myself and my skills. So only if I got good with tech and also with my skill, I believe I can win through the final.
All right, we don't want to hold you for too long because you have a grand finals to play. So, of course, congratulations, we win. So, we'll see you in the grand finals, and may the best man win. All right, catch you soon, Reroll, and all the best.
All the best.
감사합니다.
Bye bye.
Bye.
I mean, I'm excited for this guy, right? This guy coming into the tournament for the third time. The hat trick is on the line. The championship, defending the championship is also on the line, and I don't know. This guy must be having so much pressure right now. I have no idea how is he keeping all this composure within himself.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's Monster Energy, where he unleashed the beast and have no fear, no worries, and of course, everything here to be laid out on the table. Speaking of which, grand finals coming your way here in the Snapdragon Pro Series for Legends of Runeterra. We'll be back with our final matches.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
You are currently watching the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals in Legends of Runeterra. It's Comdong here along with Moonboy to cover our final matchup. So 8 players in the finals have battled it all out, and now there's only 2 that has prevailed. We're looking for the grand champions. Could it be Rubik that will defeat the defending champion Rero, who has defended 2 titles, or will Rero snatch his back-to-back victory? Let's take a quick glimpse into their journey so far throughout today's matchup.
Yep, both Rubik and Rero has, went through a whole day worth of games today, and Rero, have not dropped a single game in the set yet, down all the way up to the grand finals. But however, the Rubik, on the other hand, struggled a little bit against Peta, and we've seen him playing really aggressively in the top 8. He's slowed down a lot in the top 4, but he's going straight right to the defending champion. How is he gonna manage Rero in the grand finals?
And like you said, Rero, he has not been stopped at all. We quickly go into the drawing board of the decks once again. We will be seeing Rero here, still feeling very strong decks on all 3 fronts. We're seeing him on the Gangplank Sejuani a whole lot. That's also because there is no signs of Evelyn nor Viego through the past few matchups. Now, we had an interesting discussion on the back with some of the casters of the Malay language, and Rubik, he has so many different playstyles here, but could Rero find a way to target his pool of decks and maybe halt him from getting the success?
Yep, I believe, right here, Rero, being the calculated player that he is, he already know the matchup of what are the steps that he needs to take down your opponent. But however, the weakest deck for Rero is definitely gonna be that Nora Heimerdinger. So it's down to Rubik. How is he gonna abuse this weakest deck of his? But let's just take a look at this, Nora Heimerdinger that we were talking about. Nora being the exclusive champion of Legends of Runeterra, and she has been wreaking havoc on the ladder with, this particular iteration of this deck.
And I think like the past matchup already goes to show how well Rero has already mastered this brand new champion all throughout. The way that he basically presses on the front and also held back on the defense in order to keep that Nora alive. And for the first time in today's matchup, we see the level up coming in for Dora, and from then on, there's just no stopping this guy. But Rubik, he's got plans of his own to deal with all these sort of shenanigans, where I think like the fastest game clock today has to still be this ruthless deck of the Misfortune and Quinn, relying a whole lot on scouts to basically get those first few rolls coming in to hit hard, hit fast, and leave no chance to their opponents.
Yep, I mean, it's all about those scouts attack, multiple attacks in a singular turn, and this deck is not a deck to be messing around with. So Rubik, he took down Peta today. That's the grudge match that he wants to see, and now this big Colossus, the defending champion, is now in his way to just get his very first win in Snapdragon Pro Series.
And of course, with Rubik having nothing to lose and everything to gain, both of these gentlemen have already secured at the very least $1,000. So let's see who will get the bigger share of the pie. And of course, before we kick things off here, tell us your thoughts on who's going to be winning this grand finals. And of course, with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, this is where the winning matters a whole lot. And you guys could definitely win a whole lot too. And when you're looking for a new smartphone out there, make sure you have the chipsets all provided by Snapdragon, because whatever game you play, FPS, or even Legends of Runeterra, you want those perfect crystal clear graphics that are going to be giving you that edge to win out your competition. So with that being said, match predictions. Is it a 2-0, 2-1? I feel like it could go 3 games with this one.
Yep, I really believe so. And, Rubik is not an easy opponent as well. This guy showed us game after game that he is a force to be reckoned with. And he might be able to just bring it straight right to game number 3 and just bring it down to the middle.
That's right. And it all comes down to this, where we saw so many different styles, and it's just multifaceted coming in from this player who hasn't been able to have that many games up against Rero, so it's still going to be a box of surprise for either side here to deal with. But Rubik's just like a cube, like it's something that needs to be solved by Rero after all. So let's go over onto the drafts, and looks like we have Twisted Fate and Nami being banned away, forcing the Scout to reappear again. And let's see, which one will they start with though? Viego, not even being played out for the entirety of the tournament. I think it's no surprise, but given the odds here, how does it look like for Rubik and Rero?
Well, I mean, Rubik, coming in, he already told us that he's not exactly that comfortable with the MF Quinn, right? So, but, it is a very good matchup against Nora Heimendinger if they don't draw into those early drops early. So, if Rubik would able to capitalize on that, he might be able to bully the Nora Heimendinger. As we said previously, this deck is the weakest deck in Rero's lineup, and if Rubik could take advantage of that, game number 3, Rubik would be able to, get a little bit of advantage.
There's
over
also
Rero.
a potential of a mirror matchup to happen here with the Gangplank Sejuani being the staple picks throughout the course of the tournament, being played by multiple players. And this is where it comes down to the mastery of how much have they grasped this deck altogether. Of course, with the differences of the draw put aside. Now, of course, the biggest difference maker here being the Nora Heimendinger, which last game was just sublime. Like, there was barely any scratches left onto Rero's end. So, with that said, it's down to this 3 games to settle the score. Could be 2 if they do secure back-to-back, but I want to see it go all out. I want to see the best of what Runeterra has to offer here as we dive in to Game 1.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, off we go. This is the grand finals for the Snapdragon Pro Series Legends of Runeterra Season 2 Split 1. And it's gonna be Rubik going up against KDF Rero. It's gonna be Misfortune Queen Scouts going up against Gangplank Sejuani. This is a really tough matchup for Rubik to deal with, but however, he got that turn 1 ready, he got that Misfortune on 3, he got the Island Navigator on 4. He is looking on form to close off this game.
Wow, that's some really strong words right there, my friend. Game has just started, so take it easy. Okay, reroll. Gonna look for those early game plunders, and then eventually hoping to get the black market sorted out. So, 3 mana on both sides. Gonna be able to go in for an offensive play. Gonna be able to deal 3 damage, nothing to block. And we're just gonna be seeing a little bit of trade back, and there we go. Naps it out, Genevieve. That's probably one of the highest unit cards that is available on Rubik's deck currently.
Yep, that is exactly right. But I like the play that Rubik knows that 6 mana is open for Rero. Rero literally saving his mana for the first 2 turns to not get any plunder trigger, so that he could go for the Riptide Sermon on the Misfortune. So Rubik being really disciplined as well, not playing the Misfortune on 3, instead go for the open attack and just do 3 damage straight right to Rero. And he's still back in the awkward situation. Should I play the MF down this turn? But if I don't play her down this turn, I'm losing tempo.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough call. It's gonna start it off with another shot.
Yep.
I would have expected this. Please now having something to gain out of this. Oh, he's got the another Gangplank on hand.
Rero is cool, right? He could just pass right over here and see what Rubik could do. The pressure actually lies on the tempo player right now, because he is losing tempo. And if he don't play the MF this turn, he's really losing out in terms. He's slowing down so much against his opponent, and his game plan could not come into fruition. So Rero knows it and just pass it, right? And just give the sign of the threat of the Riptide Sermon might potentially go onto the MF if you ever drop it down.
And also, it could find ways to backfire if you were to spawn the MF a little too early. This is what he have predicted to happen at the release. So, gonna be dishing some Rero here. Just vying for opportunities to at least get 2 damage being done. Holds it back. Got to plot it out well. Still seeing if he's going to be able to find other options heading to the other match. I mean, the next round itself. But we'll go ahead and take off the unit. Spawns out the tentacles.
Right, and I mean that also means that Rubik is free, right? That MF is free to come up the next turn, and that actually forces Rero to think again. What is he gonna do? But the top deck Riptide Rex, we have not seen this card in play yet.
Wow.
And if he managed to pull it off in turn number 8, that could potentially ruin Rubik's whole board.
And it could really hit him so hard, and I don't think like he does have that many cards that he could basically pull off to at least clear some of the ones that is being put forward by Rero right now. Gangplank finally out to play. So let's see if he's going to be able to at least get some clean engagements throughout. 6 total mana for spell, but finally putting out Misfortune to play.
Yep, instead of going for the Riptide Sermon to remove the Gangplank, he chooses to go with the MF, but that Poro with Scouts immediately taken down by the Parlay. But I think Rero have to pull it back a little bit more just because he's afraid of the
Could wait for Sejuani as well on the next round.
Yeah, he's afraid of the Ranger's Resolve, so that but he have to try to go for it and just try to deny this Scout trigger from happening.
That's true. Rubik though, just having his health bars chipped away so early on, and that definitely is a little bit of a bummer. Yep. Ultimately, go ahead to have a little bit more action here, pulling in the biggest unit on the block, which is the Gangplank. Thinking twice about it.
I mean, he has to remove the Gangplank, right? If not, once the Gangplank levels up, is at 5 health, so it's really difficult for the Scouts deck to actually remove the Gangplank once it's leveled up. But Rubik is just not putting the aggression that he is supposed to put out as a Scouts deck.
Yeah, just absolutely being suppressed, and this is what Rero wants when he comes into this matchup. Everything falling to his favor. Has to go ahead to cut some of these losses.
Yep, as we're moving straight right to turn number 6. And you know what it is. There's a Sejuani in hand, and MF is right immediately getting, frozen and vulnerable right there as well, as Rero is just going on the offense. Once this MF go down, I don't know what Rubik have left in his tank, right? There's 2 Riptide Sermon in his hand, there's nothing that he could do, but instead went for the Golden Aegis to protect the MF from going down.
Good call. Does survive. And still needing to find a way to clear this one off. Even if he does try to defend this, 3 damage will still go through from Sejuani. So opt to stop the other ones. So he's only gonna be left with 6 HP. Just look at how quick Rero does it. He doesn't even seem all too phased about what's about to come.
Yeah.
Double Scouts now on the table.
Island Navigator trying to go for the Scout attack once again. He will be looking at a level up Misfortune after this turn as well. So if you could keep this up and keep this aggression going, Rero might be contained, but we can't discount the fact that the Riptide Rex is in Rero's hand.
That's true. It's coming closer and closer when he does get his hands on the Riptide, and that could easily swing back in favor of Rero. Especially now Rubik needing to play so carefully with so little HP. Clearing it off one after another, leaving only the Sejuani on standby.
Quinn off the top as well. I don't think that's a good time to play a Quinn this turn. He could just start off the turn with his Scout attack and just deal 5 damage this turn and force the Sejuani to block, but I don't think you know, it might be a block coming in from Rero. He would just gladly take this 5 damage.
Yeah.
Bullet time.
Down to 9 HP for reroll if he does not tank this one though. Oh, there we go.
Double the animation, double the fun.
Well, double the shots, of course. Pow.
Pow, 5 damage going straight right to reroll. Level up MF. That's a lot of, you know, damage coming in. Quinn coming in as well. 5 damage. 5 mana still open. For
Strong
reroll.
chance, but if they all get frozen up, that's a different story though.
Is this time for Quinn? A Jen, sorry.
Okay.
Inspiring Light, get everyone +1/+1. And Rubik have to try to close off the game now.
A scout of his own. Gotta be able to find a way to tank it through.
He's going for it. This is his final turn. This is his final attack for this whole game number 1.
Holding back Misfortune.
Face me, coward.
Quite the time for Sejuani to speak up.
Face me, coward. Let's go.
And the challenge is on. So, with that said,
Right, bullet time.
Oh,
And that's 8 damage just coming in from the MF, and he's gonna be clearing the whole board, leaving the Sejuani alive with Riptide Sermon in his hand. Rubik could potentially close off the game next turn.
6 HP on the Misfortune. Might need to be forced to tank the brunt of the damage. Same goes to the Quinn as well. Just look at how Rubik just carefully challenging the master that has been conquering the past 2 tournaments. And I think like this is finally the time. Oh,
he's going for it.
I was forged by winter.
He's not saving the warning shot for that Riptide Rex. He's going for it. He's trying to close off the game. Another Sejuani off the top.
He can still put something on the board.
Gangplank, and it's over.
It has to be.
Rubik half lethal in his hand with that Riptide Sermon. And ladies and gentlemen, this might be the first series or the first game that Rero has dropped throughout the whole tournament.
There we have it. Directly into the Nexus. Rubik now on championship point. Rubik, oh Rubik.
Wow.
Leaves a dent on the defending champion, and the throne has been shaken.
Wow, I mean, this is going to be putting so much pressure on Rero's back because this is going to be championship points for Rubik. All that's left is a Gangplank Sejuani. The deck that, you know, he's not that confident in, the Scouts, he cleared it out. And with the best deck in the format right now, Gangplank Sejuani, he have a great chance to close off this game against Rero.
Reroll. Gotta plot this one now. Does he basically bring out Nora? Yes, he does. Oh, it's all down to this. Got the junk construct to start things off. Portapalooza. Well, it's about high time we party. You know, it's the grand finals. And the weekend is near. It already feels like the weekend to us. Hope you guys feeling it too.
I mean, this is a good open attack coming in, but that top deck pokey stick though from Rero.
It's always annoying to deal with this forward deck. Like, whatever you put out on the first few rounds, it's like, yeah, expect it to be swept out very quickly. 1 damage on each side. Hitting into round 3. Oh, draws the box and Nora up online. This time around, though, if you look into Rubik's hand, like, sure, you could just find ways to damage the Nexus, get a little bit more chip onto the shoulders of Nora, leaving her with only 1 HP left. Be able to still open up the portals.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, with a buffed Jagged
Comdong.
Butcher, the Quietus is not going to do anything and immediately hits the portal. And, you know, it's going to be making things really awkward for Rubik's right over here. He's immediately going in for the open attack, forcing the Nora to block right here. It's either you block or you take 3 damage to your face.
I guess he's just gonna gun for it though. There's still ways that he could play this out on the next turn. So, just into the situation. Still has a lot of things that he could consider. But things looking good for Rubik so far.
I mean, he's having that early game advantage. He's getting those plunders triggers on. Yoda Grifter immediately coming down, nabbing himself the SI tailstone, right? I mean, that is basically a crumble, and he could potentially use it on a Heimerdinger later on.
Just gotta wait for that though. Another Nora comes back up available on the draw. I'm gonna have multiple fronts of the same cards on the table.
So many portal opportunities coming in for, you know, for Rero as well. Immediately trying to nab something off the top, and a vengeance!
Oh, okay. In for the kill.
Quietus keeping it shut.
It's gonna be
He got a second one.
another black market.
Valve Feast.
Oh. Man.
He might just pop the Valve Feast on one of the 2/2s. I mean, there's a possibility
All in.
as well. Yeah, but you don't want to, you know, kill too much of this 2/2 because it's gonna be giving him portals in his deck, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, Rubik got a big decision to make. Should I just take the tank the damage or provide more portals for my opponent?
I guess he could just tank one. That's feasible enough for him to find ways to outlast the upcoming rounds. Still has it surviving though.
Right.
Nego 3 against reroll on 16. Back to Rubik's turn.
Quietus.
Another Quietus on hand.
Good
A
streak,
Valve
right?
for Rubik here to work off as well. So I think like it's still a decent exchange that he's gonna be gunning out for.
Hits both?
Colleges.
Oh! He hits both the portals? Yo!
Just absolute bonkers, man. Somebody stop this Nora!
This guy is too good!
Ooh, boy. There we go. Vengeance! On the game you go.
Drawing 2 more cards off the top as well with the Glimpse Beyond. Heimerdinger, another portal into a White Flames, another portals! Oh my god! This guy is just drawing nuts right here, and he's showing us this is how a champion is supposed to draw.
Man. I'm not even sure anymore. He's got golden fingers on the deck.
Yo!
Everything is turning out well. And these elusives is gonna hurt him so much. I don't think he has answers for it now.
Yo, this is what?
Okay.
8 point of damage in an open attack just by portal value? I don't know what to say, Contra. I don't know what to say.
Say no more. Say no more. I mean, it's reroll here. Fighting for game 3 now. It's only 6 HP left for Rubik.
He's running out of gas.
Nah, there's nothing left for him. This could be over. We're gonna go to game 3.
Concollege's stress defense. Something that he could do to protect his Heimerdinger later on. Riptide Sermon.
Finding a little bit of an opening here.
Rubik is just trying to find some tempo for himself. 6-14. Rero got the unit advantage as well. There's more portals in his top deck. Heimerdinger immediately coming straight right down. Crumble, unable to do anything with the Tailstone. And another one!
Boy. Every single one of these hands is making life so much more difficult for Rubik. Does it mean that he's forced to play his Quinn deck once more on the final straw? It's not over just yet, but soon to become a really tough one to digest. He can't afford to attack, can he?
He can't.
Just can't.
Only play is probably Tailstone into Crumble for the Heimerdinger, but it's not going to be doing too much.
Does have to scout. He's thinking about it. Don't want to risk it. Passes the turn. Girdle Captain in hand.
There we have.
Oh! Overkill!
Bigo, and that is it. Going in for the lethal.
Oh, there is no coming back for from this one.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is it for game number 2, and we're moving straight right to game number 3 as Rero evens it out once again in the grand finals. The dream for the hat trick is still alive, ladies and gentlemen.
And it's down to that one final game between two of the toughest competitors here on the board. Oh my.
And it's gonna be a Gangplank Sejuani mirror in the final game, and it's gonna be tight, right? As we said previously, when it comes down to the mirror like this, whoever gets most plunder, whoever's gonna get the first Sejuani is gonna be winning the game. So I don't know, this game could go either way.
And speaking of which, just quickly glancing into the first mulligan, favorable start here for Rubik over top end. Thinking about the monster Harpoon, whether if he should go in for a switch up. He looks like he's gonna keep everything on hand. Meanwhile, Rubik's the one that makes a little bit of a change. Still gets all the low cost cards to kick things off. Riptide Sermon now being drawn by Reroll.
I like the Monster Harpoon edition, right? There's a one-off coming in from Rero's side. Monster Harpoon, you know, it's a good card to remove the Gangplank or Sejuani off the board if possible. So, you know, that's a good tag. Even though it's just a one-off, it could be really useful in a mirror matchup like that.
That's true. Just absolutely mirroring the first card. Both sides having Make It Rain. Gonna keep that for later on. Both exchanging blows.
And a second
Dance of Tusk. Yep. We're just gonna see them take each other's health on an equal footing. Oh, there goes.
Oh, that's a free Jagged Butcher. Like, that's just value right there for Rubik.
Perfect, perfect.
Riptide Rex.
Looking rather good for the late game for Reroll. As for Rubik, I think like he's just gotta ration out what he has to spend in this early round.
Yep.
In order to fulfill what he could possibly achieve later on.
But here's the thing, right? Both players have yet to have any champions in his hand so far. So now it's just the race of, you know, plunders. And at this point in time, it's still pretty even until the first player that draws into a Sejuani or a Gangplank. And that would be a game changer. And not forgetting Rero have that Harpoon in his hand.
Probably draw at the same time. What are the odds? Want to make a side prediction?
they will draw at the same time, right?
Just to make things interesting. Okay, still no sign of champions yet. More black markets.
Free Maria Warden, okay.
Okay. Easy does it.
Rubik has that you know, tempo advantage as of right now. Make It Rain coming in.
1 HP left on both black markets. Does have the Warden now.
Parlay.
Okay. Pull the trigger. Kapoo! Waited for it.
And a second Maria Warden. Okay, right here Rubik is totally owning, right, the tempo play against his opponent. And you get the chime off the top onto the Maria Warden. Sejuani first person to get the champion is gonna be Rero.
But still, like,
yeah, Rubik is still
he can go for full hits here, like get the free damage done, then worry about the Sejuani a little bit later on. nothing much that Rero could basically offer on his hand. Everything costs us so much.
I would go for the full swing, right?
Yeah, it's full swing, definitely the case.
Yep, Yoda Grifter stealing a black market merchant.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're gonna steal my thing, I'm gonna steal your thing that steals things.
I call it barter system. You know, like you're basically exchanging from the same two guys all the time. So, not too sure if it actually adds up to good economy. Warning shot.
Black market merchant again.
Oh.
Stealing a parlay.
Oh. Keep it rolling. Okay. Now all the big numbers are out.
And Rubik have a good parlay on the tentacles as well.
Look at how swift this goes. We're drawing to a close very, very soon. Is it going to be reroll? Is it going to be Rubik? Oh, shots fired. Now upper hand still on Rubik's side. Reroll. Now comes up with Sejuani. Only be able to freeze one. Still take one off the board.
It seems like Rubik have the advantage, right? Because right here he's tapped out.
Yeah.
Riptide Sermon.
Okay, this is gonna be it.
It's putting him to 2.
2 HP. Remember, he has to make it rain. Just need one tick of damage.
One more damage. Level up Sejuani.
Rubik. Can he do it this next turn, though?
What? That's what? Make it rain, warning shot, Riptide Sermon, right? These are the 3 cards that could burn Rero out. It's all down to this 3 card, and it's all down to that top deck. There's still a potential way for him to close off this game now.
Just launch the full attack. He could do it.
Io Naga Gaboros, go for the full attack.
This is it. Do we have a new Grand Champion?
Io Naga Gaboros from Rero. Could he get a burst spell? No! Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is it. Rero going in for the Shen emote, and that is a concede, ladies and gentlemen, as Rubik is our first champion for Snapdragon Pro Series. Once again, he's all down to relief, and congratulations to this guy for taking down that 2-times champion, blocking him from his hat trick.
The streak is over, and now is the new reign, and the name is Rubik as your Grand Champion of the Open Finals. $2,000 richer in the span of the night, and we will see on the next Open Finals, what else does he have to offer?
Wow, I mean, this guy right here, right? He came in, you know, just having fun. He beat Peta, he beat Void, and right here he beat the Rero as well, the defending champion, the 2-times defending champions, and we got our next, you know, for this champions for the series. And what else is there to enter this off with, you know, such an aggressive play? Yes, when it comes to a mirror, it's all down to the Sejuani. Who needs the Sejuani in the mirror?
You don't. You have so many of all these low-cost units, and man, all these naps definitely coming into fruition. My goodness. I don't know what sort of trade is in that black market, but man, he stole the show.
He stole the show.
He stole the show. we talked to this guy twice, and we felt the good vibes out of him, and he definitely knew that there are a lot of worthy adversaries out there, and Rero has been the talk of the town, where nobody has been able to stop him. Not only did he manage to find that first dent, he closes off the round here in Game 3. We saw that sort of exchange in Game 2. Rero fought back, and he fought back real hard.
Yeah.
So down to this mirror matchup, when we thought, yeah, it's the Sejuani that will change it. But here we have it, our Grand Champion of the Open Finals. Congratulations, Rubik, you have done it! Woo! It's been a long day.
Thank you.
And, you know, has it ever occurred to you when you join this tournament this time around that you not only will end up in the finals, but you will take down the defending back-to-back champion, Rero, and now you're the champ. How does it feel?
Not gonna lie, it feels pretty good.
Hell yeah,
Man,
it does.
Such pressure going into the, like, you know, he was the defending champion, right? My god, he's so good at his plays.
And yeah, like when we take a look at the way how each match panned out, it was all tough fights overall. Sure, you managed to reign over him on the very first round with your Quinn deck, but were there any sort of concerns heading into all 3 respective matches because it went down to the finals draw in the last game?
Yeah, so like I said, Scouts was going to be the biggest issue going into the finals because I knew, Scouts has the hardest. Gangplank Sejuani. Thunder just kind of wrecks on misfortune, but luckily the Golden Aegis saved my life, so I was able to just steal away the win there, and I think that was the turning point of the series because now I went in without much pressure going into 250-50s. So yeah.
Well, that was the golden ticket, right? And then, of course, game 2, that's where it was a little bit harder to do, just having so much stack up against you. But game 3, it was that mirror matchup that, okay, what was the objective, like, ideally hitting into this? We were discussing on our side, like, could it be, like, the first guy that hits the first champion? And, man, you didn't even need your Sejuanis to come in.
Well, they certainly could have helped, they could have showed up, but Rero's deck list was a bit control heavy, so I thought I have to kind of race him, or else in the long run it was gonna be a bit have a good time. So I said, who needs champions? Just swarm him.
Alrighty, and I think I've asked a lot of questions. Moonboy, I'll give you a chance.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay, Rubik, as a new champion of this whole Snapdragon Pro Series, for the viewers out there, for these new players or inspiring new competitive players, any advice that you guys could give to the viewers out there that, one day I can be like you, Rubik?
Oh my god, that's so... No, just work hard, and try to find out the mulligans. And it's always nice to have friends to play with. For instance, I have a team that I play with, and they always help me on my mulligans, they help me on how to play, and they kind of like, they scold me to many games.
Hey, it
and
paid off.
Their input really, their input really did help, and their cram sessions really helped this tournament, so it's a big thank you to them, I guess.
Well, that's a huge shout out to everyone that's been able to give Rubik all the preparation that he needs. Of course, now you are not only $1,000 richer, now you're $2,000 richer. Any plans on that? Because like the weekend's near.
Any celebration plans?
Once I don't know when the check's gonna roll in, but like you have plans for that already, or you're just gonna see what you can do.
Of course.
So what's that plan?
Yeah. First things first, you have to give back to the person who gave to you. My team. I have to give some stuff to them, I guess. And other than that, just chilling, I guess.
All right.
All right.
Of course, it's definitely a great night for a celebration. Not too sure what time is it right there in Korea, if you're still in Korea. So, of course, I believe that it all comes down to a close. You are our brand new Open Final Split 1 champion. Kudos to you. It's been a long day. And, of course, we hope to see you on the next split itself. So, thank you so much, Rubik, and enjoy your weekend.
Congratulations.
Thank you both. Thank you to ESL. Great tournament.
And we love you. Man, he didn't even get to finish his words. It's okay. We'll definitely see a whole lot more of Rubik next time around. Speaking of which, you guys can also join in the Snapdragon Pro Series if you like what you're watching here. All this is brought to you by ESL. And of course, thank you, Qualcomm. And of course, you can check out Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where you can win just like how he did. When winning matters so much, you definitely want to get your hands on the Snapdragons. So I guess that's all that we do have for the entirety of the evening, and you guys will have an awesome time over the weekend, I hope. So it's me, Contra, Moonboy. Any last shout out?
Well, I think, I'm always happy to be on the caster desk for, Snapdragon Pro next month, right? Because the next split would be starting off really soon. So do keep a watch out and do sign up and be part of the next split of the Snapdragon Pro Series, Legends of Runeterra.
That's right. That's all that we have. So we'll see you guys next time on the next one. Of course, for now, enjoy the weekend. We love you a whole lot.
See you guys next time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop. Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah.